Futures back in negative territory here this morning, actually moving towards session lows as we speak. We're actually getting some inflation data coming out of the EU right now, specifically Germany, a little bit higher than expected. So just a heads up on the overall market right now. Again, downside so far as we await further results from the midterm elections that happened yesterday. Still some results trickling in. No indication yet as to which side of the aisle is going to control Congress. We'll keep an eye on how that affects the overall market this morning. An absolute ton of earnings to get through. Meanwhile, Affirm, there's Upstart, both reporting worse than expected earnings. We'll talk about the forecast coming up as well. Also, AMC out this morning, one of the more quiet ones today. And obviously, we'll discuss some of this fallout from what happened yesterday in crypto markets regarding FTX and Binance. More pressure for Robinhood this morning, more pressure for cryptocurrencies across the board, both Bitcoin and Ethereum. Down big time. It's going to be a busy day. Wednesday, November 9th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, more negativity coming through here. We are starting to bounce a little bit off session lows, but back to the downside, about 0.5% for both the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ right now. Good morning, guys. Back to busy week. More earnings coming through, as we said. More Tesla news coming through, as we expected. Elon was in there selling after that $44 billion acquisition of Twitter gets done. So much to talk about. Roblox out this morning with earnings. They're down huge. I mean, there's not a lot that isn't down huge today, guys.
Yeah,
Meta's not down. Meta's up
Right.
4% right now, so that's pretty strong. But man, it's like on a day, like I came in today thinking like, okay, it's going to be absolutely terrible after missing out. You just read the headlines of crypto, you see what's going on with Bitcoin, you see where Coinbase was at, and then it's like, okay, well, what do you get for earnings? Affirm, well, that's not going to be good. Upstart, well, I mean, that you saw what happened there. Roblox down 15%. They reported this morning as well. It's a bit of a bloodbath here. And then Disney of all. Disney, yeah, I mean, after Netflix look fantastic, Disney comes through, and they're down about 8%. Disappointment there. Their streaming lost over $1 billion in the queue. So, yeah, last time I checked, that's not very good. So a lot to watch. Even the Chinese ADRs are moving to the downside. They're kind of gapping down, but I don't even know if that's where my eyes are going to be. In big tech, in big cap, obviously you're going to be looking at Meta. I missed out on Intel at $29 for a short yesterday. I'll be back to the well with some of those. But it is all about the beaten up names that reported. Will there be buyers in there? And then don't sleep on just simply watching the Coinbases and the Robinhoods of the world. Yeah, sure, liquidation probably happened on Robinhood, but at least FBS position anyways, but that doesn't mean we're out of the water. The story's probably not even close to done as the dust is being settled out here. So, yep, be very careful when you're trading a lot of the crypto. You could see headlines come back and forth, and we really don't know when that's going to matriculate. And there is one thing out of the elections that I think is at least certain, at least in my mind. DraftKings under pressure because the bill in California did not pass. So DraftKings, bad earnings, now under pressure as that bill didn't go their way.
Yo, what's up? Thanks for the note here, Playmaker. I'm just responding right now. Look, we're already rocking right now. Welcome back, guys. We already got that money flowing through right here. As we're long Meta at $100 right here, already up to $100.85. We first were long at 100, then we actually went short, then we went long again. So we've been playing this one pretty good here. We took some shares. It's 4.5 million shares today already done. So it's trading like it's open. So lots. There it is. We just got another piece out there. Did we just get? Yeah, we just got a piece out at 80 right there. So yeah, nice little run up here. Almost $1 in the money on Meta. Yeah, it's going to be a really fun day, man. The voice is still what it is. Can't do anything about it. We have the honey from yesterday is in the building still, so I'm going to go get that, although we've been having a coffee here this morning. It's going to be really great. On the sticky note, I missed Roblox. Roblox should be on there, but again, it came out late, so didn't have a chance to put it on there. We're going to be shorting. We've already paid for shorts on Robinhood. What a great trade we had on Robinhood yesterday. Probably should have been the trade of the day, but you know how we do it, man. We run that YouTube algorithm, so we didn't use that. But wow, what a great trade on Robinhood yesterday. We're going to wait to see what happens with FTX more today, but there's nothing to do. I mean, crypto's going to the downside. You've always You should have been short Coinbase from time anyways. So we'll look to continue to short that. AMC on the move. Not really, but it's moving around today. That should be an interesting look here. Amazon always moving. Disney, so disappointing, man. As a shareholder in Disney, I'm feeling like I should just FTX that company, pull the rug on that, get out of here. Disney, definitely disappointing. But hey, we're still here. We're here every single day. Can't hold us down. Yeah, disappointing after the election. It looks like kind of a nothing burger for now. So that's a little disappointing as well. But Neil and Sean, what does this mean?
I'm not sure. Yeah.
Okay, so
it says Neil asks Sean. Thank you, Mr. Westermeyer there for the super chat.
Neil
but ask
asks
Sean
Sean
for explanation. 11K AMC, 7K DWAC. I have no idea.
I'm trying to think, like, because you weren't here yesterday, so it had to have been something that we talked about yesterday. But 11K AMC, 7K DWAC. Oh, oh, I know what it was. That's what it was. Okay, so yesterday he was like, oh, if he had 10 grand, I think that's what it's referring to, right? If he had $10,000, what should he put it in yesterday, AMC or DWAC? We both said nothing. I mean, I wouldn't have put it into anything overnight.
But gun was to your head.
Well, it wasn't even a gun to your head question. I was just talking about that. We said that, I mean, you know, it was going to be nothing, but that's good. So you would have 11. You'd have made 1,000 on AMC,
gotcha.
And I guess lost 3,000.
Yeah, because okay, that makes
lost
sense.
3,000 on DWAC if you did that.
Gotcha.
The problem with DWAC, as we always said, man, it's just so tried to Trump. I mean, it has nothing to do with anything other than Trump, in my opinion, anyways. And then AMC, of course, you know, you always had a chance there. That this, it's up to 540 right now. Okay, so yeah, so this is starting to work a little bit. Yeah, look, if you put 10 grand into this and you got out up here, then you would have made a nice little profit. But yeah, now that we're down here, yeah, good call on that one. I don't know, man. I don't think it's ever really a safe play to put money in, that much money in before earnings. But I don't know. Did you make a choice, Mr. D. Westermeyer? What did you choose if you did it at all? But yep, that makes sense now. Thanks for that super chat, and congratulations if you chose AMC, I guess.
Yeah, what a move. Aftermarket, obviously back to basically flat right now. No blockbusters, not a good thing for AMC. $1.5 billion loss for Disney on the streaming side of things in the quarter. Unbelievable. Let's continue the conversation here with this crypto carnage, as it may be right now. Because look at these numbers right now, guys. 11.5% for Bitcoin, 18 right now for Ethereum, back to 1,200. Down here, it gets even worse. Matic, 20%, 34% for Solana. Ugly right across the board after what happened yesterday with this, I guess, liquidity problem that FTX has, FTX.com getting sold to Binance. I feel like there's more to come. Here's Bitcoin right now, back to the downside, trying to bounce off 17,200. This was that kind of flash crash that happened yesterday when this news first came out. So, yeah, we got to watch Robinhood yesterday. 7.5% stake in the company by SBF. I mean, it had to have been liquidated. That was probably one of the first things to go when this first came out yesterday, guys, with that move to the downside.
Yeah, like I mean, if you're raising coin or cash, I suppose in this particular case, you're raising funds, you're going to sell off what's liquid, and you know it's extremely liquid, and it was looking pretty solid after the earnings. It's a weird thing about the earnings because I know they were going up, but there wasn't anything great to take from it. I don't know that there was any kind of like horrible catalyst you could point to. It was just sort of the same, but it had been grinding higher, and I can't bring myself to be looking for longs in this or coin today in terms of trading vehicles. So, look, if there's any kind of a dead cat bounce, it'll be about sort of limiting the pain. If there's a pop to 10, I'm probably shorting that on Robinhood. And then if it gets up to like this, I guess where it calmed down in the afternoon, it looks like about 1040 or so, like that could be another area to just sort of work into the short. If you look at the chart, it kind of feels like if it breaks 950, it should just at least fall into $9, and there could be a bit of a breakdown trade there. Oftentimes, like after that kind of a move to the downside, like we saw yesterday, like over 20%, it's hard to want to take a breakdown trade at a 950. It'll be SSR today, obviously. That goes without saying, short sale restricted. So even on an uptick, you'll need an uptick to get those fills. I see nothing on the bid at 950 currently. I don't necessarily expect there will be something. But yeah, I'm just going to be fading any kind of a pop in here, whether it's 10. The other thing about that 1040 is it's the 50 period, which I can't imagine you're closing above that today. So I just want to be shorting pops in Robinhood. There's no way this story is done. Sure, the selling probably already occurred here for SBF getting out, but that doesn't mean that you still don't have the headwinds that come with the uncertainty that's just going to be in the entire space at this moment. Like, it's completely crazy the amount of value that got lost. Like the Ontario Teachers Pension Fund invests in FTX. Like, there's just a lot of people who do their diligence who are probably like, what in the heck is going on? And yeah, the story, like we said, it's not done. We don't even know if a deal is going to be happening for this bailout. It's not even guaranteed. Crazy.
All right. Yo, what's up, Cyberspeed? Yeah, glad to see Neil back. Yeah, thanks for that $20. That's a good one. We shorted Hood yesterday. We had to go in there, pay for shorts, and this was just, we took a lot of shares here, short at 1050, brought this all the way down to 970. You guys saw me trade this. We got out right at the end of the day, right there for 978, and now today you're at 954. So, yeah, a good move to the downside here, trying to hold bid at 950. I'm already getting short. I'm shorting this thing until $10. Give me a reason not to, and maybe I'll switch it up. But for me, Robinhood, I mean, it's a whole crypto space, right? I mean, we could look at Coinbase, Coinbase as well. What's going on? C-O-I-N, there it is. Coinbase as well. Wow, so $47. I was like, is this thing broke 50 yet? Yeah, it did. So yesterday we got down to 48 and change, battled back to 51, and now today you're even going lower, lower, lower. So like I said, the best thing about my account was I logged in a couple weeks ago, looked over some of the holdings. I mean, I do it all the time, and I was like, where's my Coinbase? And it was a hell of a lot less. I actually sold this thing, believe it or not, at $360. It's now all the way down to $47. It's really a disgrace. It's one of those names that's just been absolutely killed in all of this. Like I said, man, now you don't even want to, like, if you're questioning the structure of FTX, I wonder what it is on Coinbase as well. And then you have, of course, the shareholder wealth being, destroyed, bad compensation structure over there in Coinbase as well, and the risk of holding coin on exchange now just got so much worse. So there's absolutely nothing that's good for the industry that happened yesterday. So, I mean, I don't know. Let's just see where we go. If anything, though, if you were going to find sort of a positive note here in this, it would be that, all of this back and forth here with all these coins that really don't serve any purpose, the FTT token really served absolutely no purpose. So, if anything, I think it strengthens the position of an Ethereum because we know you can build on that, and we know there's already apps and there's already real life processes for something like Ethereum. And then the same thing too for Bitcoin. At least we know that Bitcoin is sort of thought of as a possible store of value. We've already seen El Salvador and places like that take on Bitcoin. So, at least there are some uses for some of these other coins, whether or not it be Matic or ADA and these names that are involved with NFTs. At least they're involved with something. The FTT token, it's all about due diligence. You got to do it. And honestly, I don't even think Binance or what was the other one? The guy that came in to buy it, CZ there. Once they do their due diligence on FTX, they're not even going to bail them out. So that's my opinion is that coin goes to absolutely zero, and that's the end of that. So they have a non-binding agreement? Like,
yeah, it's just
so letter of intent, like. There's nothing. They're going to do their due diligence. They're going to find there's nothing under the rug there.
The argument to be made for why, even if it looks ugly, why they still might do it would just simply be to prop up everything.
Yeah. Right? But there's no point in doing that. I think CZ is just going to let these guys go absolutely bankrupt, let the carnage happen, and then they're going to be the last man standing there on Binance and all that. So yeah, I'm missing. What's the exchange I'm missing? It's Binance. CZ is Binance. Yeah. Okay. There was BlockFi was what I was thinking about because that was the other exchange. I was wondering SBF came in to sort of save BlockFi, but again, what are you saving them with? These coins that are worth nothing? So I mean, I don't know.
I mean, yeah.
There's
a
so
whole
much
can of
more.
worms.
There's so much more to sort of uncover here. But hey, it's 8:44. Thanks for everything yesterday. We got a good super chat yesterday about the crypto talk, and I think that we are going to look to include more crypto into our space. So yeah. Oh yeah. By the way, Day Trade the World is working on getting a better crypto offering. So hopefully that'll come through, and we'll be able to trade more of these coins for you live here on the air.
So many interesting points to come out of that story, as the guys were saying there. I mean, what happens to these assets that FTX was in there picking up for pennies earlier in the year? That's just gone, apparently. So more to come, for sure. Let's talk about the EV space here a little bit, because we got earnings from Lucid. I mean, there's not much earnings, but we got earnings from Lucid. They also said orders were down, reservations were down. And they also had more cancellations in the quarter than last quarter as well for LCID, so down about 7% here. There's also this story, as expected, as we mentioned off the top there. Elon in there selling again after that Twitter deal close. $3.95 billion, which brings the total number year to date that he has sold. I saw $36 billion worth of Tesla shares dumped by Elon.
Yeah, so I guess it wasn't the last time after all. I promise it's the last time. I tell my daughter all the time, it's like, don't make a promise that you can't keep. You just don't say I promise. It's not that hard to do. You tell our kids to do it. But anyways, it's a weird day today because Lucid's down 7%. Usually we care about the EVs, and the volume is just not there for this. I know we get Rivian later, and normally I look at a floor like this. Okay, 12.25. There's your bottom. We're down 7.5. Not a great report. There's room to get down toward. I guess the October low is a little bit lower than this. So you do have about like 40, 50 cents to work with till you get to that low. And if that goes here, then it gets really ugly for them. And normally that'd be like one of the first places I'd be looking toward. Unfortunately, like I said, not a lot of volume. Like it feels like you're going to want to be over at some of the crypto names, and we're talking about Meta as well. But Tesla, okay, the last couple of times he sold, like you find the stock's under a tremendous amount of pressure for a few days, then you find out that Elon Musk sold shares. And then it tends to catch a little bit of a bounce because that relief has come on today. And that kind of leads me to saying, hey, there's a chance here for Tesla. It didn't get to that 181 or that 180 level because 541 I think was the big level before the split. So it got close to that yesterday for a floor, so pretty close to getting to the next level of support that I think a lot of people have been pegging after that $200 level got taken out. So we bounced off of that. I mean, obviously a little bit of a higher low, and I'm looking at that 195. I mean, Tesla could make a move in a relief after Elon sold to be able to get through that 95 and maybe take a little bit of a break there. I don't want to touch it in the middle. If it's either going to take this level out, and I'm looking for structured longs up there back into 200, or you're just fading off that 95. And then the support, I'm not waiting to yesterday's bottom. I think it's 181. Sorry, I don't care about yesterday's bottom. I'm looking at that 180 to 181 for the absolute low on Tesla. You just got to peel it back when you look at that split adjusted chart. And that's the level you're watching for. Meta keeps bouncing 100 to 101. I slapped on my notes this morning. I like 98 dips and I like 100 dips, and there's room to 105. I think that's one of the strong names out there that we can have a look at. But yeah, Lucid, this is just another stock that if it breaks that floor, it looks like a fade to me. Just watch out for that 1180 level underneath these bottoms that goes back a couple of weeks ago. What can you say? Like, it's probably headed for SSR. I should double check to see what the short float is on this. I don't think it's that significant, but I should check.
Yeah, I don't think Lucid is very significant on the short side. And I didn't even check it myself. I already have the bid to go in here breaking 13. I like the long here through 13.
Oh, wait a minute.
What is it, 13%?
This is 22.
Short.
That can't be right.
No, it says 8.
No, 22, 8, 8.
Oh, yeah, so it's mixed. So that's what I think. That's what I was going to say. I think it's about 12 to 15% or so short float on Lucid. Look, I mean, they produced more cars than they did this time last year. They I think they missed their expected by like 1 or 2 cars. So I'm pretty happy with everything for Lucid here. It is down that 8%. They said they have enough, $3.45 billion in cash. I like them. I think they can take 13. So let's just see what happens here at about $13. I have the long. We've seen, ooh la la, Randy. Thank you so much for the coffees there.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, that's right. Yesterday, I'll tell you a story about Randy. Yesterday, he turned the bull.
How did they get into a bull?
He turned the bear into a bull, and I told him not to do it. The market just went up like 3% after that.
But I mean, it ended obviously weak after all that crypto stuff. So.
No, it didn't. The market was up.
No, but it ended at the. Well, I mean, it was
I don't know.
trending. We were trending down at the end of the day.
Oh, where are we? I don't know.
I think the problem is
remember.
do we define it by like the momentum of the market in the moment, or is it by like whether positive
Well, when he turned it,
negative?
I mean, yeah, the market was down 0.4. I don't know. What did we even wind? I don't even know what we wound up yesterday.
I think close to flat.
But no, I don't know if it was close to flat. I don't know. I can't even remember.
That's
But anyways, now there it goes right now. Meta right here. Yeah, I mean, cash cow already coming through for Meta. So, we're going to be at sort of a nice little spot for us here at the end of all this. Hopefully it can continue to go up. We still are long Meta here at $100.21. We are going to talk about it. It's on the sticky note to go long off 100. That's exactly what we did. So, I mean, there it is again, right? Find me at Trader TV Sean with the sticky note, long 100. That's what we did. And here it is, man. Nice little windfall for us to start the day on Meta. But yeah, look, I don't know what we're gonna do with Lucid, other than the excuse me, other than the fact that I don't think the quarter was that bad. It's only down 7 and a bit percent. Let's just let the market dictate for us. I could see myself going short into 13 and then taking a bigger position long. But right now, I only have the break long. Let's see what action this gives us here. I like Lucid here today, obviously. I prefer it to the long side than to the short side. But again, hey, these stocks are very, very tricky to trade off earnings. We've already seen that. Sometimes it's kind of like, wow, it's too far down. No, it's not. We're going to have lots of these problems today with Upstart, with Affirm, with Lucid, with AMC. There's so many stocks that are volatile in nature that have been beat down that I could see people coming back in and buying them up a little bit. Redfin just fired 13% of its staff. So, yeah, that home flipping business might be over and done with for now there, Brendo.
That's to be a popular number, along with Meta this morning as well, 13%. Let's talk about Affirm here. Shout out to True Trading Group, guys. Welcome back to True Trading Group as well, bringing you the first segment of the show. Check them out, link at the bottom there. AFRM, let's discuss this because there's so much today as far as earnings, as we said. Here's 13.5% to the downside this morning. I mean, they straight up blame a lack of revenue from Peloton for part of this loss in the quarter. Thank you.
Well, I mean, Peloton, I don't know what it is now. I just remember when we were first looking at this, it was like 40% at one point of their business. I'm sure that declined at some point, but it's still a significant portion of their business. And you know what's been happening with Peloton and demand over there, so it can't really help. Look, you had pretty much everything going poorly for them. The only positive I would say is it's like it's gotten to a point, and I know I haven't even been looking at this stock since I suppose the last time that it kind of traded down below 20. It's gotten down to these lows and gotten a little bit boring up until the last week or so. Like it was just sitting in a $3 or $4 range for a couple of weeks, for a while, regardless of what the market was doing. Now it's going to test and bounce off of this low back from May. At least it's attempting to bounce off this low at $13. That's the first level I'm watching. And it could just be that so much of bad news has been baked into this thing that it's going to start to find, it's not, I don't even know if it's going to be buyers, but just like a lack of sellers when you get to some of those bottoms. So the 13 level stands out. It did break in the aftermarket. The aftermarket does count, don't get me wrong, but then immediately once we opened up here today, we're right back at said $13 level. So, I was going to say if it doesn't break the low, only one place it can go. This does have a decent short flow interest. When I looked at Lucid, some sources say 8 and some say 22. So when Sean says in the middle, right, it makes sense to me. I actually thought it was single digits for sure. So that could be a name that could easily have a bit of a squeeze. But Affirm is another in that realm, and it's got, let me just double check. Yeah, that is 17%. And that's why if we do hold 13 even, I do look for that opportunity for it to squeeze a little bit on you there. And if it gets below 13, then I'm looking for shorts. If it sees, look, if it goes close to green, then that's an area that I want to go short. To be sure, that's like $15.50 if it were to try to go green on the day. That doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense to me if that were to happen. But down here, hold 13 at the open, then I want to take a long, see if it can't squeeze a little bit higher. I would want to be looking for shorts if they got anywhere near that $15 though.
Yeah, $15 looks like a good spot. Wow, this is another company. Look, Peloton or not, this company was doomed from the beginning, man. As soon as they came out, I was talking about this buy now, pay never stuff. And then, now all of a sudden it's literally coming true. But, I mean, I don't there's so many stocks to trade today that I feel like are going to give you some clear indications. Yeah, this is going to have to get up here, maybe not to 15, but like 1480, something like that. Maybe even a short through 14 there. But it's like it's down so much that it's just one of these plays where we've seen, like, we've come in here before on earnings, and really, you got to get lost in the first couple minutes of this. Like, why was it down here at 12 and now back up to 14, right? So I need to see which side, the market makers and, some of these investments or hedge funds, which side were they on heading into earnings? What are they going to do off the open? And then look at them after that. So it's just like, we had PayPal, we had Square, we had a whole bunch of names come out and then kind of do dances on their earnings. And that's kind of what I feel like. Oh yeah, that was a good long in Square yesterday, back down at 60, getting out at 61.60. Yeah, that was a good one, and then it ripped up. Oh yeah, no, our best out is there, 62 and change. But the idea was yesterday, we had long. I liked Square yesterday. I liked it to the long side on some upgrades. But look what happened early, man. 63.40 all the way down to $60, and then we hit it late there at 2:30, wait for it to base out and give us a trade. Then we went long, long, and out. Like, that's $3 almost right there from top to bottom. So, it's like there's going to be lots of opportunities in these names. Just make sure you stay on them. This is just Square, but I mean the same thing for Upstart. I'm going to have the same comments for Upstart, so it doesn't matter. Upstart, Affirm, Roblox, all of these names that continue to come out with really crappy earnings and get hit all the way to the downside here. And then now it's just like, okay, let's wait to see. Is this base going to even matter? Is it going to go lower? Is it going to go higher? Like, to sit there and try to pretend like we know which way it's going to go, in my opinion, is ridiculous. So that's why I take a strategy of, okay, where are we now with the trade? What do we want to look at? And where are there some levels? So I'm giving these trades a couple minutes here to go. There's another long. We just took another break long here on Meta. So let's just get this out, man. We're just crushing this name today. Meta, another long break through, oops, are we even on that stock? Through 101 there. There it is right there. Another long take through 101. We got that long back in the system again. So long down there, long again, and just cashing out right now on Meta. So yep, good start here to the day. We may just get flat on this. It's already touched our bottom of $100 that we talked about right there. So we went short on a 101 break. Then we cashed it out down here at 100 and then went long. And now we're laughing about this all the way, hopefully to the bank. Let's see what Meta does. Here it goes back up to the upside. Maybe we do get a run back to 102. We're long again on this, man. When you believe in something, you take the shares. You can hear my confidence in Meta, in these kind of names, and my lack of confidence in the other ones that just really haven't given us that direction yet. But here goes Meta, a nice 30-cent win on the last part here.
Heads up on Veru. VERU halted, news pending here. I was just checking their earnings. Looks like December will be the next one. So news pending, halt there for VERU. Let's get some upgrades and downgrades for you this morning. Notable names on the right side of the board. Disney, Affirm, Upstart, all here. It's worth noting again with earnings, there's multiple. I mean, 4 or 5 on this one, 4 or 5 on this one, all negative this morning. JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley among those. Tyson Food on here, Disney as well, as I said, but nothing too exciting. To the upgrade side, just watching the wire here to see if we get that Veru news as we sit here. There's a look at Europe to kick things off this morning. Still red. 0.25% for England, 0.6 there for Germany, France as well. Top to bottom, kind of flat overall as we await further indication of the result of the midterms as well in North America. And finally, your social sentiment board. A little bit mixed here. I was actually a little bit surprised by this. Yeah, DWAC, huge move downside, 20+% already under significant pressure this morning. Meta's on here, but red, surprisingly. Tesla on here after that Elon disclosure. Downside as well, more 52-week lows possibly to come. Mullen, this MACK moving around on positive news on a cancer treatment this morning, guys.
Yeah, it's a little weird to me to see like the sentiment on Meta is negative, but it's positive on Mullen. You know what? It's a data point, right? And the data points are all they're useful, and you take them for what it's worth. What we care about with that is what are people talking about? Like, is it at least something that eyeballs are on, and that's what's going to matter. Now, DWAC would have missed an opportunity like several times at the $30 level yesterday. but it is what it is. You can't really think about that. At this point, I'm just watching this 25 here. I did go ahead and pay for locates. If it opens up, I'm looking for a 25 fade, pop fade at like 25 even there on said DWAC. That max stock, by the way, like it's now in uncharted territory. So the story there, it's like phase 3 study results for their cancer drug for pancreatic cancer, up 250, almost 250%. It's in some rarefied air. And when you get this gigantic of a break, and I'm just pulling it back, this is all the way to 2021, right? Like when you don't have anything to look at in terms of like where a bag holder's at or where previous price points, it is just purely all about the momentum. And look at this thing just sort of consolidate up here. When you have this much of a move, my first usual thought is, okay, when it does this, if it fails to break at the open, then people might be thinking about profit taking. So I'm looking at that 1450 and just saying, I don't want to chase it up there because I need to see it open up and make an opening range before I really like it. But that one setup that I do like when I don't really have any levels is, well, if it doesn't take out that pre-market high and traps long breakouts, then sometimes you get that quick short off of said level, that's 1450 or so, and then you can play it back into VWAP. That gives you about $1 to work with if it fails at 1450 at the top. So that's the only thing I'm looking for MAC. If it does a really big dip, $10 looks interesting, but I'm not really seeing that in our future as it's now 9 o'clock and it's kind of just sitting here up at the highs.
Yeah, Mullen today, another one, 25 million shares, a great pre-market for volume here on Mullen today. We talked about this yesterday, and I said like that $30 cent level there for Mullen. Where is it on the 20-minute chart? There it is right here. That 30 cent level right there for Mullen was going to be pretty key, right? So yesterday when people were buying down here, we talked about, hey, if you were long, 24, 25 cents, that's fantastic. Good out for you there at 30. Now you're taking out the upside. So now I think you just hold on to this. I mean, again, depending on how many shares you have, I think Mullen has a chance here to get back at least at 38 or 40 cents, like into this area, because this is a pretty nice decline there between the 3rd and the 4th of November from 40 cents all the way down to 30. So can we not on momentum get that all back? I think you can. I mean, look at some of these nice moves up here on the candles. Strong moves off the open. And then yesterday kind of faded before getting back to that 30, leveled off again down here at 28. There's the bump again. Then you get the push through 30. So, hey, if you're going to be long on this name, I think you're just long until it breaks back down below 30. So, and again, it depends on your own sort of risk tolerance and things like that. But, holding it back to 25 cents also isn't a horrible plan either, because you're only long here at 31 or 32, let's just say, or even now, 33 cents. Holding it back to 25, if you just got a little bit of play money in there thinking this thing's going to run to $1, then yeah, the risk to reward is going to be here on Mullen. But just be careful with these names again. They're very, very sensitive to tweets and social media. Obviously, that's why you guys are on it. So yeah, despite them announcing a deal or something with somebody for the trucks, then I'm not sure where we're going to go here with Mullen. But if you're just looking technically, it's broken above that 30 cent mark, so I like that take there. Now we go up to 34. That's a nice 10% move here into the open, plus more. So yeah, I would look for 40, honestly. Let's see what happens here off the open. If there's enough momentum, maybe it carries this thing through 35, and next stop after that is 50. And you're close to being right there, Brian James, talking about how we've traded this meta today. Yeah. We could be done, but we're not going to be done. As right now, Meta going back up to 102. Big time trade alert here for us on Meta today. We'll see if this remains the #1 stock. I have a feeling it will.
All right, let's get Arun in here and get a check of the overall market as we head towards the open under half an hour to go. No indication yet as far as the results of these midterms, Arun, but as we wait, what should we be aware of today?
Well, we're going to be playing the same ranges as yesterday. We saw how this market was playing this wide range. It's going to be the same levels. Nothing's really changed overnight. We haven't gotten any clarification, so the market's waiting, and we're still going to be playing the wide ranges. So 38.70 up top, that's been in play. I'm looking 38.40-ish going on up to 38.70 as a potential range area that I can short if there's a setup there. Flip side of that is 3800 going on down to 37.70. That's the range area to play it along if there's a setup there. and you just trade it. You just avoid anything in the middle. You just play wide ranges and see if you can't work something. But again, until this market gets some clarification, this is what you're going to get: wide ranges and just whipsaws all around. We saw 50-point moves down, 50-point moves up, all on immediate turns. So it's not like the market's giving you setup. So once it decides to go, it seems to want to just go. So that's the trade for today. And then we know CPI is coming out soon as well. That's a completely different trade tomorrow. But we should have some clarity, I would imagine, at least a little bit more clarity by the time we get to the close today, so we can set up CPI for tomorrow a little bit better in terms of levels and action and areas that we want to watch. But for now, 38.70 up top and then 37.70 down below.
Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in tomorrow as we get that CPI data again. Make sure you're with us. 8:30 tomorrow. We'll be on a little bit early, possibly even for that number coming out at 8:30. That's a watch list, guys. Make sure you grab that every single day. Absolutely free. No charge whatsoever. All you have to do is hit that link, enter your email address. More than 30,000 getting that every single day. Make sure you're one of those. And then come join us at 8:30 as we set things up for the open. Here's Meta. 11,000 job cuts confirmed as of this morning, or roughly 13% of the overall workforce. We knew this was coming, guys, and here it is finally.
Look, we've been setting up a stop order for Disney breaking through 90. I think it's going to do that. Yeah, look, we've been going long, Meta. I mean, there was announcements of job cuts a couple of days ago for Meta, which is why it was the #1 stock on our list there to go long, and we did exactly do that. I think it was long 95 or something. I'm not going to go back. I'm not going to be able to find the trade. But for today, yeah, man, you're above $100, and it doesn't get any better than that. We already put it on here. Go long through 100. We've already done that. Now we're long again and again. So, you know, this is exactly what Wall Street wanted. I've already talked about this, man. Some of their major shareholders penning letters to Zuckerberg about, hey, dude, like, you guys are spending way too much money. You need to start cutting some back, because they have the revenues, right? They're huge. They're a huge machine, Meta. It's just there's so much talk and there's so much leverage into the metaverse that just hasn't been working, that they need to sort of, you know, cut back on some of these expenditures. Now, I don't know what department these 11,000 jobs have come from, anything like that, and quite frankly, I'm not worried about it. It's cost cutting. It's exactly what Meta needs to be doing, according to everything that I've been reading. They need to get these costs under control, so why not do it, you know, through employees? Now, look, it sucks when people lose their jobs, and I'd hate for, you know, Trader TV Live to go through something similar to that. But, you know, right now, you still have a nice upside move. Meta has a lot of runway. I mean, and there we go right now, man. These were great ideas. And this is why, like, I put it up every single day, right? And I mean, look, people can be long, people can do whatever they want, but like, I stick it out. We put out our necks here. We talk about Meta long. Let's go long on this. Buy drops all day, and dip buys all day. Buy them. We want that long at $100. We have it now. It doesn't look like we have the 100 long because we punched more here, and it just shows what I have left. But you know, it's a big move. It's $1.70 in the money if you still have it. We do. We're up a decent amount of money on this name today. I still say you buy all the dips, but hey, if you're against Meta and you think it's run too far here, then yeah, you have your 102 and you're going to have areas to get out. Obviously, when you're looking at a daily chart, there's going to be not too many levels there. You have a 104, 103.50 coming into play on this drop down where we sort of started that day right there, 103.30. So, you know, maybe that's a top that you can look at. But for me, I'm breaking longs all day until something changes in this market. I mean, imagine Meta's up 5% today and the NASDAQ is down 0.6. So I don't know the last time that happened, which that, you know, Meta could fade out a little bit here. If it's holding 101.50 right now, pretty good. If it breaks back down below 101, we'll get out of this trade and then just regroup it. But we're already really done really well today on this. We're up half our daily goal, and it's been a great day here for Meta.
Yeah, Meta was the first thing that I looked at when I woke up this morning in terms of that wasn't crypto related. Because we've been waiting around for this to happen, right? Like, you wanted to see some actual firm change from Zuckerberg, and that's what you eventually got. I'm just going to lay it out because what I looked at and how I sort of came up with what I was watching was I always look at these big inflection levels. 98 was the one dip buy that I really loved. If we could have got down there, because you had that little gap and you had all kinds of resistance. And I love when you turn resistance into support, but it doesn't go there. And then the next level up was just simply 100. So I'm long 100 twice, and I think there's room to 105. So that's why I have my note here today that as long as this has not, if we're above either of these two levels and you haven't gotten to 105, then I want to be looking for some longs. And if it gets to 105, I think there's a short up there. So it's just like a standard. Look at what happens when liquidity goes away in a stock, and that's a big downward push, and then find the levels based off of that. It's pretty clear what this looked like below that 98, and then you can pretty much see the day before it failed 98, there's your 98 bottom, there's your 100 top. And then if you go the day before that, your top is at 105. So that's where I'm sort of looking at things here with Meta. It doesn't mean it can't be a short at any point today. I mean, if it breaks 98, if the market were to have some weird capitulation kind of day and you broke 98, then that would come in play for me for shorts. Otherwise, it would have to be that 105 before I'm looking in the other direction.
All right, let's go on to Disney. Not a good look for Disney on the streaming side of things. $1.5 billion worth of a loss in the quarter for just the streaming division, which was much higher than expected. They also pointed to further competition. Problem, is this going to be a problem, first of all, going forward? I just saw TikTok cut their ad forecast, ad revenue forecast for the remainder of this year and next year. So Disney not looking good here as far as the streaming side of things is concerned. That said, subscribers were higher as well in the quarter.
Yeah, like there was probably not going to be good things to come from the park side of it, and because what's been going down. The costs are up because of some of the associated costs with COVID and the lockdowns, and then you've had some issues with the cruises as well. So that side of it, okay, fine. Like everyone probably expected that, but like they just lost way more money than anticipated. And then Netflix basically came out and said how hard it is to do this and actually turn a profit, which Disney. Okay, to their credit, they're saying they're going to be able to do that by 24, but we need to see it happen. Like the numbers are getting there, and then you know what? There's another positive here. They're bringing the ad. We know they're going to come with the ad spend. With the ad service in a couple of months, actually by the end of the year, and they're doing some cost increases as well. So to the extent that they're able to pass those down the line, they've been pretty successful with that. The other streamers have been relatively successful with that. If they're able to pull that off, I can see them being able to get to that profitability by 24 on the streaming side. But it's like this quarter is to prove it for me. So I want to see next quarter's numbers before I'm actually believing a little bit further in that. I think you can turn the corner. But until then, this is what 90 looks like. There's your July bottom. There's your October bottom, and we're $1.20 away from it at 90 even. And when I look at a gap down on earnings, one of the first things I always say is, okay, well, what happens to that big support or that level where you bounce? It just immediately turned into resistance, right? So we haven't been able to get a 93 bottom, couldn't get through 93 this morning. So it's a fade to 93 if you even get 93. And then 90 is the only other level I want to look at for Disney. I wish it could be bullish on this one. In the short term, I think you got to wait another quarter here, or you know what, or it could just maybe drop enough through this 90 level that it could become a little bit of a value. But big disappointment for them, especially after Netflix flat out crushed it. And Netflix never got to that 250. It's actually trading up at like 267. If you see that, that's a place to buy it on the day trade. As a matter of fact, let me just go to Netflix very quickly here because I do like this level at 267 on Netflix. It's pretty solid for resistance. If it gets up there, maybe a scalp short. But if it breaks out from there, you got like $6 or $7 to the next level up. So, Netflix, maybe it's not, it's like $4 away right now. So I guess it's not that close to it. But tale of two cities when it comes to Disney and Netflix for the time being. If we see 250 again, I'm definitely going to be buying Netflix on the day trade.
I got to give a big shout out here to our kitchen administrator. Because yesterday, I ran into her and I was like, hey, we should grab some honey around here. And then today we just go over there and because yesterday I brought these in, the honey from the wife. She went there and got those for me. And then today it's like, boom. We have a huge thing of honey right up in here.
I thought these were like,
Yeah, it's the same.
I thought it was like a cough drop or something. I didn't realize it was actual. That's actual honey.
Yeah, this is Canadian honey there. Well, but right there. So shout out to kitchen administrator.
I didn't even notice it. So I actually put honey or syrup I don't use sugar to sweeten like tea and coffee. I only use honey, or I prefer maple syrup, because if you've never had maple syrup in coffee, you haven't lived.
You put honey in coffee?
You've never done that?
No, I don't put sugar in coffee.
Dude, it's the only sweeteners for me is syrup and honey.
I don't know. Thanks, Brian James. Yeah, I feel a lot better right there. But there it is, man. So we're going to quote one more time. Like I said, most people, might not come into work if they weren't feeling too good. I feel fine. It's the voice. So we're all good to go here, ready to rock and roll. Looking at Meta, I know you guys just talked about Disney a little bit there. For me, I've already have the short through 90. This company's just a burning hot mess of fire. I actually hate Disney. I'm very disappointed in their earnings call and this release. I mean, this has been pretty disastrous, man. They were actually pretty good off of last earnings. They did a nice little bump up here, all the way to 126. They filled that gap, and then since then it's just been puking to the downside, which is kind of funny because their parks business I thought was doing really well. I have a lot of friends that have just been there recently and that are there right now. I was talking to somebody that was literally there, yet is there now, and he was telling me, he's like, Magic Kingdom's great, but just not for adults. The lineups were absolutely ridiculous there, and they were having a great time, but you know what? When you're burning through that kind of spend there to develop the streaming business, which is not even really that good, I just wonder about, how much cash they're spending. You want to worry about Meta. These guys burning through a lot of cash too. And then Bob Chapek came out and said that they're not going to be positive on this until 2024. Well, if you want to sit around and wait for that, that's great. But for me, no thank you. So I am definitely, after this show, going to be reviewing what my holdings are on Disney. I felt the same way about this thing up here at 180. I was lucky enough to get out when we broke. Actually, I was lucky enough to get out up here at 180 before we broke to the downside. So I'm going to review how many shares I have. I'm not buying any more, and I like the short break here through 90 on Disney right now. So that's what I'm looking at right here. They are the biggest name on the market on open and balance locator. 250,000 shares to the downside. So, nothing else really on here. I'm surprised I don't see Roblox on here at all. But for right now, not much on here as far as tradable names. Like, there's tradable names, but the sizes aren't going to really reflect anything. So it's really just Disney. I'm waiting for that 90 break. The 52-week low is 90.20. So let's get that broken. Let's get this level broken, and let's short anything. I wrote on here short 95 on the list here, but unfortunately, when I wrote that, it was 7 o'clock. Like, we're up here at 93. So I wish I just would have shorted this then. But I was waiting for 95 just because it was, again, a sort of a number that I wanted to look at. So nothing about that. As right now, Facebook, the name that we have long, starting to rip up back up to the upside. So I would say, like Lucas said, Doge to the moon. Let's see if that happens right now. Actually, Dogecoin does have at least some kind of a possible use case if and when it gets announced about some sort of payment for Twitter and things like that. So I don't even want to trash talk Dogecoin anymore. I don't think it's worth even talking about any coins, honestly, unless they're building something and they're doing something with the coin, because we've already seen what happened there with FTT. It turns out you could just issue these coins whenever you want to whomever you want.
That's the whole thing.
And that's the whole point. So that's why I'm saying, like, if you're going to be smart about crypto right now, I feel like you have to get something like an Ethereum or a Bitcoin where at least there's some kind of actionable behind the scenes.
I think most people's
doings.
Most people are so just concerned right now with, like, it's where do you hold it? Like, this is the strong case for essentially just having storage, because really it's like how many, like the exchanges that you trusted the most, and we're going to talk about crypto. It's actually the next thing on there, so at least Fahad isn't that, to be honest. But that's your real concern. It's like, where are you holding it with? You would have been confident with FTX, and at this point, people are probably asking themselves how confident they feel about Coinbase. Like, there's no chance that of course people are feeling that. And this isn't going to be done. There's just way too many people invested in this. And I guess we'll let you lead into this one, but Brendan, but Coinbase feels like it's headed towards a 10% down day, already 7.5. And I'm possibly kicking, I'm not really kicking myself, but I'm certainly thinking about what that 50 level, I know I wanted 50, and I don't usually trade something like this. There's no point trading it that early. Liquidity is not that good, but yeah, I don't know if we're going to see that 50 again for a bit of a fade. Now you're just breaking lows, and how low can you go? It's like limbo around here, Brendo.
I have one person who's confident in Coinbase for you, and that is Kathy Wood, guys. ARK in there yesterday buying up Coinbase to the tune of 420,949 shares after the FTX news came out. So heads up on ARK buying up coin. They also sold 1 million shares worth of Robinhood. So, I mean, at least Kathy Wood has some confidence in Coinbase.
Okay. I mean, at this point, it's like, it gets a little predictable because if major holding goes down significantly, just look for the turn on big volume at the bottom because there's a whale buyer and you know exactly who it is. So I almost feel like that should just be a thing. Like anytime like one of her big names is down a ton, just wait until either like late morning or early afternoon. If you get a double bottom, just take it. But look, I'll be shorting pops in this 1 to 50. I now have to respect this 48 bottom that just got taken out here and start thinking about fading into that because you're really getting into rarefied air. Like once you get past these levels, you got 44 and then 41, and then that's pretty much it in terms of where the stock has been on the way back into this downside. So I'm going to favor the shorts. It hasn't had a green day since it failed the 50-period moving average at $70. That's about as clean of a downtrend as you can get. And like I said with Intel for a while, it's like you just you want to be going that one direction until it stops working. It's just that simple. And you're willing to lose, right? Like the day that it turns out that it's green, you're willing to lose on that day. It's just that simple.
I mean, Kathy Wood needs to be firing people or doing something more productive than buying these POSs. I mean, honestly, I don't understand. Like, is Kathy Wood still calling Tesla to 5,000? What was her price target? Is she still calling Bitcoin to 100 or 500,000? Whatever her levels were. Like, come on. At some point, we got to say to ourselves, like, why is this even being discussed? I mean, Kathy Wood is just a hot mess. I mean, no matter what you say about, I mean, we can call up ARK, whatever. It's just like, I almost feel like she's burning money almost like on purpose. Like, hey, let's see how low we can let our stock go. I mean, it's one of those things where it's just an absolute disgrace on some of these stocks that she's picking. I mean, it's crazy. We saw back in, so there was, and I'm never going to forget this because Kevin O'Leary picked it, and he's a friend of the show. And I remember when he picked ARK back when it was Super Bowl time, he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna, what I would put in my portfolio would be ARK." That was up here, like $77, $78. It's down to $34 right now at 52-week lows and breaking lower. So I don't even really want to discuss like decisions that Kathy Wood's making. Some of the calls have been just so bad that if you followed her, you might as well follow Sam Bankman-Fried. Like, these guys are just absolutely nightmares. It's very easy to anoint yourself or be called a genius. I mean, Jim Cramer called Sam Bankman-Fried JP Morgan of the crypto. There's certain things that these guys, they get so much respect when things are going right, and then when the house is on fire, they're just kind of like adding more fuel to it. It's kind of like they're the Fed all over again. So I'm not happy with Coinbase, obviously, as it continues to go down, and I feel bad. We had this discussion live on the show yesterday. I got my first cold storage wallet, I think it was 3 Christmases ago, something like that. So, I mean, putting your coins off exchange is not, something that's new. A lot of you guys should already be doing that.
It's the entire point of the exercise.
Yeah, the decentralization.
From the beginning, it was the entire point of it. All this centralization and leverage, that's just a bunch of regular Wall Street stuff, man. Like, all this leverage and nonsense, that's how you get into trouble in the first place. We're supposed to be avoiding all of that, and it's like barreling in more.
This is what I mean. Like, it doesn't seem like there's a reason for all this. That's why things like GBTC, BTCC in Canada, BITO, whether or not, I mean, look, these all have expenses and stuff like that, MERs, things like that are associated with them, and it does suck to have to pay a couple percent to have someone manage your Bitcoin position. But at the same time, maybe it is better to get involved. And look, this has been a dumpster fire as well. Like, what is this run by Cathie Wood? BITO comes out here basically at the height of crypto at $45 and is now down to $10. So, I mean, whether or not you believe in Bitcoin or not, I think there is now reason to think that maybe it's a little bit safer to either put something on exchange, like on the Amex or on NYSE, ARC, something like that. Not ARC, sorry, GBTC on the pink sheets, rather than holding the coins themselves, unless you are going to go cold storage. But I still have faith. I don't think Coinbase is going insolvent or anything like that. And tell me if I'm wrong, but I don't know if any of you guys have coins on FTX. You could still, like, if you're holding Ethereum there, you could still withdraw that. I mean, it's not too late to do any of that stuff. Their problem was just with the coin itself, so the FTT coin. So I feel like that's still good over there. Binance is a great exchange as well. I mean, I'm not associated at all with any of those guys, but I think there still are some exchanges. You just got to make sure you do your due diligence.
Couple more to get through here. Let's talk Roblox and AMC. A few things to note on RBLX. There was a super chat there for Affirm as well, guys. If you want to rewind, we talked about it just before 9 o'clock. So a heads up on AFRM. There was probably 850, 855. Roblox, downside today. Both top and bottom line numbers missed. The active daily users number did see a little bit of an uptick. So it was a small increase on active daily users, but missed, though, top and bottom line. AMC, same story. Wider Q3 net loss. They said, yeah, there's no good movies to watch anymore for AMC.
Ouch. I don't know. I'm excited to watch Wakanda Forever, although, quite frankly, I probably will just wait for it to be on Disney+. But look,
that's the problem.
That's the problem. I am the problem. Like, I am hardcore. Like, I was that person who loved to go to the theaters. I mean, absolutely loved to go to the theaters. And I'm a huge what
nerd has changed,
Marvel
though?
fan.
I still like to go to theaters.
No, I do. It's just,
what changed for you?
I know exactly what changed. It's having kids, right? Like, I'm not taking my 5-year-old.
No, but you used to go with your wife to see a movie. So
she's not into it anymore either. I don't know. It's weird. It's like ever since COVID, we just have not gone back. And maybe it's because we just keep catching up on things that are available in streaming and we haven't exhausted them. Maybe I'm just different. But the Roblox was down at $32 when the earnings came out. When we first talked about this, I gotta get to this because it's now up like 10% off of the lows. It's still down 10%, but it is now bounced to full 10%. So my entire plan for this is completely changed because that hole doesn't break the low, only one place to go. Well, this 32, you're not waiting for 32 at this point. It's gone. So Roblox looks like it's in the midst of a breakout. I can't chase it up here. I don't want to fade it until, whoops, that's a 3-minute. I really don't want to fade it until you get at least closer to like this 37. So 32, 37, have to ignore Roblox at that 35 area. Just to go back to Affirm, we did talk a little bit about this one. Look, I'm shorting it if it gets to 15, no question. If it holds 13 at the open, then I definitely like that one for a bit of a long trade there. If it can hold 13 at the open, like that's at least something which is at said key level. Resistance in the aftermarket, support in the pre-market. Bounces off that, I'd go long with the stop right at the bottom. Tight stop because I think it's trash. But if it does get to 15, that's the obvious fade. And if it starts holding below 13, then I would structure short into the lows down at 12. And this obviously SSR as well. All of these beaten up names are short sell restricted that have reported earnings. In terms of Affirm, in terms of Upstart, Roblox, still all the SSR at the open.
All right, let's get ready to rock and roll here, man. We only have a couple minutes. Let's double check the imbalance locator right now. Disney to the sell side, Mullen to the sell side here as NASDAQ gets updated now. XPEV and NEO both to the downside as well. Those are Chinese ADRs in the space. So, all right, let's go over here. Coinbase, whatever, man. I'm not even really looking at that. I will look at it, but I have other things right now. Like, I think Disney definitely goes to the downside. We got to go to Brendan, apparently. What's up?
Just wanted to mention this is on Twitter already, guys, but this Veru halt might be a while, just a heads up. There's an FDA panel review underway currently for this COVID-19 drug. So still halted news pending. Typically, these types of review halts will last quite some time. So just heads up.
Yeah, thanks for that, Brendan. Yeah, don't want to ignore that one. There was another one, I think Clovis or something was also halted as well. I want to get to the chips just very quickly. I want to get to some of the chip names. Do I like Intel short today? Yeah, I do. I'm not going to see 29s that we got yesterday, or that the market gave you yesterday, that 29 level, which has been a fantastic short. But you have another head and shoulder situation where you can have 28.5 as resistance. I don't want to be thinking about the longs off 28 even. I'm really more just looking at that 28.5 and that 29 for a couple of fade ideas on that one. And we already talked about Tesla as well. So the other name in momentum space, NVIDIA, I like, usually to the long side, but your testing is 140 already and looking pretty weak. Down 3% is NVIDIA. So that 140 is a pretty interesting bounce. Just keep in mind, like they tend to move a little bit with crypto, right? So if there's a relief rally to be had in some of these crypto names, at least I might be looking at that 140 on NVIDIA. But not going to be taking this one off for the open. It does feel like I'll need to see it hold that. We have Tony back on the bell with only 20 seconds here to go. Watch out for that Coinbase. I want to short to 48 on that. And then while the bottom is in right now, Robinhood at that 950 level as well. Lots to watch. Even Upstart, which we barely even talked about. Crazy. That's down over 20%. Tony, oh, I like that bell lower. In 3, 2, and 1. That's a new shot.
Alrighty then.
always do that?
Yeah, let's watch AMC in case it does break through 550 here. Not open yet on the NYSE, so hopefully that could happen right now to the upside. Let's wait to see what does go on there. Quick little look at Coinbase as we wait for AMC to see what it's doing. Coinbase still not doing much. It looks like hanging out here at 46.70, probably to the downside here at Coinbase. I didn't even pay for shorts. I got to do that.
Yeah, exactly. And we just immediately had a bit of a test there at that 13 on a firm. It got to about like 13.20. That's not close enough that I would be immediately on that bid. So we'll give it some time to test that low for real and then try to grab a bit of a dead cat bounce along off it. Roblox, just only in meta right now. But just looking at this Roblox, that just turned pretty heavily off of 35.5. So it looks like it's putting in a bit of a pullback. I still want to wait for that 37 level. Meta is now up to this 102 area. 102 level again, so it has a bit of a double top on it. If you break, I think there's room to that 105. And Tesla, southbound, as usual.
Yeah, I'm just...
oh, that's not real.
I'm going to get some shorts here for Coinbase because I guess you got to be able to short that. I was looking for AMC as well.
Oh, it couldn't even get Hood.
If it breaks down... Oh, shoot, Hood. Yeah, that's another name
No,
there.
oh, it's well, okay.
I have so much to do here. It's ridiculous.
Oh, my goodness, that's right.
Oh, Coin was the other name that I wanted. So
Oh,
here's
my
Coin.
God.
We're going to watch out for that one. Get a couple 100 shares or 1,000 shares here for Coinbase. Okay, we are now into the short for AMC. So it did break that 520. Or did it? Yeah, I guess it did. I don't want to hold this past 530. So in case we're wrong here, let's get out of Coinbase. Looks like someone is, sorry, on AMC, it looked like someone was trying to drive that up a little bit. I guess it broke 520 and then stopped. So mistake there. But yeah, so
look at,
I should be looking at other names for
no,
sure.
Robinhood, man, it was down over 10% yesterday. So
Yes,
not,
of course.
only down 4. It was SSR. So I'm like, why didn't I get the 950 break? Well, because it was short sell restricted. It goes all the way down to 927. And look, if I have to catch it on the way back to the upside, that's just how it is. I just got into Coinbase in front of that 48 level, and on any pop, I'm going to try and take this, Robinhood. Robinhood if I can catch it, but Coin fails the bottom, now right up into this 48. We'll see if we can scalp some back down into that 47, see who wants to go. Meta's now through 102
Yes,
and
let's
continues
go.
to churn. But Coinbase now trying to make a move back into that upside. Tesla, watch out, Tesla just cracked 188. Jeez, Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla's been a dumpster fire. We've talked about that for a hell of a long time, man. Anybody still long Tesla? I don't know. All right, so we did short Robinhood at 40. It did go down to 30. We didn't take any profit. Meta just dropped back in as well, by the way, right there.
That was a big
Meta
turn.
just big time flush there on Meta. That means I go long. So there it is. We'll go more long here on Meta against that $100 level. And again, I don't know whether or not it holds or not. We're just going to be here for that. There it is. A nice little reload on there. Let's see if it can go back up to that 102, 102.50. But it did just dump out there. AMC flushed that down as that takes out 530 again. Maybe that was the bottom. 10 cents worth of a hit is fine. If it breaks 550, we're going to go long. But look at that. You want to be here for it? Look at that reload on Meta, man. Sometimes it's just that easy. So there it is. Nice little in on Meta at 101, out at 101.80. So there's a quick 80 cents on that one. And see you later, alligator. Let's wait to see what happens with Disney now, as there it is taking through 90.
That actually broke.
Oh yeah, that broke. That's
Give me
not
a
stopping.
break. No, I didn't get it. That's the thing that's killing me. But I did get so we just got that Coinbase. It's already down back to 47 even, so it is starting to flush back in a little bit here.
We having fun yet, boys?
These markets are coming back into that downside. I got to go to Tesla for you. Get out of Coinbase. Yeah, sure, it's working, but who cares? We're about to get to yesterday's low on Tesla here. 186.5 is that bottom. I want to fade every single pop you can get. I want to get to Microsoft in a quick second, but man, Coinbase starting to break. There's a monster bid at 47 even on Coinbase, so I'm going to take some shares out in front of said bid and then look for that next breakdown. So someone's stacking it up there at 47, leading me to want to take another exit. But a quick little turn, hood down towards its lows. I'll get over to Affirm in a quick second, but I got to get some shares off of this Coinbase trade.
Man, we only say this every single day, man. You gotta follow the yellow brick road, although it's green today. The sticky note. Look at this move, man. We are short 89.98. So we got no slippage on this for some reason. Big time move to the down. Wow, why am I even getting out of this POS? Disney, downside. We talked about how much we hate this company. The only problem I had was I was going to reevaluate after the show. So I got to log in there and see how many shares I do have of this position. But there it is. Nice little downside move for that one. I mean, like... What's up to Brian James, man? You said that my day was already done. Now it's done times a few more. Nice little move there also for Robinhood. We took that one to the downside as well. Just got some out there on Robinhood. Really good, man. 25s, 28s, things like that. There it is, man. Capture that profit all over the place. Disney, big time flushing. And we got an 88.40 fill. Wow. Maybe it's going to retrace back up, but I don't know, man. Let's see if Disney continues to fall the rest of the day. We're on one once again here today.
Yeah, it's all about it. Like, just look at that preparation. It's all about the prep. That's what you need to be able to do. Upstart, we forgot. There was so much moving. I know we kind of forgot about Upstart, but Upstart did get to that low and didn't break it. It dropped all the way from 15.5 to 14 bucks and then bounced off it like an absolute champion. So this does feel like it's put in that wick bottom, and if you hold the low, there's only one place to go. So 14 longs on Upstart are going to make some sense to me. I did finally get into, look, I obviously got into Coinbase. I got into Robinhood as well, to set downside. And here comes Tesla charging back. 187 back into 190. So it is giving you a second opportunity in here. The opening range bottom was at 191. I'm going to take a shot off that 190 level if I can there. I said I would get to Affirm, but then Tesla decided to want to come back into that 190 level. Affirm did bounce off of that 13, but it really took it out. So that's not 13 holding. That's 13 breaking down to 1280. So no long for me on that Affirm 13. I'm going to try and get some Tesla to add to the two shorts we have.
Affirm. Okay, I was gonna say, I thought maybe
it did break 13. Well, it doesn't.
Okay, yeah. My 13 in my head was Lucid, so I was waiting for that to break. Too. But that did not break. All right, we tried to get more out there at 102 and actually missed the fill when we just went up there on Meta. So we're gonna try to watch out for that one. You guys wanted me to trade, and I mean, this is the thing. You guys wanted me to trade more names that were sub, $10 or $100. Well, we're on that again. Look at Robinhood. We just reloaded that again. So, I mean, this stock just continues to be awesome to the downside there for Robinhood. Another reload, 3 reloads short, getting them out here. This is what trading's all about. And there it is again. Hit the damn sirens one more time because, yeah, here we go again. Nice upside move in Meta. So there, wow, Hood, another one. We just got out 24, 25 down here. This has been an amazing day so far today. We're going to go 3 for, well, we missed on AMC, but we're having a big, big day here today as AMC back to 30, not really doing too much. Robinhood now, see you later to that downside. Good reload on that position. Give it to him, Brendan.
Vax, guys, big move up here, 10% almost already for Novavax. Just took out that high from aftermarket. On this note, the UK approving their vaccine for booster shots in adults for NVAX.
Oh, I knew NVAX was in play there. If there's one that's going to be a hit, it might be Tesla. It's now testing 193. There's your consolidation bottom on Tesla. I like 95 for a break, so I really don't want this to the long side unless it's breaking out or maybe holding that 190 in for a higher low. But Tesla now making a big churn into the upside. 193 is going to be the out. We're now 103s on Meta. 105 is the out. And now that you've broken 102, 102 is my new dip buy entry, but it is Tesla that I got to be concerned with. Might take the first L there. Coinbase is at a reload spot. There's the break on Tesla. So I'm out. Got to take the L there. And then there's a reload spot going to be on Coinbase at 48. I'm going to be short this thing pretty much, I don't want to say all day long, but it would probably have to break 50 for me not to want to be into this one to the south side. So I just reloaded on Coinbase. I said I'd go to Affirm, still holding right around that 13. If it picks south side off that 13 level, then I want to only be looking short. But I think it's still deciding what it wants to do. And then just coming right on back over to Upstart. This one was the crazy one. Dropping 10% plus, now actually catching a pretty strong bid. I don't think we'll see that 14 again. Guess I'm going to have to give up on that long at the low on Upstart. It is only going to the upside. Hood is holding 925, so I got to get some out there in front of the quarters and then work down toward 9 even on Robinhood.
Yeah, Robinhood's been such a good trade, man. So solid, so much money. Okay, Meta as well. Let's just keep on going, man. We talked about, some stuff mooning here today, and yeah, Meta definitely has done that. The number one name here on the sticky note, long off 100. That's exactly what it's been giving you. But there's a nice little pull up to 103. I said maybe we would stop at 103, so I should have taken my own advice there, because that's a decent pullback there for that one. Disney's still hovering near the low side, so all good on that. Now let's just go back over to our sticky note now just to have a quick look. So AMC, unfortunately that sucks, man. This is going to be a drop off for me. That's kind of a sucky trade for me there. I'm not too happy about what happened on AMC because we did take that 520 break. That was the low of the day, low of the 52-week low breaking. It just held. So, we got out of the way, and that all makes sense now. Disney coming back. Hood still going to the down. There we go. We just got another fill at 20 on Robinhood there. So that was good. But yeah, not much right now. We're just going to continue to review our positions, look at the sticky note, and have a look at Amazon when we get back from Brendan.
More earnings, guys. Plug Power on a nice move here. Wider loss. They missed sales estimates by quite a ways as well, but a nice move anyways for Plug, up 10%. Barely a red candle since the open here for Plug.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many of these that report. You had to pick and choose. That Mac stock, like a Mack truck, head to the downside. I said I had one idea for the short. It needed to get to the high. Sure, I could have entered it off that little bit of a pop there, but that would have been risking $1 when I was looking to risk off the $14.50. So if it gets down to $10, I think that could be at least an interesting level for Mac. Unfortunately, not a heck of a lot doing there. You mentioned AMC. I didn't really talk about this one, but $5.15 where it bounced is exactly the bottom from a couple of days ago when I was here last. So 515, solid. If it breaks that, I am looking for some shorts on AMC, but not looking like it wants to break. We talked about Meta. We talked about some of the big cap names. We did not talk about Apple. Very quickly, as the market is bouncing off of 3,800 on the S&P 500 futures. At the same time, Apple just bounced off 137. So this low, pretty key. If the market takes out 38, you want to hold on to your shorts. Apple 137 also in play. Apple having a bad day to start.
Yeah. Well, the market is, down 0.8 right now. Apple worse than the market, so good call on that one. All right, so Disney did retrace back up. Didn't even realize that. That would have been another short there at 90. So we'll get the piece out here at 89 again as it comes back down in. So that's going to be another play that we're looking at here. I'm still not convinced about this market going up. So I'm just going to try to look for some shorts, as many shorts as we possibly can here today. So let's just continue with that. Hopefully we're able to find something that can get us a decent trade here, because now it's 942. Although the market
starts halted up.
Up, yeah, see? And that's UPST. So that's, oops, I don't have it on here. UPST, hold on a second, guys. There it is right there. Yeah, well, that's again a buck. Yeah, a buck up. That shouldn't have halted it, but
no,
it
should not
have. Anyways, but there it is. That's why I don't like to trade these things. It's just like, they're just too wild. They're too all over the place. Like, there's a firm. So you would say, oh, I'm going to be short a firm, but now you're losing on that trade, right? So you kind of short the crappy ones, and sometimes does not work out. But if you're shorting crappy names, there's no crappier one than Robinhood or Disney today, so both working out. I'm just going to put a stop here on Disney. If it takes, I literally have 10% left, so Disney is going to be my number one. That's wrong. Meta is my number one stock, but Disney is a very, very close second. So if you break back above 90, man, I'm just going to get out and then just call that a day and then re-look at it if and when I need to for Disney. But right now, yeah, looking for some relative strength and weakness. I know you sort of got run over a little bit there on Tesla because of the strength.
Which is annoying. Because the first thing I actually wrote down for myself on Tesla when I tweeted it out was, hey, he already sold here, and it usually bounces after that. But when it broke down, I'm like, oh, man, if your momentum down, there's room to 180. So that could go crazy to the upside. But we did take the stop, and I should have been looking for long structured. I wasn't. Roblox, I said I wouldn't touch it in the middle. Well, it's getting pretty close to the top. It's now at 30, almost hit that $37 level that I was looking for. So big moves in Upstart, big moves in Roblox back into the upside. That 37 to 38, that's that gap window that I'm looking to be able to fade. So patience with Roblox, at least, as it now finally gets to this level. If it does make a bit of a turn, I think there's a lot of room. Just that bounce on the futures, I was looking for something that follows the futures to go long, and didn't like where Nvidia was doing. I didn't like what Apple was doing, but Microsoft was pretty solid the other day. Hit enter twice the other day, and Microsoft holding well. Double bottom, now looking to break out. So I like Microsoft for a little bit of, it's down on the day, but at least a little bit of relative strength. Softy off this 226.5 bottom, and it could break out at that 228 level, but I'd rather buy the dips into what I thought and still think is a pretty weak market. So wait for your price if you like the long.
Yeah, for sure. That's what I was doing. What I meant to say there about Tesla was just that yesterday we were shorting into this level. Neil wasn't here. We were, oh man, it's not going to load up. We had these 95 shorts right there. So yesterday's key level there of 195, I should have myself noticed that and been short Tesla myself up there at 195. But we'll see if it gets back up to there. Who knows? This is one of those days again here. What's up, Brendan?
Big move yesterday off earnings for this one, GRWG. Trying to add to that today, just took out that high there from yesterday, 465. Nice move again, 6% for Grow Generation.
6%.
Well, that was the other thing to be looking at. But the problem is we don't really have any firm answer with some of the with the elections going on. So some of this stuff has to wait. But I was looking at DraftKings because we do know that bill went against them. But they're not really doing a heck of a lot. So bounced off $12, that's a good sign. I really wanted this, I guess, breaking down off of this level. So that's not really happening on DraftKings. I'll have to matriculate away from that. I do know I like shorts on Intel. It did break 28. I should have just taken the bottom break, but I liked fading off 28.5 as it comes higher. I want to be able to short off of that yesterday's high, that 28.50 level. Robinhood did make a pretty decent bottom there, close to $9. If it rolls over again from that breakdown, I want to jump back into those shorts, and we're getting close to that 50 on coin. So I want to stay net short, but if it breaks 50, then I'm hunting back for a bigger level to work off of as Coinbase is getting a bit of a relief rally. Here in Tesla, for all of that talk, is now looking to break out at this 195 potentially. So it has a wick top right now off that 195. But if it gets there again and starts holding, Tesla could go, and you could see a 200, but it has to get through that 195 first. I'm not convinced until you're holding bids above that price.
All right. Should be all good here moving forward. One of our buddies is coming by here this afternoon. That should be fun. Disney is now at 52-week lows. Okay, that was easy. Not much more easier than that. Other than this, bang again. Look at that reload on Hood. Another one. I mean, another reload here on the high take and then out as we start to dip back in again. So today's been one of these kind of days for us. Besides AMC, I want to give a big congratulations to anybody that's traded this really well because I did not. There we go. Thoughts on Lucid? Good call. Let's go over and look at Lucid one more time here heading in. So, all right, Lucid, Amazon. All right, Lucid, there's making, shoot. Still downside moves here on Lucid. We're going to have to go over and pay for shorts. What is the 52-week low here on Lucid? 1187. So looks like it wants to break 12 and then it's see you later. Let me just test it with 100 shares. Oh, we do have shorts. Okay, so we can short. I think it's a short on this 12 break, guys, for Lucid. So won't have to pay for those shorts, but it is SSR, meaning that it's low right now. So you got to trade it like it's 10% down. So you're not going to be able to short it as soon as it breaks 12, but still should be something there. I like to short into 12. Look at this, man. You want to like Robinhood, really? Look at that reload. Sometimes it's just so easy. It's down to 925 right now. All right, let's just put a bid. I can't believe we missed that. Hopefully, there it goes, out at 24 there. Even getting paid to take the trade as well at 24. So a great reload there on Robinhood, man. Between that and Meta, some great trades happening here today, guys.
And Disney does get back up to 90. It didn't quite get back to 90, but it is now holding now at 89 even. It looks like that one's going to be completely in the tank. I want to go back over to, look, Veru's halted. I saw someone asking in the chat. Veru is a news-based halt, so we don't know when it's going to open back up. And if I get any indication, 100% we'll let you guys know. Upstart was a liquidity halt. it is now open back to the upside. And look, wick top, take 16 out. If I see that setup, I'm almost always thinking shorts, but it has to break back down here. It actually looks like it wants to head to the upside. So this is normally like, yeah, wick top off a halt. I'm shorting this breakdown here beneath that 15.5, but it's still churning to the upside, and I want to be patient with it. And if you miss it, you miss it. I think it's worthwhile if you do get that short to be able to come back in. Roblox is now fading off that 36 and a half level. It did not get through 37. There's a wick top there. I'll short this at that 36.5 once I can get in. Brendo, what's up, bud?
There's lots of strength guys in weed names today. Here's CGC up 6.5, testing that high from yesterday on decent volume. It's worth mentioning as well. There's also this ETF, MSOS, the cannabis ETF, just straight to the upside so far. Still looking for a reason for this, but nice moves for cannabis names today.
I think it's because, yeah, it was more of the Democrats a little bit better there yesterday, I guess, faring than the Republicans. I mean, I don't know. That could be the only thought that I had. Unfortunately, we'll slap a fail on Lucid. It's not unfortunate. We have the short, but we had to get 91s. Like, there was nothing to do. It broke 12, and it just kept falling and falling, and because it's SSR, my order just didn't fill because I can't take out the bid. So there goes Lucid just falling down into the downside as we are right now at 1.5 daily goal for that. So it's been big, man. Part of the reason why we're just cleaning up today is just because of the sticky note. So, if you ever need some trade ideas, holler at your boy. We have all of these all over the sticky note today. Every trade I have on right now: Meta long 100, Amazon short, we didn't have that, Hood short, Disney short, AMC short. That's the bad one. And then here's Lucid. So, they're all on here. We're taking advantage of it. We just cashed out more on Robinhood right there. So we're doing the best possibly we can. We have the best shorts we could have other than that open. So good trading in there for that. Good trading for Meta. I don't have that many shares in Meta, but I just keep on letting it go to the upside. I feel like now 103, maybe we'll just get it out. But if this market ever turns around, Meta's going to fly. So lots of potential there. We talked about an out at 90 on Disney. That never hit. So now we just come right back to the downside. This also could be that trade of the day, breaking 90, breaking the 52-week low here for this company. But they're all here, man. All right, here goes, that's Lucid right here. Still making moves to the downside. I'm going to just get some out because, honestly, this has been a nice move short. We called this short. We were able to get it. So, hey, let's cash out before this goes back up to the upside.
Yeah, speaking of back into the upside, Upstart did make a push right back off you. So, look, it's SSR. So, getting that short on the way back down, it just bounced off VWAP. If you can't get it on the way down, I'm not chasing it back on the way into said upside. I talked about Apple there and then saying I liked a little Microsoft for a bit of a dip buy. I have my bids in there, but Microsoft now holding VWAP. So it might just end up being a clean break off this 228. First time it failed. If we're going to hold a higher low and the market wants to bounce, I do like Softy. But we're back to 3,800, which means lean onto your shorts. I'm done waiting for Intel. At this particular point, if it wants to tell me it can't get above 28, then I just got to take it here. If the market takes out the lows, this stock should be toast, at least off these levels. Brendo?
More earnings, guys. Invitae, former runner, former retail favorite as well. NVTA, there's a 17% short interest on this. They beat Q3 earnings, so huge move here. 26% so far for NVTA.
Okay, another one of those Cathie Wood darlings. We'll have a look to see how that one's been performing. All right, so there it is, man. We are now 20 cents in the money as we flush Lucid down the toilet. You're now at 71. It really sucks, man. Like, it's okay. Like, honestly, it doesn't matter. We were trying to get like even 1,000 shares or something short. At 12 would have been nice, but unfortunately, nothing hit, and now we don't have that many shares as it just continues to go to the downside there again. Look at this, man. How many one-and-done trades do we have today? Disney, boom. Robinhood. We were lucky enough to reload it, but still, all the way down to the bottom there. Lucid, that should have been at 12. Nothing we could do. Meta at 100, although we have multiple trades, but, this one's been a good one. Oh, yeah, if we break right now, we're out. Breaking through 102, we're going to get out on Meta if we break below that, so we just stopped on that number. So we're going to wait for that just to give you guys a quick little update on what we're doing there. We're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to go 4 for 5 today with all 4 that we still have on, still printing. So there it is. Meta does come out there for the biggest trade for me today. Meta will ring the register on that one, as there it is. It's coming out. So now we don't have to worry about this name anymore as the market continues to make, or close to making, new lows anyways, right there. I still love Meta, but I just want to buy it a little bit lower. We're now out of Meta. Lucid trying to bounce back a little bit. We already got, well, not really, we already got that 67 fill. Sorry, my bad on that. It was Robinhood that started to bounce back up a little bit. Let's take another piece out on this name as well. We're just putting cash through the register here today.
Yeah, we got to like it. And Tesla's all the way back into 190. I am looking for I'm looking for a higher low for some longs on Tesla if it can hold that 190 level. It looks like 190 to 192 is a channel, but we're back beneath resistance on Upstart, which means, and by the way, I actually hadn't even paid for shorts on Upstart, which is on me. So the rejection I was getting wasn't I was missing the fill. It's that I hadn't even paid for the locates. I thought they were free. They're not. I've gone ahead. It's like 1 cent a share or whatever it is. So it is ridiculously cheap. But I like that wick top. It halted. Wick top failed those highs. If it breaks out the top, then forget about it. I'll work to something else. You mentioned Lucid. We get Rivian a little bit later on. I believe they report tonight. This is what Rivian just did. 7.5% to the downside and broke $30. So another monster level getting taken out here. Yeah, I want fades to that 30 level, but it's going to have to make a bit of a bounce. Should have just been on this one from the start, but there was so much to look at today into Upstart. But like I said, giving it to this high at 1620. If it does break out, then I'm waiting until 18 even for the next level down. And I just said if Tesla can hold that 190, I'd look for some longs here with a wick bottom with yesterday's support, and it's already not holding 190. So no need to force that trade. Already forced one short that didn't work out. No need to go back there again.
Oh, man, yeah, so we did get a piece out there on Robinhood at 26. Let's see if it continues to move, guys, in that direction to the downside. We're going to hold on now. I think we've got some good trades there. Oh, man, Meta just bounced right back up to the upside, so getting out there, mistake. We should have just took that average. We should have took those lines and gone long instead of got out there. That's, as the market bounces, bad call on Meta getting out, but that's fine. Like I said, it's my number. Well, Disney's now my number 1 stock because we're able to hold on to that, but still a nice move there. And the missed opportunity for me today is going to be very, very clear. It's Tesla. I shorted yesterday 195, ignored it today, burned on that. So bad decision by me ignoring Tesla at that 195 short. So that's going to be my missed opportunity for the day. But Brendan never misses an opportunity. What's up?
Well, that's a big note there on Disney, guys. 10%. There hasn't been a 10% reaction to earnings in 20 years for Disney, apparently. That's a big deal. Zoom as well, big deal. Downside, big time. 6% here. They announced this morning that they're teaming up with Tesla, so you can now use Zoom while you're stuck in traffic, I guess, while in your Tesla. Big move down, though.
I saw that note and I was like, you know what? Like, it's funny because I haven't watched Mad Money in forever. Yesterday, I was just chilling out because our kids' swimming was canceled. So it was like, because again, back to work. So their first day, I guess the custodians, whatever, got to get the pools going back. So I think that's not tonight, I think it was just rescheduled. Anyways, I was watching Mad Money, and believe it or not, guess which way Cramer thought Zoom was going to be going?
Down.
So up.
Up?
Yeah, so he was talking, he had the CEO of Zoom on there. There's something called Zoomtopia or something like that, so they were talking about that. The funny thing about Zoom is, and I mean, he did have some good points though, it's that in this destruction, Zoom was actually one company. Now, sans today, that was actually holding up pretty good at these levels. So there was some talk there. I still think, I mean, Zoom has a lot of cash on board. There's lots of stuff there. I don't know about setting up something with Tesla and creating, that possible issue there, Brendan, when you're driving and on a call. That doesn't seem too good. But anyways, now the bug's getting me here. Yeah, I don't know what to think about that. But so far so good. Excuse me. With Zoom here, I got to take another sip.
Yeah, do that for sure, man. Like, yeah, that's crazy, Zoom. I guess it's good news.
I just thought it'd be up.
No, yeah, but you'd think that would be good. But my first thought was on a day like today, with the host of stocks that are down. Yeah. My first thought is that Zoom is going to be down. Right?
Yeah,
like
makes sense.
It wasn't about the story, because quite frankly, I actually missed that story, to be honest with you guys.
You mean you didn't see Jim Cramer yesterday?
I told you, I used to watch the living shit.
I used to watch that too.
Kudlow and Kramer was my jam back in the day, but I haven't really watched that a lot of time. But I want to do this. I got to go back to this because I just talked about, I tend to show you things that are like at the moment in trouble. So Upstart took out that high. I did get out of it. I might take some more swings at it, but I did get some reloads off of this wick top on Coinbase at 49. It's now back beneath, I got to cancel this bid, now back beneath 48 even. If it heads down to the lows, I want to hold said lows. I just can't, let me cancel twice there. There we go. That was weird. Anyway, so if it breaks 47.5, I'm looking for the low of the day for the next leg. It's taken VWAP, but can it hold beneath VWAP is going to be the key. I haven't really done a heck of a lot with the Intel because it's not moving. So I'm not really bidding out of this thing. Sometimes I take 5 cents, but until I can add to this position a little closer to 28.05, I'm not going to do anything until we get down to 27.75. And yeah, 9.50 for a break. What about 9 for a break on Robinhood now? So it just broke 9 even. I don't think you get this 940 again unless something crazy happens. So maybe you're short either off of VWAP 925 or just this 9 even area could be the way to go. This stock is in absolute trouble as well. We know this. We talked about it for the last couple of days. But Meta, for me, I have to look for a new entry point there. You've now broken out this 102. So I think VWAP is going to be the way to play this. I'm going to treat this like Boeing the other day, where this is your, that's fine, you get that 100 long, but now the long is off the 102 breakout, and I think the room to 105, as long as this is holding up, I think it should be heading to that 105 level, so new dip price 102 for me on Meta, now that it's 10 o'clock and we can reassess.
So I just was like, sorry, not sorry there for beating up Robinhood so bad. Yeah, I mean, this name just, again, spanked out one more time here today for Robinhood, down to $9. Like, we really did well on this trade today. You know, hopefully you guys were able to short this as well. I don't know if you have to pay for shorts on your side of it. We had to over here, so that's that. But yeah, Robinhood right now, not a great little run for them, needless to say here today, as you breaking back below 9. We were short yesterday at a nice little level, and I wish we were still short there at 10.50 from yesterday. We started this party early yesterday, and right now you're seeing some of the damage. But we got to go over to Brendan for happening now.
Yep.
Just got a wholesale, hey, Randy's here again. Just got a wholesale inventory number there at 10 o'clock this morning, guys, for September. 0.6 versus 0.8 to the downside on that number. So September wholesale inventory is 0.6 versus 0.8. So market downside here, 1% for the S&P. About 0.8 for the NASDAQ at this point. A few things we were discussing. If you were with us in the pre-market, yeah, Meta. One of the only bright spots, Disney, however, not so much. $1.5 billion loss on streaming in the quarter for Walt Disney. What a mess that is. Lucid as well. Some question marks around that report from Lucid. Some reservations coming up a little bit light. Some cancellations coming through on reservations as well. Just saw this one pop up before we came over here. Back to 13 once again, guys. Seems to be a bit of a sticking point for AFRM.
Oh, firm. Yeah, it loosened on my brain. I was also watching Rivian just now bounce off $29, right? Oh, what's their report going to look like if it's already doing this in the early market? So you're back to that $13 level. Okay, Affirm. You tried to hold it once. Probably could have had that long, but I talked myself out of it. And now you're retesting beneath that 13. Looks like it wants to go. I said if you can't get the reload at 925 or at 940, then this 9 level on Robinhood could be a place to be able to add. So it's back below there. I'm going to look for that add. But if we hold below 13, in the next couple of minutes here, I'm going to look for an entry point on a firm. I know it sounds crazy, but because it's down so far, but sometimes that's all the only thing to do. I got wicked out of Upstart, which just validates it even more for me, but I will take a second swing. I'll try to get a better price if I can, but I am willing to start this in the 1550s and work to that 16 area. I just feel if it goes to $14, that's 10% and $1.50, and I want to give myself a shot there. I know we talked a little bit about Mullen off the open there, but Mullen right down back through that 30 even area. Yeah, if this can't hold up right here, right now at 28, things could get pretty ugly for it again. Then you're back down to that 25. So what goes up must come down with Mullen. And we said the same thing with DWAC, only DWAC, it didn't really come up at the open. I wanted that 25 short. it's not doing a heck of a lot of anything. So I'm kind of scratching this from my list unless something crazy happens into the upside. And I just got another reload in Coinbase up here around that 49 area. So I'm going to continue to play every single pop, shorting it till it breaks 50. But I want something on board. This gets back to 46, and I don't have something on that I consider it a bit of a fail. So it has to break 50 for me to give this one up. And then back over to Softy as the market is bouncing. And here comes Softy for that 228 break.
All right, yeah, I gotta do something here and find some longs because I'm already pissed off about Meta. We gave that up about $1.50 ago. Stupid of us. Let's go over and look at Google quickly. Excuse me, just to see what we're doing here with Google coming in. Yeah, still not much, man. Just hovering around, but we just broke that 80 level. So hey, maybe there's something there for Google at 80. Sorry, at 88. Yeah, nah, it's really too choppy today. To stick with our short theme, as we're still underneath here, Amazon, I'd love for it to get to this 88.50 level so we could put some damage on board there. Doesn't seem like it wants to do that right now either. But yeah, this market trying to retrace back up, giving me ideas about trying to go short somewhere. And we know the names we want to go short. Disney, we're just sort of holding just to see where that goes. We're going to get out of that if it breaks 90. Pretty simple trade sort of plan for me on that one. You know, maybe even 89.60. We're going to give this up to 90. This might be the name that we re-short actually right now. You know, we're looking for some weakness. The problem is my strategies, if you're going to use like moving averages and momentum and things like that, that can be tough on earnings days because of a move like we saw in Upstart, things like we've seen in Affirm, Robinhood today, although I know Robinhood's not earnings, but you know, you're seeing little plays like that, and it's like you got to find out which way the market wants these names to go. And right now it's 10 o'clock, and you know what I'm just noticing right here actually is what in the world, AMD, Nvidia, all those names, they're really getting hit to the downside here today. Let's go AMD. Down 3 and a bit percent. Maybe there is a long somewhere here on AMD. We do like a 60 level here, but bouncing off that bottom wick there of 61.20. So let's see if AMD can get going now. But I do like, I favor the short on names that are down. But you're breaking above the 50 period now, signaling some longs again. So yeah, gotta find something, whether or not it be, you were looking at Microsoft.
I just got it.
Yeah, good, that's good. I mean, hopefully that'll rip up to the upside as well. But yeah, maybe AMD. Let's see what we can do with AMD.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking, Intel's basically flat, so it's kind of holding up, but I looked over, so I got Microsoft at 228. But I looked at Micron here, and that's an interesting setup for a long trade. There's wick bottom, consolidation, and just looking for something that isn't, I mean, Meta's already in the money. I don't really have an re-entry unless it drops a bunch. And I just got into Microsoft, but I want something else long. And if we can start breaking out on Micron, you've got yourself a wick bottom, convincing one, and then a consolidation break, but there hasn't been a break just yet. You know, Softy, bit of a different story. I just feel like this one has been relatively strong for me off of this price area before. And last time, every time we pick a direction off this 28, it gives you a couple of dollars into the upside there. So I like the risk to reward on a Microsoft. I got into Upstart just now to that short side of the trade, which is back into it, I should say. So once again, want to give it to the high. Better entry point this time. I will add to it if it fails again off that 16. And I want to be getting out first leg in front of VWAP if we can do it. So yeah, I need something else other than Microsoft into that long. What I can also consider is I haven't taken anything out of this Intel. I could get out of this Intel at 28.10 and just give it a relatively tight berth here because I'm seeing the market try to bounce to the upside. I did chase it a little bit in the first place.
So glad at least you have that meta still on board, up to 104. Crazy, crazy, crazy movement.
105 is the level.
Yeah, 105 is a great little level there. All right, so new position alert for us. We'll hit the sirens because it is one of those new positions. It's Amazon. I want to give this one, like I said, to 88.50, so it's a really, really small start here. It's going to be like 10% of the shares that I've held. Ooh, thank you, Rob, for the reload on the T. Thank you, my friend. Good one. Ooh, and honey. Oh, could you put this back in the trader side? Thank you. Thank you for that. I like that. That was good. No, just playing around.
Nice.
Thanks, Rob, for that as well. With a cup of honey right now. So yes, sir. Thank you so much, Rob, for that. Very kind. Okay, so here we go. Amazon, we are getting close. I might as well put a little bit more on here because we're waiting for 29. So here we go. Just in case we miss out on that 29, we'll change it. We'll take some 21s. But right now we are short. 21 Savage right here on Amazon. Let's see where we go. What's up, Brendo?
I just saw MARA. Some of the mean, Bitcoin making a move back to the upside, not a huge one, but MARA reported as well. Decent report for them, just broke 10 there and kept going right through to 1040. So a nice move here for Mara right now.
Oh, man, I don't know.
I could be wrong with this. I thought there was something going on with like a copyright infringement in 21 Savage that I heard about, but anyways,
I'm not sure.
It doesn't.
Maybe Pradley would know.
Prad might know. And like, is he here? He's okay. It's Drake and 21 Savage are getting sued by Vogue. That's what I heard. I knew I heard something, and then you said the name, and that's how my brain works sometimes, or doesn't work in my opinion. So Robinhood, I don't know, man. Sometimes you buy high, sell higher. Buy low, sell higher. Sometimes you sell low, buy back even lower. Like it just continues to fall. So I re-entered on the 9, and now it's already at 890. The stock is getting woodshedded. No, that's a terrible pun, Neil. But Microsoft is doing a bit of a dance here, and I know the market's bouncing. It got up to 2240, but if I'm entering here 228, I'm really looking for that 229, and I'm looking to build off this at 27 for some relative strength. So I need this holding out here, bouncing off VWAP to look for some ads, and I really don't want to be taking anything out until it gets convincingly to that 229. It's not success until it does get to said price. Like I said, Robinhood, a bit of a disaster. I'm back into that upstart. And it just keeps on gliding higher and actually forming this bull flag. So if it takes out the top again, I am willing to take this one out. I'm not at the point where I'm slapping a trail on Meta yet, but it's now broken. You know what? Actually, it wasn't above 104 convincingly, but I was going to say I'm not at that point yet. But I really do have to think about it. 105 is that target. At this point, if it bounces down into VWAP, then I should be out of that trade. There's no way I should be giving it back when it's this close to target. So I will put a trail on this now underneath that 104 level. Probably give it like 10 cents or so below this, but I feel like it's come pretty decently, and I wasn't able to get back into more shares, which I think is going to be a bit of a fail on my part. I did like the reload, but I wasn't fast enough to reassess where that reload was going to be. Still hunting for some longs in here, and Micron, I said I like this one if it can break out from here. Well, it's just, like, what is this sideways action? Like, go. If you're going to break, break. Give me 56.75 to the long side, breaking this level, but it's not doing anything. So no reason to get out of Intel just yet, and no reason to get into Micron longs just yet.
All right, we have another reload position right here on Amazon. I mean, another one right now. We've already taken profit down here at 90. Let's see if we can get 90 again. We just reloaded up at 20 right there. 21. What's up, Brendan?
We said the fallout from this FTX news yesterday might continue. It looks like CZ from Binance has just posted this, which is a internal memo, it would appear, to all employees of Binance, talking a little bit about what happened yesterday, talking a little bit about what he did know, what he didn't know. He said, do not trade, FTT, obviously, to their employees. So anybody wants to check that out. Financial Times just posted that on Twitter. So heads up in crypto land again.
Crypto land.
How could I have forgotten about Boeing?
Yeah, Boeing's been really strong, right? What is it? Yeah, look at that move. Wow.
Oh my God.
Come on, Amazon.
It's a long every day. I just got trailed out of Meta there. So we'll take the win for that. But I can't. It's hard to be happy when you're looking long on this stock for like an entire week in a row, and it's again looking strong. I'm like, I need to find some longs. I need to find some Boeing, you idiot. I'm the idiot, not you guys. Look, it's breaking 170. This was a gorgeous dip buy, but that's come and gone here. So this 170, if it can break and hold above this, we talked about this resistance a couple of days ago, but you've still got room if it takes this out to get to 175, which is this about 174, 175, that level on the daily chart. So yeah, Boeing, again, going and holds 170. I do like that long trade. This is me getting out of Meta. I said I'd slap a trail on it. There it is. It wick topped that 140. Hey, if it pulls back into VWAP, this is still a strong stock. Why not? We can get back into this one and play that trend into the upside. I have no issues with that. Upstart to second entry as the market turns back into the south side. This time I should take some out here if it gets down closer to VWAP. I mean, it has not been working. I'm already 0 for 1 on it. And sometimes if you're not willing to scalp and compromise and always want that home run trade, it doesn't work out for you. So I will take some out on the way down into VWAP this time. So no longs for me other than Microsoft here. Looks like we're back just only on that short train. If we do get Intel pressing down to those lows, like I said, if it gets to the low of the day, I want to start taking some out here. But yeah, it'll have to wait looking for some more longs that aren't Boeing or I guess Micron's out the window.
Yeah, we're going to wait to the end of the day here. Bang, hit that for Amazon. We're short now at 88.20, man.
There's no longs here.
Big trade for Amazon right now. Amazon, by the way, took out 52-week lows again today. Amazon, brand new 52-week low. Disney, brand new 52-week low. Affirm, brand new 52-week low. Upstart, I mean, they're all here. I was just looking at my list here, and it was like crazy, all these names that just continue to go to the downside. But there goes Amazon, man. We told you that we were going to pick on something, and we just happened to do it for Amazon. So nice little move to the downside here. Still continuing, so hey, I don't know. I mean, we just stopped there at 73. Maybe we'll put a bid. Let's put a bid. I'm sitting at 53. You know what? Let's just take a 75 fill there. We can go shorter on this. So even if it comes back up, we should still be able to survive this play. So hopefully it comes in now. Amazon, we are looking to re-short it against 88.50. So any kind of a move up, you know, that's where we'll be. So let's see if it can hold out 88.50 level. But we've already taken out a couple times here on this reload. So that's going to be a good one for us. Great job on Meta. I mean, I wish that we would have held that.
Ooh,
we did make,
Apple,
it is my number, well, I mean, I guess my number one stock is always changing here, but Meta and Disney battling for the number one spot. And the good thing that what I've been doing lately, and we've sort of talked about this on the show, is trying to, you know, pick our poison, pick our spots, try to hold on to it, and try to really just believe in the spot. And that's sort of what we did with Disney, right? We waited. Like, we wrote down 90, that we wanted that break. It came through, we got 90 short, and then it just opened up to the downside, right? It's a very similar trade to what Lucid did. I mean, Lucid, we were looking for 13s long. That didn't come in. So it's like, okay, no problem. Wait for that next level to break. Unfortunately, it looked like it was 12.10 was the level there, but we missed that. So then we went over to it, indicated it at 12. Unfortunately, we had to chase it all the way down before we finally got short at 11.90. But there it is right now, still ticking lower. And we still have this on board. The other trade, Robinhood. I mean, again, be patient. Like, these are all one-hit killers, man. Like, we talked about shorting Robinhood, talked about going long Meta, talked about shorting Lucid, talked about shorting Amazon. Everything else, the only trade, and again, it sucks. I'm here to take this. We went short on the 52-week break of AMC, and then the apes came in and took away my kids' lunch money. Thanks a lot, apes, for that one. I got family to feed right there. But that was a bad trade there for AMC. Still down 6%. I was waiting for 550 break. I'm here to go long as well. It's just 550 is not breaking. It doesn't seem to be as key as I thought. And honestly, I think everyone's going to be disappointed. If we rewind the clock a year and a half or something and said that Amazon or liquidity on earnings day would be 6 million shares for AMC at 10.15. I think that would be a slight disappointment.
Huge disappointment.
Yeah.
Not slight.
Huge, yeah, of course. Huge disappointment there on that, right? So I feel like maybe the game here is finished for now, and we'll look somewhere else. All right, Amazon just ripped right back up, so the short is in. Now we got to manage this.
Yeah, and I got so close to just getting the first fill out on Microsoft here. It did get up to 228.87 is where it closed. And I should have looked at that closing price and realized it might stop short of that in the first leg. So I will take some out at the 75 level, then look for reloads off VWAP as the market is looking like it's sustaining this breakout, well, not breakout, this bounce, I should say, a little bit better. Here is Boeing. It needs to consolidate up here. The 171 clearly hasn't broken yet, but I really don't mind taking longs off 170 either. So if it does a consolidation, there's always a dip into 170 in addition to this potentially breaking out. I look over at NVIDIA, which... Oh, now it's not going to load. I look over to NVIDIA. That's still beneath this 140, or testing this 140. That trend's still pretty weak. I go back to Micron, and this looked like, for all purposes, it was about to break out. These are all coming back into the downside.
Oh,
so actually, it's giving me more confidence in that Intel short, if anything, as the market just continues to want to flush here. Tesla's a bit of a nothing burger. And then back to Rivian, guys. Look at it try to get to that 30. Wicks to 29.91 and back into that sell side. I missed it at 30. You had to pay for shorts, but I'm not going to miss out on a firm here as it is now holding this 13 level. So there's a double bottom, essentially holding that 13. Like I said, if it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go. It's now bounced off of this level twice. Third time, will it be a charm?
Holy crap. That's kind of a funny sound there. All right. you know, when things are working, man, they're just working, and you can't really explain it. But Amazon right there, I mean, I can explain every trade I make. But Amazon right there, like we just went short again at 30 there and just started cashing out at 88 and change. So good little move to the downside there, working out for us on AMZN. So there we go again, man. Nice downside move. Let's take another piece out if we go sub 88, because right there we did go sub 88, and our best out was 07 there. So we went to 87.92. I feel like there's possibly buyers here in Amazon, but I don't know. Like, this is a brand new 52-week low here today. So I don't know if there's enough cooking for Amazon for people to come in and say, yeah, you know what, it doesn't deserve to be at its 52-week low. So let's see if they continue to hit this to the downside. All right, here we go. I'm going to just put a bid at 02. There we go. We take some out at 02. Cancel that 98 right there. Now we're at 87 to see if we can get a fill, but that's what we want to do. I just took another piece out. Yes, good. Just took another piece out there at 02. Again, just taking 30 cents. This is, exactly what we're doing is scalping right here. So hopefully this can come in for us to the downside as I just continue to watch. The reason why I'm not super concerned about Disney, Robinhood. What's up, Super Freeze? Right there. Thanks for the super chat on Disney, my friend. And I was just going to say, right now, perfectly on time. It's kind of just barcoding right here. I have my out at 90. We could change it to 79. But again, I have 10% of everything left. Robinhood, Disney, and Lucid. I wish we had a hell of a lot more at Robinhood because that's still down here at 9. Too many outs at 9.15. But again, when you have some shares, you got to make decisions. And then the only thing left on board that I'm really concerned about is Amazon. And I don't know. I'm going to put another bid out here at 12, see if we can get that. It looks like it wants to take higher right here. It's not dropping. It's at a kind of a spot right here where VWAP is right there. We've shorted it a couple times now. I just don't want to keep going back to the well because eventually you lose what you've made. And it's like share sizing, is something that's pretty difficult. So I'm going to wait for Amazon. If it pulls back into the low teens there, we'll take another piece out. But I am definitely ready for this to come out at 88.50. No more shorting Amazon, guys. Hopefully we've taken money out of this enough, and then we'll see what happens here. I'm expecting a pullback to 88.50.
Yeah, and look, Roblox did break down. I did miss that wick top there, but it is pulling back into the bottom. If it gets to 32, I guess that's going to be your support level. Firm's back at VWAP already, but I'm not giving up the notion that they could see that 13 even again. Robinhood, just to come back to Robinhood here. Ooh, hit enter too fast. Give you guys the black chart. So Robinhood trying to bounce back, but as long as it keeps trending like this, I was able to get some on the 9s, get some out at 890, and just looking for every consolidation reentry point I can catch on a Robinhood. And then Coinbase continues to give you this there it is. Now Robinhood comes up. But anyways, continues to give you this trade where I'm looking at 49, but these wicks are legitimately coming to 49 quarters. So I'm actually back here a little tighter to the high of the day to get better prices on the reloads, but I'm staying net short this name until it does a convincing breakout through 50. Brendan, it is time for the small cap recap.
Hey guys, 1020 brought to you by Masterworks. They let you diversify your portfolio with fine art without spending millions. To date, 6 of 7 Masterworks exits have delivered 20% net returns. Go to masterworks.art/TraderTV.live to learn more. A few things of note here in small cap land that were interesting this morning. This one popped up on news that their French partner had come up with some positive data on a cancer treatment for MACK. So yeah, still up huge here, 200%. For this MACK. Looks crazy on a daily chart. There's 2 levels here, 1250 and then 12.75 was acting as support all throughout the pre-market. Instant flush off the open gave you an opportunity from 1250 down to almost 11 at the bottom there. I put that back on, but it ended up holding 12 there and some buying came in, you can see on the volume. So we've got that offer flat, but nice trade anyways for MACK. Back to the downside. This one, all kinds of momentum out of the gate as well, straight to the upside. This was 7, so just a break of 7 gave you a move all the way up to almost 8 on the long for Kayla. And then I went back to the well on DWAC, was down huge, obviously, in the pre-market. Tried it initially out of the gate at the open, just versus that high, 23.50, put that back on then at 24, and then that gave you a move all the way down to 21.5, so 24 down to 21.5 on DWAC. Downside today, guys. Back over to you.
No, DWAC getting to look. It's not that crazy because it's not really moving as much as I would have anticipated. If I got 25s, fair enough, but I haven't seen too much of a trade there. Here's TLT. I see some people in the chat. Homeless Bob mentioning that TLT is ripping, so Treasury is going to the upside, yields down, Treasury's up. So this is what's strengthening the market here a little bit. But you are getting into, if you just go a little bit higher, into some resistance, and that's not the only place I'm seeing it. Here's UVXY. You're essentially barcoding up at this top. If you reject said top, volatility drop, market could be trending better to the upside there. But this is the thing, you're at decision points in both. Resistance at both. If you start rejecting and coming back in, at least in TLT, or breaking back out in UVXY, this market could roll back over. So this is where you look relative strength and weakness. Strength, Boeing, I'm trying to get 171s. This just continues to run higher. Trying to get some more share, trying to get into this one for the first time. And if it breaks down below 170, I can always get out of it and then look to reload where things are looking relatively weak. So if it's still valid to the short side, either hang on to it, reloads like Coinbase for me, Intel, Robinhood. But I want something else to the long side, because if we do break out from here and both the TLT move continues, the UVXY move rejects, and the market goes back into the green, I want more than Microsoft long. That's sort of the issue with me here, is I'm very skewed to one direction, and you're running out of time to pick things up if they go. I like Boeing, to be sure, just looking for something else that can work. About to get Boeing here on this bid in front of 171.
All right, we're doing some damage again right now on the short side. Who's shorting Meta today? Put up your hand. Right now. We just shorted it right here. We're not, we're 27 cents in the money. I'm just editing my stop order because, again, just taking a risk here, man. I don't know if it's going to work or not, but let's try it. I'm not going to short it anymore. We just took some out right there, so good out for us. We got something at 90s. We got something at O's as well. So far, so good here on the short. I'm just holding it to see if it breaks the high of the day right there. So that's all. We'll see if it does that. If it does it, then we're gone, and we just don't have to worry about it after that. So hopefully it comes back into the downside, and we're able to take some more profit on this. That's 103.40. Yeah, why not? Let's go 103.40, man, if we can do that. Here it comes down to the downside. Let's put one at 50, man. 50 is a pretty key level. Maybe we can get a little bit of a bounce there. There we go. Let's go Meta. Holy crap. We got a good read on that right now to the downside. See, here we go. Now that it's starting to extend like this, like I'm debating just putting a bid and getting some out in the 70s right there it is. Yes, sir. Let's go. Yeah, it took a little bit to short it there, but we did it, and there it is, man. Sometimes you got to stick your neck out and take trades that are a little bit against the grain. So there it is right there on Meta. Yes, sir. 2 times daily goal. Hit the alarm. There it is. Yes, downside move for Meta right there off that short. So, all right, now we can really correct what's happening now in Meta. So we'll edit this script order. We'll take another piece out. We just got 50s, baby. So now we're 63 cents in the money this way for Meta to the downside. So there it is, man. Good. Yeah, your son is playing Roblox. Yeah, mine too. Hopefully he's in school right now. Meta right now, Amazon is looking at that high side. We've talked about this play. If Amazon takes out 50, we're gone. That is ready to go, locked and loaded on that one. But wow, we are really Sam Bankman-Frieding this Meta trade. It is tanking to the downside.
Yeah, where's Meta right now? Okay, so 103.
103.60. It's not.
I like that 102. I just picked up some Boeing. Obviously, I talked 171. But look at Roblox, man. It's headed down to that double bottom, well, a potential double bottom at that 32. But for now, 35 looks like pretty good resistance. I said I wanted something else long. I like the fact that it's going to be at least Boeing. Because if I lose going long on Boeing, I can live with that. Because Boeing's been so incredibly strong lately that, you work it until it doesn't work. So another rollover happening in Robinhood. I was able to get some more shares here at 905, but, I'd like to be able to pick some more up if it does want to hold this little consolidation here at 9 to 910. If I can get like 905 or 903, something like that, I'll try to add to said position. So Microsoft starting to work back downside. Whoops. Microsoft, whoa, now really starting to work back downside. So here's 227. I wasn't taking anything out till it got up to 229. Now if it holds that higher low, if it bounces, I want to be able to add to it. But these longs, man, you look for some longs. I've been holding on to this one thinking if the market heads upside, I just want it all day. And the first leg I want $1 out. Well, now it's at that dollar again. So if it does not bounce, I'll have to take this one. Sometimes you look for that longer structured style trade, and if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But I'm not reloading it until I see a convincing bounce. I did take some more shares out of Coinbase. It's always rinse and repeat. VWAP, then 47, about 75. I'll take the next leg out. Just want to be getting in and out of this one and holding that short trade. If it breaks 47.5, I'm still holding some for the low of the day, and then whatever comes after that, because I don't know what comes after that. If it breaks a low, maybe it's 45, maybe it's 40. I don't think there's much of a limit to how far this could go down if we do retrace all the way back down to the market lows.
All right. If you like chicken and you like winners, then how about chicken winner dinners? Chicken dinner winner? What was that saying? There it is. I mean, a nice little play for Meta. It's bouncing off 103.50 here, so you know we've already gotten a decent portion out of this one. So good move to the downside there for that. And then Amazon, you know, we almost got stopped out there at 50. So now that it's pulled back down, here it comes in again to these levels. I just, you know, We've structured a lot of these trades almost perfectly today. I mean, look at Lucid. Lucid's down here at 11.50. I mean, some of these calls that we've had on board today, I hope have been pretty good for you guys as well. Hope you weren't caught long. Look what I am right now. 5 names short. Amazon short, 50 cents in the money. Disney short, $1 in the money. Robinhood at day's low, 50 cents in the money. Lucid at day's low, 50 cents in the or 40 cents in the money. Meta, the best stock here today, Meta for us, as that just into the downside. So that's another 70-cent winner. So yeah, you know what? Voice be damned. Can't stop making money here. Let's just keep on going with it. You know, you can get lucky sometimes on some of these plays, but today I feel like everything is sort of panning out pretty much exactly the way it should. All the levels that we thought would hold held, and we didn't really get stopped out of anything other than AMC today. So everything, literally nothing. We've got stopped out of nothing other than AMC today. So yeah, good day for us, man. Meta just, you know what? Let's just take out another piece on Meta. I mean, this might be a little premature, but you keep bouncing off 50 here. So we have enough shares that we can do this. So, all right. You know what? I just want to cancel. I don't want to get overfilled here on Meta. Yeah, let's just get, okay, here it comes right in again. Let's just take a piece out. I keep saying that, but I'm not doing it. We'll take a piece out here on Meta as it bounces through 50, 55. We'll see if we can get a 50. There it is. So we just got a 55 fill there on Meta. It just keeps bouncing. So, all right, now we'll hold for doomsday on this name. If we have to get out, I think we'll just get out at the high of the day. We've already traded this really well. We have about 20% left of the position. So good so far on Meta. Amazon, I feel like we should get a piece out on this one as well.
So a couple of things here. One, back to low of the day on Robinhood. I took another leg out there. Just keep reloading 9 to 905 into that 890 bottom. And then Affirm just came down to the bottom as well. So how many times is it going to actually test this low before I actually take it? Higher lows all the way through. If it takes out 1280, pretty easy out there. But if it gets to VWAP, that's fine as well. The short interest is obviously at play here, to be sure. This is one heck of an important crypto update. Yeah, nothing to see there, right?
Yeah, the fallout continuing as we suspected this morning, guys, as far as this FTX and Binance story continues. I feel there's much more to come as well. This is the latest headline just coming across. More comments from Binance CEO CZ saying that the planned FTX acquisition is not a win for us. Obviously, due diligence continuing. Remember, it is a conditional letter of intent, meaning if they do their homework on FTX and don't like what they see, they can simply just walk away. So yeah, the fallout heating up for sure right across the board for the entire crypto market. There's Bitcoin right now. It's actually holding up quite well. It's worth mentioning, just kind of chopping around here at the lows, obviously, from what happened yesterday. This flush down to 17,000. We end up holding 17,500 right now for Bitcoin, down 8.6% on the day, 14.7 meanwhile for ETH, back to 1,200. The worst damage, though, down here, Solana right now, 31.5% downside, 8%, 13.5. It goes on and on and on. So the carnage continuing, guys, in crypto land.
What?
Yeah, like that story, like it's not even close to being over, guys. Like it's you're going to have your ear to the ground, whatever you're trading. So I always have an out or a stop on everything in general. But if you're trading anything in the crypto space, respect that. So here comes that bottom on a firm. I said I'd take this long. And of course, the time I do it, first time, yeah, it holds 13, goes to 13.50. Second time goes to VWAP. The third time, it just is attempting to bounce off this low right now. If it does make that hold, I only add to it after it has the bounce. But if it takes out the bottom, I'm not going to get stubborn about it. Did you just do this, Brendan? So this was Coinbase. You guys, Coinbase was actually holding this 48 level. Like this whole time, it was just holding 48, holding 48. Brendo does the crypto update, and this is now it's through 46. Did something else just happen here? Yeah, Coinbase absolutely dying again through 48. Now you just kind of hold on. Like when it breaks this bottom, I don't know where it's going. Brendo, what just happened, man?
Keeping my eye out here, guys. Nothing. Just wanted to mention this as well. Huge volume spike here on Teladoc. The Verge reporting Amazon is about to launch something called The Clinic, which is a telemedicine service. So, all right, here we go. FTX chatter to scrap deal. So FTX chatter coming through to scrap the deal. So that's coin downside, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I tweeted that out about 2 hours ago. I think we were all thinking the same thing there, that FTT and that whole thing was absolutely a zero. So, I mean, if you guys want to, follow me on Twitter or anybody there it goes back down into the downside. So it's a disaster move. We are absolutely crushing this market. I mean, this is what we talked about right here at 8:30. We talked, Caesar will not like what they see under the hood. Due diligence for FTX, they will not save them. They will not save them. We talked about that at 8:50 today. So yeah, you guys are right, man. We should have been shorting Coinbase from time. But you know what else we're doing?
Oh my God.
We got everything else going on right now too, guys. Meta right now. Oh my God. Shout out to the dude behind me talking about that trade on Meta. Nice move to the downside right now. $1 plus in the money on this one there. How about Amazon? $1 plus in the money on that one as well. So far so good, guys, man. We are doing some serious damage once again to this market, and we're not stopping. We're here regardless. Honey be damned. We are here every single day, and this is a big-time movement to the downside, man. Trader TV Live kicking it with you, and hopefully you guys are kicking it as well today. This has been a great trading day. We have one losing trade on, and it's 10:35, and I have 100 fills. So, I mean, so far so good here today. As we rinse and repeat that money coming through today, we'll hit it for one time. I want to change that. We're waiting to get a new one of these. A little bit lame. Oh, wow, we should have got out of Meta there. 103. Yeah, okay. Let's put a bid down there. Meta now retracing back up. That 103 was close enough to that VWAP, man. Let's put a bid down a little bit lower than that and not let this money come back inside. Wow, Sharif, thank you so much for that T as well. Sharif with the reload on the T. Man, we get treated like a king today. This is good.
So if you guys saw that move that just happened, obviously, we bounced off 45 even on Coinbase. The other thing that took out those lows is going to be Robinhood as well, guys. So the reality of these is you just want to be short. And it's not to say that it couldn't have gone up because, it did try to trend higher, but as long as it held that 50 level, it's like sit in it, know where your out's going to be, and then sort of just work the trade. And once it broke that floor, always keep in mind, if you consolidate here over and over again, when it eventually breaks that floor, I don't want bids sitting out there. I'll always have bids at established levels like 47.5, that 48, take the scalp trade. But once it breaks that, what did I say? Low of day. Low of day, and now it's just kind of hold on to it, see where it does go. That last move to the downside, obviously, is going to. I'm going to have stops on Boeing. It couldn't hold at 170. I'm going to get out of that. Microsoft broke support as well, so I wanted exposure to some long trades. As a matter of fact, Affirm is about to take out its low as well, so might lose 20 cents on that. It's just as long as you do have some setups, fair enough. But once they break, get out of Dodge, hold on to what works. The market's trying to pick downside. We're back 3,800. So I'm going to be back into those short trades and holding on to them. I did hold on to Intel because obviously, but that's the only big cap name that I like for this little bit of a short. And then going back over to, I want to get to Tesla there for a quick second as I'm like choking. Tesla, for some reason, is actually holding that higher low. So I guess Tesla hasn't really given it up. Almost feels like it's just a matter of time. But yeah, Tesla, for whatever reason, not really capitulating as much as the other names that I'm seeing here.
All right, I'm just going to tweet this out because we're just back on. And again, you know what? We'll figure out what the trade of the day is going to be, but we talked about this yesterday with Meta, and it's about staying in your lane, right? As soon as the market was here, we talked about shorting, Amazon. So that was a good name there to short Amazon into that. Like, we looked for a short, we found one, and there it is. Like, we were close to getting stopped out. We should have reloaded. I mean, the confidence wasn't super high in that trade, and I think it was for right reasons. We almost got stopped out, but again, you got to get lucky sometimes in this business, and I don't think it's luck, when you have the consistency that you have, and that's why you want to keep going with this, man. Arun talked to us yesterday. It took him 10 plus years to figure out how he was going to make money. And it's different for everybody, right? I was able to graduate in my very first month trading here with Day Trade the World. That was lucky, but since then, it's been a great journey here. Now we're here live with you every single day, breaking down these markets, giving you the good stuff, tweeting out our sticky note, giving you the watch list. So I want to just say, let's hit the damn like. That's all that we're looking for right now. There's companies out there that are charging you for stuff way worse than this. Not way worse. I mean, not even in the same league as what we're talking about here. And we got 1.3K likes. Like at this time yesterday, we had over 2,000 likes. Let's get those likes going again here, guys. I mean, this is what we're all about. Follow me at TraderTV Sean. Follow all of us on Twitter. I've got the Instagram. We also have our main account on Instagram as well. Make sure you follow all that, man. But this has been a great, great ride here today. We just took out $1 right there on Meta. I mean, we can't do this much better. Like Meta, boom, we have the long and we have the short in Meta. So, I mean, this is what it is today, man. Good trading. Disney, one-hit wonder. Boom, right down there to the downside, back down to its lows now. We're short 90 there. We've got Lucid, we've got Robinhood. All these trades, none of them, no trades that I've taken today besides AMC, and which AMC's right back to where I had it, but whatever, has gone against me. So that's the kind of day it's been today. We've traded 6 names, 1 against us, and we were out of that within 3 minutes. So good day for us today. My best day this month, and I hope it's yours.
So we're having someone just asked levels on Coinbase. So like there were a lot of levels on Coinbase. They're more or less gone at this point, with one exception, and the only exception I have is going to the daily chart. You guys can see here. I'll zoom in now because that's a ridiculous chart. Here's 44 to 44 and a half. That's a little something. It had a double bottom. You're going back to July. You're going back to June, and then you got this 41. That's what I'm holding out for at this point. You've already broken low of the day, so unless there's any kind of really big pullback into VWAP or something to get a re-entry point, like a 48 entry point there, it's break that 45, get to 44, slap a trail on it once it's through 44, maybe give it a 45 trail, and then I'm out if it gets to 42. That's that big level on the daily chart. I don't think it's crazy that it could happen, but this is what I wanted to hold on for. My style is always going to be, I always want to look for trades in both directions. I always want to look for a long. And I said it, if I'm going to lose on Boeing, then that's the one I want to lose on. Because it's been giving you that coinage pretty much all week. So if that breakout fails, I'm not holding it to the low of the day or anything, but I'm going to have it. I'm going to be in that long every single time. It gives me that setup and shows relative strength, but I don't want to hold it. I don't want it ruining that day. You rather hold on to the things that are working, and that's back to the well. Like, what am I short? Intel, because every single day, and then Robinhood and Coinbase. Those are the ones that I think can go. There are some green names on this board here, so let's go to Brendan for Sector Watch, because I'm a little curious, at least to a couple of these that I do see. Some surprises, I think, at least one in the top left.
Just watching Bitcoin take out the lows once again here, guys. So heads up. Bitcoin fresh lows right now. Here's how the S&P 500 looks right now. 1% or pushing 1% to the downside. I was having a look at Disney here. If you missed it earlier, it's the first time in 20 years there's been a 10% or more negative reaction to an earnings report for Disney, now down 11.3%. Disney and Meta, though, trying to offset each other. That's Meta. It's tough to see there, but that's Meta. 7.3%. So the communications group negative on the day, but those two kind of offsetting each other. Energy negative as well. There was the inventory data that came out there. Larger build than expected last week in crude oil inventories. Everything kind of 4+% in energy land to the downside. It's all about tech up here, though. There are a few positive. SEDG, we mentioned yesterday, another 2.5% on top of the move we saw yesterday on earnings. Enphase as well. AMD, NVIDIA, though, the big ones, 4% now for both. Downside. ACAM was an earnings report as well. Everything else, though, in this group, in the red. Lennar, some of the home builders positive. Lennar, DHI, PHM, all positive in the consumer discretionary group. But look at the rest of it, all downside. NCLH down 7%. Remember, it was up that much off earnings going back a couple days ago. Everything else kind of there or thereabouts. Healthcare stocks are notably strong today, but not big enough, guys, to offset the rest. Down a full % now for the S&P.
Yeah, we're back below 3,800 on the ES. So that's a big level. But we're just pointing out some of these charts on I got my Binance chart up here. We're looking at Ethereum. I know you mentioned Bitcoin, but you've broken this recent, I mean, just very significant support on the daily chart on, if we can come to my chart for a second, on Ether here. Like you just got through, it's like 11, it's about 1,200 realistically, but it's like 1,180. And once that's gone, that's 1,000. And that was that wipeout bottom, that with that 880 wipeout bottom that everyone was so excited about. You know, you got 2 stops now, and I don't see any significant reason why these wouldn't get challenged at some point. So you know, that's another 10% downside from here. I'm not saying Coinbase going down 10% or any, like, it's just that, not necessarily today, but those are the next stops into the downside. I think that's what we're sort of bracing ourselves for here as this market. There's that 38 on the ES. And what happens? And I draw these lines on the chart there and then leave them up so they don't look that significant. But if we get down to 37.4, I mean, there's a lot of room to continue to fall in. And remember what I said? Like, as you're in the consolidation area on UVXY, this is where I want to put on something into the long with a stop. So if you break down, I have this exposure that you can pull back in. But if you break out, it's like you have your shorts that you're either holding on to or getting into, and then you break up. So UVXY broke up, and then I said the same thing about TLT. It was holding this top. If it broke out, I wanted something in that consolidation to add to some longs. If it broke up, then I have an exposure to the long side, but hang on to your shorts, and then, of course, it does pull back. So at those inflection points, I like to be getting into things that I can at least throw a stop on, have a nice little tight stop in there, and if they break, fair enough. But if we go the other direction in reverse, then I've got myself something in. Now that I think about it, you know what? Here's the thing. I could have just taken a UVXY break long. Like instead of trying to find other shorts to get into, like this 990 break with a 980 stop was actually a pretty solid setup. I've done that once or twice. I should be getting back to that because that's what I did on that Fed day when it was doing the same kind of consolidation. I just took the breakout trade for free money on UVXY itself. Next time, McFly, do it again.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the other thing. It's like we're very, very busy here looking at so many different things. Sometimes you get carried away. And I just tweeted it out about Amazon and about staying in your lane and focusing on things that you think benefit you the best, right? I mean, there's so many things. Like I used to trade GBTC and ETHE and some of these Ethereum plays and Bitcoin plays. I'm not even doing that anymore. And I think like it would be so hot fire to do that right now. Trade the BITOs and the the pink sheet names and stuff like that, and I've completely left those to bed because what we're doing in the equity market. And so there's so many things that you can always look at, right? And like even right now, I'm thinking to myself like, okay, we've got this meta trade. We only have 10% left of every single trade that we have on right now. So these names are really starting to bleed down. One name that I know Brendan talked about, the chip names getting killed today too, but hey man, Amazon is down 3%, broke back down new 52-week lows. And this is another thing. I used to not really look at 52-week lows or highs. Like, back in January, everything was at the highs as well, right? So now I'm finding like when Disney broke that 52-week low, it's just downside and just keeps on pushing, Like Disney right now, $1.40 in the money. Same thing here with Lucid, same thing here with Robinhood. Everything breaking, and it's like there's so much more pressure to the downside when these things break because it's like throwing in the towel. So, at some point, though, you got to think about getting out and trying to reverse the play. Like even here on Meta, it's like that was, like we reversed this play into crazy strength. But look what it showed us. It gave me, the Sean trade. Like that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for support and resistance. Hitting it a couple times. That's why when it came back in, we only took like 30, 40, 50, 60 cents before leaving the last 20% to see how far we could go down. And that gave us $1. So it's like, where's my out? Like, look where I'm short. I was gonna get out at the high of the day. So I'm short here at 104.19. The high of the day is 104.23. So I give myself like 10 or 15 cents worth of room there, and it's just cash money. Like, so 10 or 15 cents worth of room, paying ourselves out $1. So it's risk to reward. It's about risk management. And yeah, it's great. SBF lost 94% of his net worth. Yeah, he's going to lose 100% of his net worth if it's all tied to FTT coin, because that coin's going to
Well, it won't be 100 because it's not. I don't think he's not all FTT. I mean, it's.
I mean, yeah, I guess he's not going to lose 100%. Yeah. I mean, he could lose 99.
No, because Almeida has like Almeida is presumably not all FTT. Like it did hold a bunch, but it's not. Yeah, it won't be literally zero. I don't think that's the case. But that tie-up, but who knows?
Down to $4.
This is sort of the thing. It's like I said, like you have very legitimate investors that put money into this that you got to figure like they did their diligence, and it's like I almost wanted Binance to go through so we could actually see. Like I want to know what's going on here. Like what's underneath the hood.
Yeah,
pun intended. And I feel like we're not good. We don't know yet.
No, but I don't think you are ever going to know. I think it's going to zero. Like I don't. But you know what the thing is, like Neil said, like zero is an absolute. But like I mean, you're here, and I'm actually surprised. I thought I would call up FTT right now, and this would be a lot lower than $4. Like it's actually. This is the 24-hour chart. It's kind of just hovering around, not doing a whole heck of a lot. So this is, I don't know where this.
But I mean, Luna bounced. I mean, come on, that's even more ridiculous, right? Like.
Yeah, but this is not. I mean, it's held out pretty. Like I don't know. It's the same price it was yesterday. Like I just would have thought it would have been a little bit lower. But anyways, maybe it's time to buy. I'm not. I don't know. But you guys take that shot. That currency itself is down 76%. So currency. That token itself is down that much, and still looking like it wants to go lower. Our account just keeps getting higher here. Like I don't know. I mean, I guess because Meta did retrace back in a little bit right now. Oh, Lucid. Like, if this is not a stock that you're short right now, like that took 12, it just continued to go down. There's really been no love. It's too bad this kind of happened in here because it made me get out right there. If we just kept on going, we would still be in a bigger position of this. This one, sorry, I said I have 10% of everything. We have 20%, 20, 40, 60, 80, 20% left as Lucid as that just keeps on going down. And honestly, I believe, I said it was at 52-week lows before. I believe to be correct, yes. So there's really no stopping this name. Lucid just continues to get broken down to the downside. And yeah, it is a little nerve-wracking for everybody waiting for Rivian and Fisker we already got, but some of those other names, like it's just disastrous, let alone, and I know it sucks because Tesla is down to 190 right now, but this is another name that just continues to get beat up in the EV space. So, wow, look at that drop. Oh, it retraced back up. So this is, again, another Sean trade right here that I missed. Like, that's a short right there, right? Like, we short that all day. So another missed opportunity there, but like we said, we are going to miss some of those. Yeah,
I mean, missed opportunities, NEO at $10. Like, that was a missed opportunity here today. So, look, yesterday's bottom, that's 10.08. I know obviously at this time of day, hold on to the shorts or breaking that low. If I see something I really like for a re-entry point or an entry point, I'd be all over it. If the market holds the bottom, I might go back over to Boeing for a long because that's at least still green on the day, but I don't want to force anything too bad. But yeah, that $10 level, there's a pop and fade. I mean, that's not that difficult, really, because it tests that high and then fades right back into the downside, gives you the entry off 10.10 or even off 10 even.
Wow.
Unfortunately, I don't have it. Robinhood, I did just get another bid out on Robinhood because there's a buyer at $8.80. It's been holding it up a couple times, so I'll take another leg out. If it breaks this, $8.50 makes some sense to me as another level, as the next level into that downside, so we'll see what happens there. Apple is... It's not the apple of your eye today. 137 eventually got taken out. I'm not seeing a heck of a lot for Apple until let's see the 15-minute chart here, guys. Until you get past this and back down into 34, 35, I don't know that I'd be stepping on the Apple bid either. So if it gets down there, I guess the crazier things have happened, and I'm looking for a 35 bid on Apple.
Down.
$1.50, it could happen easily.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, just everything right now is sort of getting flushed down here. Like, I just,
Oh, yeah, coins are re-entering.
I don't wish anything. I mean, we only have 8 minutes to go here. I kind of wish that we could have 9:30 back again, and I could just relive what we just did over the last 2 hours. But everything is just continuing its bleeding, right? Disney can't find a bid, and it's going to break 850 right now, 88.50. Robinhood, Neil just talked about it being so low, it can't find itself going. Lucid, nothing can find bids right now. Meta, I mean, maybe Meta can, I don't know. We're going to hold on to Meta too. We're short Meta right here, boys, 104.20 right now, short Meta. So yeah, let's go. We're getting ready to throw it over to the midday show, but first, we got one of our favorite segments, and why not? It should be one of yours as well. It's Money Talks. Let's go see what that USD is up to.
We saw some weakness, guys, in the U.S. dollar going into the midterms yesterday. Other direction today as we come out the other side. Still no real clear direction as far as what is going to happen in Washington, but there you go. 0.62 right now to the upside for the U.S. dollar, 110.3, trying to bounce off some recent support levels on a daily time frame for the DXY. So this entire board basically to the downside. Even the Swiss franc here was lower initially, but just went green a few minutes ago there, 0.1 to the upside. We'll call it 2.5 downside for the Russian ruble. Some headlines coming across on the Ukraine situation this morning as well. Australia and New Zealand notably weak, 1% here, full percent for both. To the downside, our Canadian dollar 0.4 back below 75. Remember, we got above it yesterday. Euro still trying to hold on to parity right now. Dollar and change right now for the euro, guys.
Yeah, dollar and change for the euro. Okay.
Time
USD,
to go to Europe.
I've actually, I do have DXY up there, but I feel like on some days I'm following a little bit more, and other days I like following volatility and treasuries. I feel like today's one of those days where I care more about treasuries. But I'll go over to Upstart here because Upstart I took 2 swings at it and missed, right? Like I've had that stop out at the high of the day, which you got to do, but this gave you one shot. And we always go back to basics, and you think about the reason for liking the long in some of these is if they hold that bottom, there's your aftermarket support at 14, pre-market at 14. That's the trade. It holds 14, and then you're looking for long time. At least I don't short it till it gets to the top.
Disney
but
short
this
at
is
90.
actually trending higher. Down 15%, but trending up.
I mean,
if it breaks out from here, I think it could get to, look, it could get to 18. That's the next level I would short. It's either back up, failing the highs, and I'll try only a third time off that level, or it gets back up to that 18. But I want to be very patient with something which hasn't worked to the short side, because quite frankly, so many things have worked. You don't want to fight too hard against something that is heading back in. Someone just said short Mullen, farm trader. I don't see, Mullen's not at, it's not really at levels that are very interesting to me here. So, I don't know, back through 30 presumably is what people are talking about, but it already made that pullback from 60 into that quarter. So until it really starts holding above 30 and breaking back out, I don't really favor any kind of longs. Maybe retesting and breaking that low makes some sense, or it gets back into the 40s. I think that's shortable. So I say patience with this. Volume's good, so if you're scalp trading it, there have been some opportunities, but I want the things that are trending, and right now, some of these beat-up names are giving you those opportunities. Hood just took out the low of the day, so we're free-falling once again. And just go back over to another one here, Roblox. I never got myself into Roblox, and this one sucks because I was looking for 37, the failure. It got to 36.75. I did try to get the entry in here off that 36 wick, and it's right back to the low of the day, or at least close enough to the low of the day. So I didn't swing and miss at it. I didn't get into position, so I guess that is a swing and miss. Didn't get into position on Roblox.
You weren't up to bat.
I wasn't up to bat. No, it's a swing and a miss because I was trying to offer it. I was trying to get in there, and I didn't get into this one. Back to the low of the day. 32 could find itself a bid. I'll probably take a shot, try and risk 25 pennies on it, but I don't want to be holding that one against me. Roblox just yet another name getting destroyed here today. We have some earnings to still get to. One of which I did mention because I knew it would be on this board at a said $10 level. We'll see if it holds that come tomorrow, Brendo.
A few interesting names still to come here. I just saw Beyond Meat on this board as well. Here's what's coming, guys. Aftermarket tonight and before the open tomorrow.
It's like all the beat-up names just have to start reporting.
I was going to say short. Okay, so Rivian short, Wish short, Unity short, Coupang short.
What about, you're going to
Root,
just ignore
that still exists, short. Beyond Meat, short. Let me see what else. Neo. Let me guess, short. What else is on there? HUD 8, short. PaySafe,
Bloodline.
that still exists. I checked my account for that one. Short. So the other name that I like on there, how about AstraZeneca? We could watch out for some AstraZeneca love there. Again, so there's
You like
some...
Root that still exists?
Yeah.
No, it does. It's actually, you'd be surprised. It's actually holding up, I'd say, a hell of a lot better than, come on, Daily Chart, a hell of a lot better than I would have anticipated because, since they did a reverse split on Root, because this was like a penny stock, and it has not broken the low yet. So you just talked about lows that could get taken out. Root has not taken this out at $6. So this is definitely in play tomorrow for me.
So
it's this name, and then in sympathy, you want to look at like a Lemonade in sympathy here because that's actually close enough. Come on, this won't even. So anyways, this is actually still at like $18 on Lemonade. In sympathy, you could always see some movement here. It's same space, right? Like that online insurance kind of game. It's choice not loading. Go to Sean.
Root, so Root is a zero. It's a zero. Its market cap is $100 million. It's a zero. It came, what is this, a Chamath IPO again here? This name started at $4.75, Root. It's at $6 right now. And you know when it was born? Like, not even that long ago, October 2020. So I found the newest, worst stock you could have ever invested in.
I thought we said it has to be a certain size, though. I thought
but at 450, this was, now it's worth $100 million. What was it? What was it worth up here? I think it was worth something. Anyways, this to me is the new undisputed. There might be another one too. I don't know what a firm is at, but a firm I guess is close to that. But Root, because of that,
the firm's nowhere close to that.
No, because of the reverse split, it looks nasty because you go up there to 475. Wow, so I'm not kidding when I said Root still exists. That's unbelievable. But so it's going to be a fun day, man, regardless. We have everything now at day's low. All these names that we have are still pumping. I only said AstraZeneca because it's probably holding up half decent there. Let me have a quick look at AstraZeneca quickly. I know it's a NASDAQ name. The reason why we've seen Pfizer, Moderna, some names like that do okay. So there it is. Yeah, actually doing quite well. Above the 50 period. So I think we're right. Every single name on that board probably deserves to be a short, except AstraZeneca. So we'll see how they report. But we're going to finish the show at our highest spot of the day. We are finishing our day with our best day this month. We are finishing the show with one losing trade. This has been such a fantastic run here today, and I don't think it's going to stop. We're going to be back tomorrow. Lots of fun tomorrow. But you know what tomorrow is, man? It is
It's CPI day. CPI is going to be huge.
Mo money.
And I got to say this when I see it. We're going to throw to the midday guys right now. But someone just mentioned Root has sales of $300 million. Okay, yes. Sales, $350 million actually. Market cap is $100 million. So you might say, that's a great sales to cap ratio. But insurance is a very, very different business, right? There are different metrics you got to look at. You got to look at the loss ratio. You got to dig a little bit deeper. I know because I momentum traded Lemonade all the way upside, and it wasn't until it was coming down and I was like, okay, well, do I like this? I talked to a couple of people in the industry. I was lucky enough to be able to do that. That was fortunate on my side. But then the more I looked into it, it's like the fundamentals sucked, and it had more to do with some of the higher level metrics other than just your normal ones that you look at, like price to sales is good on Root, but that doesn't mean they're healthy at all. And it's a similar thing with Lemonade here, which that's at some. This is right at the lows as well, $15.90 on Lemonade, and it's right there. If that gets taken out, to the left of them, to the right of them, lows of the day. Midday guys, let's go get them. Sharif and Trader Pratt.
Yes, sir. Brand new Wednesday. I'm still thinking it's Tuesday. It's a brand new Wednesday, and it's November 9th. We're going to look for all the opportunities, all the chances that the market's going to present us with. I'm your host, Trader Pratt, and this is my co-host, Sharif's in the hot seat today once again. Let's show you a couple of trades I'm in right now. I'm in a DHI short, kind of like the same setup from yesterday with Take Two, but not really. Take-Two was a negative catalyst stock. Earnings came out negative. And the short around the 100-period EMA was good. But for DHI over here, positive catalyst, the positive earnings report coming out for these guys. They went up to almost 78.50 today. But then on the second go up over here, I think, I'm expecting them to reject that 78.50 because if you pull up the daily chart over here for the stock, you'll see closer to 78.50, $79. There's somewhat of a resistance over there. Obviously, with the positive earnings catalyst, it could easily break through that if there is enough volume and enough buyers in there. So keeping my sizing small, currently in a winner on this trade. Another trade that I'm on the board right now, you can't see it, but maybe if I take some profits, you will see it. It's going to be a long on SPY because I don't believe that this market will go too far to the downside today with the elections and everything, and also with CPI tomorrow. We're probably just going to have an inside day. So I did have a short earlier on futures over here at 38, well, on the 38.25 area. Didn't really trade it too properly, honestly. Traded it pretty bad and was upset with it, so kind of just stopped looking at it, and now came back to try a long around that 3,800 bottom. Got stopped out, then got back in once the market showed me that it clearly wants to trade above 3,800 with the buying coming in on the future, so punched back into my SPY long. That's paying me at the moment. I also had a Amazon short earlier on that's going to be around this 88 area. Got out pretty much around the lower days, but now I'm flipped long into that trade, basically leaning on the market, pulling back over here, having an inside day, bouncing off of yesterday's lows, and also rejecting from yesterday's midpoints or even yesterday's highs if we do manage to get up there, trying to see if we can get a nice little scalp long towards the $88 on Amazon.
Yes, sir. Happy hump day to everybody. Sat down, had a good little
Thursday?
trade. Hump day?
Yeah.
No, it's Wednesday.
Oh.
Remember, the hump is the middle. And it's the middle of the week. Yeah.
I know it as Booze Day.
Yeah, okay. Had a good little trade here. Sat down, Sean called. I met a short, got in at that 103.60 area and then scalped all the way down into the 102.80. So that was a nice little trade there. I met it with full size, but you know what's not going well for me at the moment is my short on Mac. I ended up getting shorts for this one earlier on. They were super cheap, but maybe that was for a reason here. I think I timed it well, but my execution was off. Essentially what I was looking for was this area here, this flat bottom breakdown, the consolidation period at the 200 period moving average. I wanted to get it in the 1170s, and I looked away for a minute, and I ended up getting in the low 1150s. So I averaged in a little bit over here, added a quarter position right over here at the 1180-ish area. So my cost base at the moment is 1156. So we'll see what this one does. I see a good area of possible resistance here at this level. You can see it intersected here and over here, and then for a good period over here, and then we're having the same sort of thing. So I'm looking for possibly a move back down, but I do have a stop through that 12. If it breaks through that 12 to the high side, I'll be at a MAC on that one. But other good trades to tell you about today. Nice little trade on Disney and Lucid back at my desk. Good little, a couple of shorts there on two really weak momentum stocks at the moment, both earnings losers from yesterday. I'm sure you heard plenty from the morning show about the reasons for Disney's demise. But you know, when you're not going to be profitable until 2024, and you're claiming you're at your peak expenses. So essentially, what they're saying is, our costs at the moment, we believe, are as high as they're going to get. That's not, very reassuring to investors because, that's their assumptions, and they're telling you that they're at their highest cost. So I took that as a bit of a bearish signal, and I think the market did as well, as we get a really aggressive retracement probably today. I think, I don't even know what the high is prior to the pre-market. I think maybe 93.50 or so. Now we're all the way down to 87.80.
Yeah, off that Disney catalyst, there was an obvious short on Netflix, which I think everyone should have looked at. I honestly was planning to take that trade, but got caught up in my bus schedule, did not show up to work on time for that 9:30 opening trade. Drives outside on Netflix, so missed out on the pre-market, fell short at 261, which I was actually talking about to a bunch of people on the floor over here too. I said, this is going to be an insane short, because if Disney's coming out and saying that they're going to cut down on their ad-supported tier or how much they're supporting on the ad campaign and so on, and they're also taking damage on the content creation and having content up on their platform for Disney Plus. We know that Netflix, who is trying to compete with them, who recently launched their ad-supported tier, might have some issues coming into them in the near future. So because of all those reasons, I figured Netflix short off of the Disney catalyst would be something to take a look at. But, you know, it just sucks to be. Part of the job is just showing up here on time. Not showing up on time made me miss out on my probably the best trade of the day today, which is going to be the Netflix short off that 261 pre-market lows, riding it all the way down to 256 or so. But that's fine. You know, today's kind of still a little bit light on the volume over here. We have only one 3x leverage ETF at TQQ at 89 million shares. Then we have Meta Platforms, which is absolutely soaring to the moon today. 7% up on Meta Platforms with the 52 million shares traded. Tomorrow, the CPI number is going to be where I'm going to be looking to put more of my size into. So I got to make sure I get home on time. I can't be leaving gym at 7 o'clock and getting home at 9 and then eating dinner at 9 and then sleeping at 12. I got to get home earlier today and then you know, wake up early to get here at 8:30 to trade that CPI number.
For sure. I'm looking at the my corner screen here, and I see Upstart making a nice little bounce off VWAP. I had my eye on this one to go long over 16. If I can just bring in this chart here real quick. One moment. I want to put this on the 10 or the 15-minute chart to kind of show you the range that I was looking at. Yeah, it was a little bit clearer earlier before this area broke. So essentially the area that I was looking to go long on or short on. Hello, what are we doing here? There we go. Was the break of 16, like I said, to the high side. And then on the low side, I was looking for, let's bring that one out. Yeah, so around right here, that would be the break of, I want to say 1350 or so, maybe a little bit higher than that. Actually, I'm going to have to say that 14 level because these are wicks. See, the thing is, my charting doesn't transfer over from my desk to this one, so sometimes I got to redraw these lines. Anyway, so you had a nice little consolidation period here at the 16 level.
Trade Ideas account that Michael Nas set you up with, that would save it.
I gotta set that up. So this 16 area consolidation here is what I was looking at, but you could tell it really took its sweet time to get going. It would wick up, then down. There was a battle here at 16. I think that's changed now. Look at this.
You go to the chart, boys.
Yeah, what's going on? That there's this breakout completely here. You can see that this area, there was a period of consolidation with a couple of wicks, but never closed above that level, that 1630 level. So it was in and around 16. Now you've got a decided break to the high side. So I like Upstart here, possibly moving into that 17 area. So it gives you about 30 pennies or so possibly left on that. That's where I would take my profits anyway.
Monster long on this market right now. Prastradamus strikes again. It's what's it called? What was it called? Inside day. There you go. Inside day coming into play one more time over here. SPY now $1 in the money, taking some profits on that bad boy. Amazon getting ready to launch up to the north side too. We're about 20 cents in the money. Let's take some profits on that bad boy also. And DHI, Dr. Horton, was 50 cents in the money, now only 30 cents in the money. Let's take some size out over here just to capitalize on that move. And then if it pops back up, we can get back out on that side or get back in on that trade. So nice little pop up on the futures over here off of that trend line that I don't really, I talk too much smack about it, but it's still playing out over here. Let's quickly show you this one right here. Bang, that trend line over here. We did pop below that trend line all the way back to almost what is this, yesterday's low? Was this yesterday? Yeah, yesterday was the 18th. So the yesterday's low of almost 3,790. We dipped slightly under that too, and then ripped right back above it. And now look at the market trying to hold itself in that inside day momentum, kind of just sideways trade. We could possibly keep pinging the top of the range and the bottom of the range and slowly inch our way to the downside, but it would have been much better for the market to go towards 3,900 for myself That way for CPI, if CPI comes out bad, if CPI comes out 8 or more, why did I do that? I wanted to do this. If CPI comes out 8 or higher, that's going to be an easy short for us. So that's what we're expecting at the moment for tomorrow. But if it comes out 7.9 or lower, that's going to be an easy long. So we'll just have to wait and see which direction the traps are being laid out. Today might just be a trap fest, a trap session, right? Not a trap house, not those Atlanta trap house, but you know, a trap fest.
Yeah, that's the immediate picture that I got in my head. HSTO starting to show up on my scanner. I know it's up over 50%. I get that, but the volume started coming in relatively late. The volume only started coming in around that 10:20, 10:30 time slot. Before that, the volume was super sparse. And also, you know, it's not my favorite type of stock. It's $1 and change. I really like anything above $3 to $5, you know, being that border to the downside. I took a long here. I took a long at 154. I see a period of consolidation here. So I'm playing this range, hopefully maybe into the 160s, somewhere in the mid 160s. I've got my stop out right below this low wick here. So it's going to be around that 145. I'll give this one room though between my stop and my limit, because this one could flush and you don't want to get caught where your stop doesn't work. So make sure you give yourself room on these small cappers. The other trade that I'm currently in, I'm still down on, is MAC, not by much, but I'm liking this period of consolidation here, right at that 1180 level. You see it repeating throughout the day, and now it's going the longest period at that level. So I've got my stop through the break of 12, and I'm looking for a retracement down possibly into the 1150. So that's my thinking on that one. But, you know, it's really taking its sweet time, and good chance I might get shaken out of this one and have to get back in, because, oh, there it goes. Just as I say that, I get stopped out of my MAC position on that, but that's all right. I'll look to get back in once it sets up in a better way. At the moment, I think that I'll have to relook my levels, Bradley.
Yeah, Coinbase today triggering SSR at one point by breaking 45 to the downside. Now, thankfully, though, above 45.5, looks like it wants to keep trading above it for the time being at least. But still down 9.3%. Anytime a stock goes down more than 10%, it kind of becomes a little bit harder for you to short set stock. You can't just take out the size. For example, right here on 45.91, there's about 200 lots of size on that level. If you want to go short, you can't just take that size out and go short like you would be able to with most positions. You have to actually wait on the ask for the stock to tick higher in order to you to get filled on that trade. So Coinbase would be in that basket, Rivian, Lucid, all those other stocks that came out with negative earnings reports today and dropped off in pre-market and continue to drop off after pre-market, all going to be in that SSR basket. Part of them are actually going to give you a good long bounce scalps if you can look for example, Disney at one point. I know Disney is at a new low now, but at one point Disney previously around this 88.50 area, there would be some size there, and because there was size there and the stock was SSR, no one could really punch that level, so it would just keep on bouncing from there, giving you a beautiful $1 per share scalp. But since the stock coming out with negative catalyst, came out with negative catalyst, and it's already down 11% on the day, it was hard for me to look for a long on that trade at that double bottom area of that 88.50s. So just never managed to push that trade for myself. And I think I'm actually happy part of it, even though it would have given me quick little scalps. As a day trader, those scalps are beautiful risk to reward trades, right? You're risking not too much to the downside, and you're instantly getting profits to the upside. If that size breaks, you get out for maybe a 5-cent loser, 10-cent loser, but your reward is way better than the risk over there. But at the end of the day, we did manage to break that level as the market looked like it was getting weaker, closer to 3,800, and now at a new low, a new 52-week low, question mark. Let's actually go verify that real quick. Sir? Yeah, new 52-week low for Disney, says Sean with the thumbs up over there, so no need to even verify it.
Yes, sir. Got back into MAC at the 1190 level, scalped out a little bit there in the high 1170s. Going to wait for this one to work. I think that was just a momentary breach of that $12 level, and then you'll have a retracement. Already scalping out some profits there. HSTO is the other one that I'm in. Still long on that one. I didn't take any profits at that point. 159 was the level that I was looking at. but I was on the other screen, so I didn't get to take any profits on that one. In hindsight, I actually don't want to take it out here. I'll wait for the 160, so I'll go ahead and put out a profit taker at that 161 level. We'll see what that does when it gets there. But the main one that I'm really looking at is MAC to flush down. I think that this level here has been in play for quite some time, going on 2 hours at the moment, and it really hasn't been breached. There we go. If we could start printing some 1170s, I'll start scalping out some in that level as well. 1180 seems to be a level here that hasn't been broken. 1180, 1179 seems to be a lot of buying in that area for at least like the past 4 or 5 minutes or so. But both profitable trades at the moment. Continuing to watch what they do. Bradley, what's going on in the futures? You said they're ripping.
Yeah, the futures are moving up. Pretty beautiful action coming into the buy side right now on the SPYs also, which we are long. So $1.16 in the money on the SPY ETF. We're watching it take off above VWAP. Well, not really take off, but it got to VWAP and slightly got above VWAP, allowing us to take some profits at $1.30 per share. Amazon doing something similar too. Amazon got up to 30 cents in the money, but did not really give us our L. So it looks like our order is still sitting there waiting for us to take profits. And DHI also pulled up with the rest of the market, which is exactly what we wanted it to do in order to take more size, to keep rinsing and repeating the range that the stock might offer us for the short side or even the long side. You know, the long side actually looks way better as a trade setup for a stock that's up on the day and with positive earnings catalyst. So for those of you who want to flip long instead on this trade over here, that might be a better setup for yourself, honestly, because the chances for the stock to break lower and really get below VWAP are less than for it to break out of the higher day range and go for that new high where right here where I have it mapped up. Look at this day. This is the 15-minute chart on the Trade Ideas chart. That level is at 78.89 that I have it mapped out at. So, and that line, if you see right here, kind of matches with the 30-day line too. This is the day, this is the daily chart. You can see how multiple days have bottomed out near that 79, 78.50, 78.80 area. Multiple days have topped out at that 78.80, 79 area. So there's a good chance that DHI could break out of this range, go to that 79. I personally know that I could keep shorting the stock all the way up to 79, 79.50. So that's why I'm doing that in order for a VWAP reversal trade. So my setup's a little bit different, but the setup that might be better for you guys is just going long at the low of these ranges, scalping some out at the high of the range, and then looking for that breakout. Thankfully, the markets are weak today, so these positions that are supposed to absolutely take off might not really have that oomph behind it, so it's going to allow me to keep doing what I'm doing.
Yeah, that 1190 short on MAC is printing for us. We got some as low as high 1160s on that, so a nice 22, 23 cent winner on MAC. Got a little bit less than half a position left on that. I'm going to keep the same stock the same stop that I was talking about earlier, that break of 210, 1210. If it breaks above 1210, which is my stop will be at 1211. Then I'll be out of that one for the remaining portion. Let me just add that in because I think I used my flatten key. So we'll go ahead and put 1211, and then we'll cover the remaining portion. I'll give it to like 1215 in case it just goes haywire there. So MAC is that one. Got stopped out on my HSTO trade. Thankfully, that was only a quarter position. Took a full position down here on that dip. I'm long at 144. Sorry. 144. I'm looking to scalp some into the low 150s. I'll start taking some profit there. There's a bit of a resistance level in and around this area. You'll have the break of VWAP as well as this period of consolidation here, the lower area of that. So definitely looking for some in the low 150s. Let's go ahead and put that out now. So I'll take out some at 151 and we'll take a quarter position there. So we'll see what this one does. My stop is right below this bottom wick, so it'll be at 139, 138. If it breaks that to the downside, I'll be out of HSTO. But those are the only two small cappers that I'm playing today. I saw the chat tell me UPST was moving. Yeah, UPST is one I've been watching essentially all day. It was on my radar from yesterday because it was an earnings loser. And it's had a nice little rebound. I mean, it's still down 11.5% on the day, but decidedly above VWAP. VWAP's at 1575, high of days at 1744. So you know that there's been a bit of a medium trend change. So currently retracing now, maybe perhaps back down into that 1650 area. I see some levels of support around that area. It also happens to be the 50-period moving average, so it's nice when those two coincide. But maybe I'll take a dip trade in and around that area, but I won't take it long at the moment. We'll have to see what this one does. It broke 17 quite easily, actually, to the downside. So I'll have to keep an eye on that one and see if there's any noticeable trend change. HSTO continuing to just hover around that 50-period moving average. Again, I'm looking for that break of 150 to take anything long. And back to Mac. Mac, yeah, getting close to my out on that one. We're holding a little bit less than 0.5%. Half our position, excuse me, and our stop is right above this wick here. Let's send it up to Brendo at the big desk with social sentiment.
Hey guys, got an update for you on a much more negative looking board now. Unfortunately, as far as sentiment is concerned, coming across on social media, a lot of red to deal with now outside of MULN. There's a few, Meta, positive as well, NRBO. That's Veru. It's tough to see there. VERU still halted on that news halt as that FDA panel review still underway. So everything else downside in a big way. DWAC, AMC, SPY, the Qs. Disney, Upstart, HUDI from a few days ago, and Tesla as well. Back to the downside. This is quite large for Tesla on this board at this point, just signifying the amount of comments coming through on social media, guys, for the individual names.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Bradley, I want to tell you something.
Yeah.
I got a class action lawsuit payment via EMT yesterday. And for you guys who don't know what EMT is, it's email money transfer. And it's essentially like what you guys have with Venmo and Cash App and stuff like that. You can just send money to people via email and it gets there like almost instantaneously. So I signed up for this class action thing. I forgot completely what it was. I have to look it up. But apparently I just got $40 for free. EMT. There goes lunch or like a couple of drinks on Friday.
Let's go, baby.
Yeah,
That's
baby.
what we're talking about. We rich now. I'm rich. Insert explicit word over there. That's from Chappelle Show.
Yes.
But where we heading to right now? I had to jump out of my SPY long, but instead of jumping out of my SPY long, I by mistake actually closed my short on DHI. So I got back into DHI, closed my long on SPY. That was a clean, successful long trade out at 8,800 bounce idea. Oh, I need my poppy? Yeah, it's because they have my poppy over there. I put it on your desk yesterday for you to use.
I've always had my same.
All right, well, where did Arun?
Can
Arun
someone
had
loan
my
him a
poppy.
poppy?
Arun took my poppy and he dipped. Arun dipped with my poppy. He got out of here.
Brendo gave me back my poppy this morning.
Yeah, these guys jacked it, and now they're saying they don't have it. I see how it is, man. I see how it is. But no, the market currently pulling back down, so I had to jump out of my trade over there on the SPY long. Not going to hold it. And we're actually going to see how big of a pullback this market's going to have. Is it going to continue having that idea that I was talking about over there with the inside day thesis? Is it going to play out? Are we going to actually keep having an inside day, which would be very boring for the rest of the show? Because we're just going to keep on bouncing off of 3,800 and then most likely rejecting off of VWAP around 3,810 and sideways trade. Explain the poppy again. Basically, back in World War II, all the... World War I, thank you. All the veterans' bodies were put basically buried under a poppy field, and the poppies grow on top of their bodies, and it's become a significant flower ever since then. During the month of November, people wear these poppies to kind of remember the war, remember the sacrifices that people have been through. Remembrance Day is on November 11th. On the 11th day of the 11th hour of the 11th minute of the 11th second, 11th month, yeah. They signed that peace treaty for World War I. So that's the significance behind it.
Yeah, a lot of stuff we could say about that, but yeah. Needless to say, I think we're having an inside day because we didn't get that decisive. Political decision in the states that we were looking for. Like, I mean, a lot of people.
What ended up happening? Did someone win?
We don't even know. We don't even know yet.
The numbers didn't go through?
So looks like that the path to the Senate for the Republicans might be tighter than it was before because that dude in Pennsylvania beat the Dr. Oz guy. Okay, Wetterman, or I forget his name. But
it's
it
not
looks
as simple
like
as the winner is this.
No, it would be nice if it was like that. And it's kind of sad. I mean, like, I don't like to disrespect my American friends to the south, but, you know, the world looks up to you guys as a beacon of democracy. You guys, you should have your ducks in a row a little bit more when it comes to these, the results of these decisions. Anyway, politics, we're not trying to get into politics, but fact of the matter is if we had a decision yesterday, I think we would have either more decided red or green day, kind of like flirting in the middle. But we'll definitely get one tomorrow because you know what tomorrow is, baby.
Yeah, it's going to be Free Fall Thursday. CPI is going to come out nice and hot, 9%. We're going to go straight to 0 on the market. I'm going to wear my Suge Knight red shirt. You already know it. I have it nice and fresh, ironed overnight. Well, I don't. That's a lie. But I'm going to iron it fresh overnight. The Suge Prad's going to come out straight from well, not from the bin. I'm not from the bin, but, you know, Suge's in the bin right now. I'm expecting a 9%. Okay, maybe that's a little too high over there.
What we saw 7.9.
7.9. The last one was 8.2. Estimate was 7.9. The last one was supposed to be 8.1. It came out 8.2, 1% higher, or 0.1% higher. Obviously, if they're expecting 7.9, maybe we do come in at 7.9. Maybe we do come in at 8. Not sure what the numbers are coming. I don't have a crystal ball, but it would be nice to have it come in 8 or higher, because then the red shirt, I might just have to bring in a green shirt to be safe. That way, you know, I don't look like a fool with the market ripping to the upside and I'm wearing a deep red shirt. Or, you know, then I can say that I'm Chinese for that day. Then I'm Chinese for that day because in China, their colors are actually the other way around because red is good luck for them. So maybe for that day, I'm Asian.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of opportunities to probably make some good money tomorrow if you're able to capitalize on the right stocks. I mean, I think if you're looking to play the general market, probably the Qs are your best bet. Maybe even you know, the levered Qs too, like either your SQQ or the TQQ. I like those. I think that they're fairly priced at the moment, so you can take some more size with that. You know, back like a few years ago, it was like $70. Now it's like 30 for the TQQ. So, what is it? 30, Bradley? What is it? Where are the TQQs trading at these days? Let's find out. I haven't seen them in a while.
$18.
Geez, 18. So it must be the SQQs are in the 30s. Let me see this quickly here. No, they're in the 50s. Okay, so my rods and cones are all screwed up there. I haven't traded those in a while. But anyway, got shaken out of my trade on Max, so that'll be a loser for me. I'm red on that. HSTO, I'm still break even, waiting for that possible move up. Looks like maybe a double bottom brewing here. In any event, I've got my stop out on that one, and I won't move it. So that'll be the break of 138, I think, into 137. But I feel like maybe this one might be headed to the upside. A bit of consolidation in and around this area. And you saw that previously around that 10:30 to that 10:45 time slot. We consolidated in and around this area at that $1.40, with the bottom being here at $1.35. So a bit of the same maybe happening at the moment. If we can reclaim VWAP here at that 148, I think that would give you know, a lot more people will be buy-minded as opposed to sell-minded on this one. I've got my profit taker at that 151. I won't change it. So let's go back to Mac. Mac not giving me many opportunities. I'm going to lay off this one for a minute until it comes into certain ranges that I can play off of. At the moment, I was kind of trying to diddle in the middle and play within the ranges, and, you know, it worked and then it didn't, worked and it didn't. So a bit of a mixed bag on that, but I'm red on it nonetheless. Another really good one that I think it's kind of past its prime at the moment is Lucid. It kind of made its low there at 11.08. Let's flip to Lucid quickly. LCID. That's a NASDAQ stock, right? Yeah, it is. Okay, so LCID. Load. Yes, that was the move. I still have this one at my desk, but with respect to taking it now, I think that this one might be a little past its prime. If we can get a flat bottom breakdown and make a new low below that 11.08, I think that might be in play. But currently, you're getting lower highs. I see that, especially on this particular time frame. But your lower highs are really, really like fractionally lower, and you have a bit of a flat bottom brewing on this one. So Lucid was on my radar. I'm not sure if I'll take that now, though, Brad.
So good question coming in on the chat. Where do you guys know where iceberg orders are? So iceberg orders are the definition of an iceberg order. How does it work? So for example, this is the whole order, right? But all you see is the top layer of the order, not the whole whole box. So you don't really know how big or deep the box is. You just see the top layer of it. So you see 100 shares, and there might be a bigger layered order size under it, kind of to hide the hide the intent of the buyer over there. So how can you tell? There's no real way of telling until you're actually looking. So for an Amazon today, when Amazon was breaking below 88 and it came back to 88, you could see clearly that there was only 100 shares being shown at 88. Buyers would keep on punching 88, but the stock is not able to break 88 and go higher. So on the time of sales, you'll see 88 being printed, 100 shares, 100 shares, 100 shares, 100 shares, and all of those long shares that are being printed are on the green side. So someone's punching into the ask on the 88 level, but the 88 level is not budging, and it just keeps on refreshing that order again and again and again. It keeps on coming back until the iceberg is completely smacked out, completely wiped out. That stock is not going to go higher than that because there's a seller there, right? So that's the idea of identifying an iceberg over there. You look for a stock, just continuously keep on watching. When the stock says like only one means 100 shares. So when the stock, let's say at $87, only shows you 100 shares, but it's constantly being sold off into the 87 area, but that level's not breaking, then there's an iceberg buyer on 87, but that also means there's a seller who's willing to offload tons of size into that iceberg buyer at 87. So then the battle is who's bigger, who's got more buying power. Does the iceberg buyer have more buying power than the seller who has enough shares to sell, or does the seller who has enough shares to sell have more selling pressure than the iceberg bidder who's trying to buy the bid over there, right? Also, they could pull that iceberg bid and you don't really see it pulling away because as a normal book, you'll see that there's size on the book, it's being taken or they pull it. You'll see that order being pulled sometimes. But with an iceberg, you're just gambling on them not pulling the order, on them actually sticking with that whole order and actually taking the whole size that they intended to take and so on. So when it comes to icebergs, you have to be a little careful, obviously. You could also use tools such as Bookmap that will teach you, or not teach you, it will show you where icebergs are on a nice little heat map. We're going to send it to you, send it to Brendo at the big desk right now for Europe close.
Hey guys, yeah, wrapping up the day. Downside here mostly for European markets. Keep my eye on this as well. This is Bitcoin over here testing below 17,000 right now. Did bounce back above it, but the move downside for cryptocurrencies continuing, led by BTC and Ethereum, of course, right now. But yeah, mostly flat-ish to slightly down here for European markets. 0.2 there for England, Germany 0.1. Same story for France. There was a little positivity coming out of Italy and Spain. Mixed bag, as we've seen so far today in North America as well, guys, for Europe today.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Yeah, I was just going to actually mention that Bitcoin has like a new recent low, 16,842, guys. So that prompted me to take a short on coin. I'm already profitable on it. Scalping out, I've got a little bit more than half the position left. I'm looking for some 14.10 and lower prints to start scalping a little bit more. I've got some out at 12 and 13. 45, 12, and 45, 13 is what I mean. There's big size here at 12, so that's got to get eaten up. 46,000 some odd shares at that level, so 45, it's getting eaten up, but it's a big level. I'll take a little bit more out at that level, so to de-risk, but a good trade nonetheless on coin. I'm short 45.21, so a 9-penny winner so far. We need more than that though, but that size at 12 is hanging around, and look, it's getting eaten up. We were at 46, now we're at 41, but not with any rate of speed here. Let's see if a big short seller can come in and take down that size. It's getting eaten up. 35 now. Here we go, 15. Oh, it's getting blown out. There we go. Beautiful. Nice little short on coin there. Can we break 45? If we can get a break of that 45, I'm going to de-risk a little bit more at 45.04 there on coin. Good trade, holding a third of my position left, looking for that 45 break to the downside, Brad.
Yeah, the market's gonna keep trading above 3,800, so I'm just gonna get back into my SPY long over here, just a no-brainer long. It's about to be what it's 11:35, but it feels like it should be 12 already, right? But the time's going by so slow. There's barely any volume in the damn market, sadly. I mean, it makes sense though. Everyone's waiting for that CPI numbers to come out. Imagine it comes out really hot and 8.5% or 8.3% or something, and people at that point are really looking to offload every single thing they got, close every single position they have. I'm trying to find if there's any software that finds or any website that finds iceberg orders. But the thing I was talking to you guys about is right here, Bookmap, bookmap.com. Not affiliated with these guys like we are with Trade Ideas or anything. So if you have any questions with Bookmap or in regards to Bookmap, I'm not the person to go to. You might want to call up Bookmap. Might want to Google about Bookmap. There's probably tons of resources about this software. There's a couple people on the floor who actually do use it. Shout out to them. I think they still do use it. They find it very useful for themselves. This will actually find out iceberg orders for you. Like, it will show you that there's a level that's constantly being bought up, but there is no visible order on the level 2 that's showing up for you to take advantage of. Kind of like this website that I show you guys all the time when it comes to Bitcoin. So this is the aggregated heat map for Bitcoin. Shows you where a big level would be in terms of buyers and sellers. So you see that big buy level around 19K clearly got whacked out absolutely to the downside when that FTX news got dropped. Then we had a big buy order at 18K. That got whacked. Now we're at $17,662 on BTC. With I'm not sure what this indicator is over here. Not sure what half of these things are on here, to be honest, because I don't really trade Bitcoin. But we got some selling pressure obviously coming into BTC. Elevated volumes on the daily chart, elevated volumes on the 15-minute chart. Let's quickly go to the daily chart over here. Look at that. Ooh, yesterday's volume was insane on Bitcoin. Almost 20,000 coins traded. Today we're almost at 8,000 coins. Let's see if we can actually catch up to that. Actually, Bitcoin touched yesterday's bottom. So it's not, we haven't broken out of yesterday's bottom, which is the FTX news bottom. That's what we're going to call it from here on out. The FTX bottom, the crypto FTX winter. People are also saying, crypto winter might have come to an end with this FTX news. It's going to bottom out at 11K and then bounce from 11K to the moon.
Yeah. I don't know. I was hearing other things, to be honest with you. I heard that FTX got bought up by Binance because...
How long till Coinbase has liquidation problems, liquidity problems?
Exactly what I was going to get to. You just basically jumped my point there. Exactly what I was going to say there. So I think that there is some industry consolidation. This is just my opinion. There's some industry consolidation to avoid liquidity issues, and whoever's got the cash kind of buying whoever doesn't really have the cash or has got cash issues. So how long can that last, right? Depending on how high the coin stays. I guess a lot of these companies are attached to the price of Bitcoin. We were talking about MSTR yesterday, MicroStrategies, and their whole situation. And where are they at today? Let's just have a look real quick. MSTR is trading at 181.20. So it's 182 essentially. It's down another 14%. It was down like 25, 30% yesterday. So I don't know how much of its value it's lost in 2 days, but that's a whole situation. Anyway, I had the good trade on coin, so that allows me to spin the money there. We got short at that 45, 45.20 something, 45.25 I believe, and we scalped down all the way into the 44.90. So that was a nice little trade there on coin. Went in with full size. All these green little arrow triangle things are the outs, as you know. So let's flip back to the position that's not doing that well, and that's HSTO. It's like the volume completely dried up on this one. Investors or traders just like, yeah, we'll take this one off at the moment. Now, we're like 20 minutes away from lunch, but come on. Let's get some volume back in this one. It is up 40% on the day, so people should be looking at it. Anyway, it looks like this one is going to go against me. I see a possible flat bottom breakdown here. This is, when you have that aggressive move down like we do on these two candles, and then you have that sideways consolidation, from the pattern that I would run, I would be taking that 140 short. Sadly, I'm long, so I'll have to basically just, ride this one through, and if I'm able to catch a short after I get stopped out, great, but I'm going to see this trade through. not looking good for me, though. Coin making a bit of a bounce here, despite the fact that I don't see the equivalent bounce. Oh, that's a 30-minute chart. That's why. Let's put this on a 1-minute chart. Yeah, okay, kind of coin moving a little bit now with Bitcoin as is expected. If you look at the Bitcoin charts and coin base chart, they're close. So a bit of a move now, bouncing back up on Bitcoin. I think we're 17,168 and almost at 46 on coin. So if you're playing those two, keep an eye on that chart.
Market moving back up off that, well, guess what, 3,800 level. So we're just constantly recycling that same trade. We got back in on the long. DHI, again, paying us on the short side. Where am I typing? Hello? Let me quickly do this here. DHI, take some profits on the down move over here. Okay, there we go. Take some profits on the down move. SPY, now 40 cents in the money. Let's take some profits on the up move over here towards VWAP. Hello? They don't want to give the fills today at all. Hey, I see how it is. And Amazon, we're still waiting for the out on the upside over here. My order's been sitting there for almost 50 minutes now, and we've not got the chance to get out, but looks like we might get the chance over here as Amazon is once again 24 pennies in the money. So trades are working over here for us today. We're having opportunities, even though the market's not really getting ready to really break out to the north side or to the south side. Sadly, though, the markets are down almost 1% for each side, each of them over here for the SPYs and the NASDAQs. FSLR, though, having a pretty green day today. FSLR up 4.24%. New York, I typed it wrong. There we go. FSLR on NASDAQ currently trying to keep going to the high side after consolidating. Solar stocks in general.
Yeah, have a look. These are all solar. They're mostly green.
Yeah, solar stocks having a great day. I guess part of it has to do with the election over there as to what side is going to win and what kind of rules are going to get passed by and so on. And we're in there. What was solar stocks the extra thing in that basket of the vote? You know what I'm talking about?
No, I know that solar stocks were made up that, what's it called, the Inflation Reduction Act.
Yeah, that was the one. Okay, so this was the added to that one. Right.
Yeah.
Me and Blind Jedi and I, we're also talking about the DraftKings vote that came through not too long ago, the ban of sports gambling or the vote not going through for sports gambling. Let me see what the other one's called too. Thank you, Blind Jedi, for even mentioning these. I would not have known without it. What is it? Prop 27 kicking in all winnings from sports bettings are taxable. It wasn't before. Prop 26, which is the expansion of commercial gambling, and Prop 27, which is legal sports wagering, all of those coming into play. I'm not sure. California, maybe?
Is that California? Okay,
yeah. California, maybe, because he's from California, I'm pretty sure. I just doxed you, Blind Jedi. I'm sorry, my friend.
It's okay. It's the biggest state. Population-wise, he's fine. He can hide out.
But yeah, DraftKings over here off their earnings report and off those catalysts over there getting beat up. Look at this beautiful move on the SPY ETF right now, $1 in the money. Let's take some more size out of the 50-period EMA as we're launching to the north side. Amazon did give us our out to the north side too. And DHI, while the market's going up, is actually coming down. So this is even better for me on the short. Let's take more profits out here on DHI, which don't want to give me profits. So in that case, I'm just gonna really cross up $1 and just smash the ask. That's because my cross key is only 5 to 10 cents, and the bid sometimes open up. I got hiccups. The spread sometimes open up, so I'm not able to punch out on there. But oh, baby, this market's taking off.
Yeah, whoa.
Let's go.
Meta is
the
flying.
The longs are in once again. What did I say? I just can't help myself. This is beautiful. The inside day idea thesis is playing out. We're back to 3,800, bouncing from 3,800 on the S&P 500 futures. We're now moving back to 3,820, and guess what? 3,825 rejects again. So we'll watch 3,825 or 3,820 reject and then go short. We're now $1.30 on the SPY ETF.
Absolutely, yeah. Meta at high a day now, 104.62 is the high a day on Meta. So a lot of power with this one. It's obviously relatively strong relative to the market. I mean, let's bring down these charts here and show you that basically it is the By far the strongest of the bunch. I mean, yes, Google is above VWAP and so is Microsoft, but not nearly by the range or by the amount that Meta is, and they're similarly priced stocks. You know, you're getting a reclaim of VWAP now on Apple, not so much on Tesla. Tesla being the relatively weak of the bunch as well. So Meta looks like the behemoth it's been these past few days, and we'll recall that, you know, 11,000 people are being laid off, so we shouldn't really, you know, celebrate that too much. That's 13% of the workforce that's going to be without a job. But you know how investors view these things. They view these cost-cutting measures as good, especially during leaner times, right? During recessionary times, you want to cut costs, and that's just the nature of the beast, so to speak. So we're long on Meta here. We're long the market at the moment. Let's see if we can, this is just going to be a short VWAP reclaim on the ES, or if we're going to have something more sustained, maybe through 38.25, Bradley.
Nah.
You don't think so?
Nah.
All right.
I actually got out of my Amazon long and flipped short because that's the trade idea. We're just going to keep abusing the range that we're getting out of the market over here. Inside day 2.0 coming in, 2 inside days in 1 week. Gotta love it, right? So clearly the market's waiting for proper variables to come out, such as CPI and other numbers that might help the Fed to decide what direction they want to tighten, you know, how hard they want to tighten up the Fed, the inflation and so on. So here's Amazon pumping up to the $88 area. I flipped short on that off that area because VWAP market also pumping pretty close to 38.20. I don't have much size left on my SPY ETF longs anyways, so we're just gonna leave that trade alone. My thesis is we're not going to break out of 38.25 because if you pull up S&P 500 on the long-term chart over here, pull up the 15-minute chart, zoom out a little bit. This is something that Miss V used to say all the time. You know, when in doubt, zoom out. So if you pull up the 15-minute chart over here, look at that level right there. We got a little bit of a high. We got one other high over there. Then we did break out of it. Then we got 1 bottom, 2 bottom, 3 bottoms, and then we got that high over there. And then we also got this high today that we recently made earlier on in the day over here at 38.25, 38.30 area. So that's why I don't think we really get too much higher than that. If we do, then we got this another range from yesterday around that 38.40s where the market kind of, you know, stopped going higher than a little bit, and then we got the 3900 area. So multiple levels to the upside to keep an eye out for. I personally can't see the market getting higher than the 100-period EMA, which is around 38.20, but I'm going to give it up to 38.25, which was the level that I was trading off of previously for my poorly executed short on the futures, which would have been in the money, what, like 25 points? That would have been a monster short for myself. But thankfully, instead of being too upset of improperly trading that future short, I quickly pulled up the QQQ ETF, punched short QQQs, made money on that. Then we're making money on the SPY longs over here. And now I'm getting ready to flip short on the SPY ETF at some point once I can wait for the S&P 500 to pull up that to the 100-period EMA to the north side.
Yes, so it's funny how you mentioned that the Musk selling there, because we had talked about this, the sales that he had to do on his Tesla stock to finance the Twitter thing. I gave you guys a breakdown, right? It was suggested that he had 27 billion of the 33 billion he needed. The rest was going to be loan based, and then he had already sold up until the previous point when I made this about 15.5 billion. And so basically at the end of the day, UBS and Wedbush disagreed about how much more he would have to sell. UBS thought he'd have to sell around 10 billion, while Wedbush said about 3. Looks like it was somewhere in between that, because I believe he filed yesterday 5.5 billion that he sold, or give or take in that area. I'm not exactly sure of the exact amount, but it looks like we may be, I think we're encountering more selling, to be honest with you, because Tesla's continuing to act weak, and it's acting weak at like peculiar times, like in the pre-market, right, where you have like this huge amount of volume and it looks like systematic selling. Anyway, that's just my take on things. So I think that he may be still selling in order to cover some of the expenses that he has to finance. So anyway, Meta had an excellent trade there, got long 58, scalped out into the high 60s. I'm break even at the moment now. We're back in the 60s again, so I'm profitable again on this name. I'm looking to scalp some out in the high 60s, low 70s. There we go. I see some 68, 67, 69s. There we go. I see 70s there. I'll take another scalp out there, so another 10-cent winner. So an excellent day today on Meta. If we can break through 70, I'll scalp more. There we go, 72s. And I've got basically 10% of the position left. I won't X that. I'll leave that to ride. If maybe we can break 105 or so. But Meta just stronger than the market, guys. I mean, have a look at the ES. The ES is now retracing back into VWAP. Well, Meta was making higher highs, and that's why I was scalping that out. So, you know, I love this name. I love these names that stand out, and they show you that, okay, I'm moving counter market, or I'm the strongest of the big six in the market today, and they make themselves very clear so you can take really good trades off that. So now 104.80s, it looks like we're almost 30 pennies in the money on this, and now we are 30 pennies, so we'll get out. Excellent trade there, Ahmed. I'm going to have to spin the money for that one again, baby, because that was a really good trade, like the coin short that we had earlier on. To be honest with you, I'm still negative on the day right now because of that silly Mac trade, if I'm being honest. So I still got to work my way out of a little bit of a hole, but nonetheless, really good trades on Coin and Meta, and then one boneheaded trade on Mac that I had no business being in. But that's the business of things at the moment. Looking back of Max, speaking of the devil, look at this guy. I mean, it is one big consolidation fest. Looks like we've been doing this since around 10:30, maybe even, yeah, 10:30. We've been around this 200 period moving average at that $11.90, $11.80 to $12 range, and you could scalp that range, but it's completely sporadic in how it's moving up and down. So all the power to you on that one. I need to see some actual direction on this one before I take another trade on it, because it's burnt me too many times, Bradley.
Right on, man. Yeah, don't get burned. Don't play with fire. Don't get burned. Let's look at the chat to see what's going on. I remember someone in the chat earlier on saying, I bet Prad doesn't even have the show liked. That's the first thing I do when I come in. I open up the YouTube chat. Instead of even logging into the software, I open up the YouTube chat, hit the like button, and then I go log into my software, and then I look for levels to trade and so on. So you're wrong. So hit that like button, guys. So pump up the like button. We're already at 2.1K likes today. That's actually pretty good. We have 5,000 of you watching. So with 5,000 of you watching, I think we can easily get up to 3K. Smack that like button as we are going into lunchtime. So before you head out for lunch and you know, come back for the closing show or whatever, just do us all a favor. Hit that like. If you're not subscribed already, hit that subscribe button too. There's about 31 to 32% of you who are not subscribed. We're now at 359,000 subscribed people on the channel. So it looks like we went up another 100 from yesterday to today, and very close to hitting that 360,000 subscribers, and then eventually 500,000, and then 1 million. So hit that subscribe, share with your friends and family. In fact, make an account for your dog too, and then hit that for your dog's account. If you don't have a dog and if you have a cat, make an account for your cat and hit that. Maybe you have a hamster, maybe you have a hedgehog, like someone in our Discord server has posted a picture of their hedgehog before. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Yeah,
have
guys,
you ever seen a real live hedgehog?
Sorry?
Have you seen a real live hedgehog before?
Yeah, I think so.
I had a completely different view because of the game Sonic the Hedgehog. I'm like, these things are tame, man.
Yeah, they're small, eh?
Like, yeah.
They're small. But yeah, do ! Discord in the chat. Get our free Discord where people share pictures like this right here. We got the hedgehog's booty. I'm not sure why you're sharing the hedgehog's booty. I don't know if you took permission from your hedgehog over there to even do that. Lots of cat pictures, lots of dog pictures. Look at that hedgehog right there, cute little guy. There's also a picture of him with glasses somewhere. I can't really find that one. But lots of pictures over here about cats and dogs. But more importantly, stock market conversations. People over here discussing futures levels, posting their pictures, posting their trades. Blind Jedi, our moderator, always hooking people up with levels that he's looking at. And people posting their winning trades, their trade recaps. Look at Jen over here with these fancy trade recaps. I love them. You know what? Actually, let's pull this one right now and trade recap his trade recap to see how our buddy is doing. So it looks like trying to find the trade, saw the rejection, went short, took some profits at the support area, wick bounce. I gotta love it. This guy's going off, isn't he? So flipped long at the 140 bounce, saw the rejection, originally did not plan the trade, wanted to see what happens. I love it, man. Loving the trade synopsis, the trade thesis over there, and helping everyone learn from your trade ideas so far. Basically what Neil and Sean do for you guys, which is trade of the day idea. But over here, you're getting trade of the day ideas from a bunch of people too. So not only are you learning from Neil and Sean, you can also learn from your peers in the YouTube chat by joining our free Discord server that we have going on. Bunch of people in the chat have green names. If you have a green name, then this really doesn't matter for you right now. But if you want to learn what that green name means and how you can get it for yourself, click on that join button right next to the subscribe button. A pop-up box will show up with Brendo telling you exactly what that entails to be a Trader TV Live member. We also have a merch store. You can go directly to the live trading by Trader TV Live channel, YouTube channel page, and click on the store button right there. You'll see a bunch of merch that a lot of us have worn before. The hoodies, the hats, even the mugs that we drink coffee out of over here. So if you want to rep the same merch, feel free to go check that store out. Now we're at 2.3K likes. Let's go from 2.1 to 2.3K. 200 likes just for asking. Thank you, every single one of you. We're that much closer to hitting that 3K number for the day today. Real quick before we send it back to your main man, Sharif, look at that Amazon short now, 27 cents in the money. Let's take some profits on that bad boy as profits are rolling back into our pockets. The market's pulling back down after touching VWAP. It broke VWAP slightly for both of these markets, S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, and it came back down. So now, time to take profits on Amazon and on DHI.
Yeah, I'm just looking at my watch list here, and like almost everything is red, and not by like a small sum either. Like look at these double-digit red stocks all over my watch list. EVs, big tech, battery plays, crypto, fintech, everything is decidedly red. Even virus plays are okay, but then you get to solar, and solar is just obviously a standout sector that is not red at the moment. In fact, it's almost all of it is green, at least on my watch list as well, and by a decent sum. So I was looking at this. It looks like Sedge got upgraded yesterday, but I don't think that's really the reason. I think that it's what this article is stating, basically politically charged ETFs in focus as voters head to the polls for midterm elections. And I think that maybe that the market was viewing that if there had been, a decided shift in the political leanings, that some of these solar stocks would get cut from the Inflation Reduction Act, or they wouldn't get funded or whatever. And I think that the market is betting that these ones are going to go through. And I think that that's basically the main reason. So this might be a multi-day play, especially until we get some sort of concrete direction about where the House and where the Senate are going to land. I mean, because and then I don't really see, if we don't get more insight into that, I don't really see anything headwind for this one. I think it'll continue to shift upward anyway. So this one could be a multi-day play, the solar industry here, until we get some clarification on where the election is going to end up. Then moving down the list, like look, cloud computing, streaming, everything is getting hit. Let's flip to our value sector. Energies on the ropes as well. I break down my energy watch list into a bunch different here. Energy, and then I have energy trades, nat gas plays, even consumer defensive is taking it on the chin. Airlines, kind of mixed bag. I have no idea why some of these airlines are green, but I know that they keep talking about demand. I see them a lot on the morning show on CNBS, and a lot of these guys come on there and they talk about how demand is unrelenting. And so, yeah, we'll see if that continues to be the case. So look at this now. Banking also red. I have a uranium section here because I've been trying to, time this commodity, thinking that, Europe's definitely going to need an alternate source of green energy. So I'm banking on uranium, making a play sometime in the near future here for obviously the nuclear powered plants. Now there's different types. You've got your old nuclear power plants like the one that we have in Pickering here in Toronto. And then you've got new things coming out called small modular reactors, and those are scalable. So you can have a couple of reactors for like a small town, then you can basically expand. I don't know if it's unlimited, but you can upscale. And so I've been banking on that technology to make a move, and uranium is the commodity that I've been monitoring for that. So it's been completely unpredictable. Sometimes, you know, you'll see it up, sometimes you'll see it down. There's been no direction that I've been able to glean anyway, proudly on that, but it's definitely on my watch list.
A viewer in the chat, Sam, is saying, can I have my name in red to represent my PNL? That's pretty funny, but no, take that negative mentality out of there, Sam. Come on, man. Today might be a little bit of a hard day. Look, when the market's not really giving you proper ranges to trade out of in terms of the breakouts, and it's stuck in the yesterday's range having an inside day, it's not really fun for anybody, I understand. But I also want to say the green name is not to indicate your current trading day. The green name is to indicate your future, your bright future you're going to have if you're a Trader TV Live member and trading with all of us, with Niels, with the Seans, with the Brendans, with the Lucas, with the Sharifs. I almost called you with the Sheriffs. With the Sharifs, with the Ians, and with the Prads. The future is going to be very bright, so that's what the green color indicates, baby. Sometimes you might have to bust out the shade blockers. I might just have to pull it out of my bag. But right now, we're going to send it to Brendo at the big desk, guys, for happening now.
Hey guys, into lunch hour we go. We are seeing, I mean, the market's trying to bounce here. We had Fed's Barkin making some positive comments finally on inflation, maybe going in the right direction. Hey, we'll find out tomorrow, right? Make sure you're with us at 8:30 for CPI. Coming up tomorrow, here's a red board to show you. Meanwhile, 0.8 for the S&P to the downside. Same story exactly, basically, for the Dow. The Russell, 1, 2, 3,000, all in negative territory. It's these two. The NASDAQ composite and the 100 leading, a full percent for each to the downside. If you joined us pre-market, we had Meta covered, we had Walt Disney covered, and we had Lucid covered as well. What an ugly chart for Lucid today as pre-orders slowed in their latest quarter, and they also had higher cancellations than expected. Wow, 18% at day lows right now for Lucid, guys.
And one I've had my eye on all day, just broke 11, 1096 now is the low on Lucid. But I mean, like, when you see Tesla pumping out these cars like they are, and then you see Lucid not being able to meet expectations, revenue-wise, production-wise, everything-wise, EPS, everything is on the fritz for Lucid. And you wonder, like, why am I putting my money here? So, you know, I think Tesla is still the best bet. Now, if you're not a Tesla buff, I think the next one to be looking at personally, and this is my opinion, no financial advice, is BYD. I've mentioned this before on the show. I think that their vertical integration is a decided advantage.
Bro, go to a doctor.
That's Aaron back there, by the way. He's machine gunning some sneezes. But yeah, I've had that problem, but not with that kind of pace.
Yo, Neil, before you go, just stand there for a second because I want you to see how you react. Don't just
what?
read what that says from Playmaker.
From where?
From right there, those three sentences.
Dallas Cowboys jersey, LOL. Should be there maybe Monday. Hype.
So Monday, you're getting a nice Dallas Cowboys jersey, buddy.
Neil, if you don't want it, I'll take it off your hands. Obviously, I'll take it.
No,
He'll like it.
No, it's a troll. It's 100% not a Cowboys.
Oh
he kept
God,
trolling me, saying it's a Red Bull jersey, it's a Red Bull jersey. And then later on, he said it's not a Red Bull jersey. So, you know, Playmaker, he's a troll. He's always trolling. He's having fun.
Yeah.
But we'll see when it comes
Shout out
in
to the
Monday.
Playmaker.
Neil's item should be coming in on Monday. I got mine recently. It's a nice fleece Mercedes F1 jacket, and I've been wanting it for so long. I actually sent a picture of it to my older brother who got me into Formula One, and he goes, that's an expensive jacket. You better not ruin that one. That's an expensive jacket. You better not kill that bad boy. And I'm like, oh yeah, you're right. I'm not even wearing this one for a good period of time. Just gonna keep putting it aside. Looking at a couple notifications on my phone in regards to the market. None of them seemed important to me, and none of them seemed to really move the market anyway. So we can just swipe those notifications away. Currently, Amazon, baby, let's go. 40 cents in the money
If I
on
send you something,
Amazon.
would you be able to play it on your computer? But the audio won't be able to play it, right? They'd have to play the audio
You
up
could
there?
send it to me. I could send it to Lucas, and then he could pull it up.
Okay, cool.
Because I don't know if you could send it to Lucas. You don't have this chat, right? Yes, you can send it to me. I could send it to
cool.
Lucas. Is it copyrighted by any chance?
No, it's Tiff Macklin, the Bank of Canada governor at a
Yeah.
press conference.
Yeah, for
that's
sure.
fine,
We could send it to Lucas over there. Lucas probably doesn't want to do it. You know, he wants. Yeah, he's
bad.
nodding his head. He's saying, "I don't want to do this. Screw you guys. I just want to click my buttons and
Thank
change
you,
the camera's
Lucas.
views over here." But yeah, Brad still wears his dad's shirts. He told us, 100%, baby. I don't have shirts like these. I don't buy shirts like these. And you know, I'm honest. I'm not gonna lie to you and tell you these are my shirts. It's not gonna work like that. It's gonna be 100% honesty throughout the day. Someone in the chat also said, it's a TikTok video, bro. We're not opening this.
Come on, man.
Nah, we're not giving away
Just send
all
it
of
to
our
Lucas.
trades to China over here. All of our trade logs are just flying to China by clicking that link, man. I'm not doing
You're
this.
hilarious. Stop being
I'm not
so
doing this.
tin-hatted. Just send
I'm
it
not
to
doing
him.
this.
That's hilarious. All our stuff goes to China.
All of our trade feeds are going to China. Now they're gonna front run us, and they're gonna sit in front of the book in front of us, bro.
Yes,
Come
they've
on.
been waiting to target us because
Come
we're the biggest
on.
player on the block. Come on, man. But yeah, that's hilarious. Honestly, I used to think that too. Then TikTok is so addicting, though. I mean, it gives you exactly what you want to watch. And I mean, like, if you're like, you want to watch dogs, stuff about dogs, if you want to watch like how to do it yourself stuff, it just knows it's better than Instagram in that regard. Obviously, I use Instagram a lot more for like friends and family and stuff, but TikTok, when you're bored, it just gets you going. Anyway, that whole video, by the way, I'll preface it. It's basically the governor of the Bank of Canada, and it's him I think during the height of the pandemic. I don't remember if it was, I think it was summer 2021. And basically he's like, yeah, to homeowners and to Canadians and to potential buyers. He's like, yeah, no, interest rates are going to be at all-time lows. We're not going to increase them. Go lever up. Go buy big properties. And then look what's happening now. So I just wanted to show like the hypocrisy of that. It came to my feed yesterday. I had heard about it, but I had never seen that press conference. I just want to show you guys. So this is how much we should put in terms of trust into the hands of bureaucrats and unelected politicians. But yeah, let's just get off that for a second and look at coin. Look at that bouncing nicely off VWAP here to the downside. That held up quite nicely as a possible resistance level there. 40, I want to say 47-ish, but a little bit below 47. So a nice little short there. I think that's going to be an interesting play, maybe down into that 46.20 area, 46. But just watching what Bitcoin is doing and watching what coin is doing, they're not really doing the same at the moment. So if you're looking at both of them in order to figure out how to play this, careful with that because I'm noting some convergence between the two.
The downside, sadly, and just breaking all the levels here. We are on Apple down 2% and currently trading near $136.50. Looks like that video that Sharif wanted to queue up is actually ready. So let's go to that.
We're telling Canadians, and our forward guidance has been very clear, that we're going to hold our policy interest rate at the effective lower bound until slack is absorbed so that we can sustainably achieve our 2% inflation target. And we've indicated that's not going to happen into some time into 2023. So what does that mean? Yes, it means that, if you're a household considering making a major purchase, if you're a business considering investing, you can be confident that interest rates will be low for a long time.
Oh, I love that. Damn. I mean, if you couldn't, I couldn't have said that better myself. I know a lot of friends who levered up and they're in homes I think that they may be tight on going forward. And so that's why it kind of hits home with me a little bit. But hey, shout out to them. And I'm sure something will fix itself. Hopefully the economy won't go into as deep of a recession as some are predicting, Bradley.
We won't go?
Hopefully not. If you ask my opinion, I think we're going to be in for a sharp recession, especially once employment starts giving out. Like, employment numbers are still strong, and that's what's keeping everything sort of afloat. numbers are good, but that I don't know how long that lasts.
Yeah, but if employee numbers go bad, won't inflation fix itself?
That's what has to happen. That's why you get the Democrats
So
saying
isn't that a good thing?
So it's good and bad depending on where you're looking. So Democrats will say, no, don't pound the interest rates so hard because then you're going to hurt the job market. And they're trying to look out for the lower income earners, right? And those are usually people that get hit first when there are layoffs, right? So you got them saying, don't hit interest rates so hard. And then you got Republicans or the right saying, well, no, hold on. People need to be able to afford what, the necessities. So you gotta basically crush the economy in order to get price controls. And so it's always like, how hard do you go? You know what I mean? You're going to have to stifle the economy somewhat, but how much? And that's always the balancing act, and that always changes depending on who's governor, right? So that's
okay.
it for now.
Yeah, that's too much for my small brain to handle. My smooth brain's already
I think you
hurting
got
at the
that. I've
moment.
talked to you about that before. You seem to understand it fully. I don't know.
Not enough wrinkles
trying
in
to
my
pretend like you don't understand.
Not enough wrinkles in my brain to understand anything that just happened over there. But we're for sure. I mean, it makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. One party thinks one way, the other party's thinking the other way. They're both trying to say we're correct and ways to handle the current economic conditions. In a way, neither of them are wrong. In a way, neither of them are correct. I think the whole system is just flawed, but that's been known for so long at this point. That's why we trade the market, baby. If I had faith in the system, I'd be sitting at a 9 to desk and just praying to God every single day that I don't get fired off that job. But we know that even that doesn't work at the moment. Like Meta firing 11,000 people, Twitter firing 75% of their workforce, and apparently now wanting them to come back to work again.
What?
Yeah, like
Hold
Twitter,
on. He's asking people to come back to work.
the people he fired, he contacted some of them to come back.
You got to be kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think
contacted some of them to
damn.
come back. So at the end, no one really knows how to fix any situation we're in, because every new situation is like a brand new situation. It's not like the one before. You could draw comparisons from it, but like this market environment wasn't there before, and that market environment wasn't there before that market environment. So everything's completely new. Shout out to anyone who's in power and is actually able to make decisions that are being implemented, because even being able to make a decision and then have that implement because of all the opposing parties and all the people coming in between it, this is just way too much work. That's why trading for me is the best thing. Nothing beats this job. This is the best job in the world. The absolute freedom to do whatever you want. You're your own boss over here. Obviously, I do have bosses. I have Brankos as my boss, which is kind of but whatever. I got Brankos as my boss. Remember that. And then I got Greg as my boss. I got Neil and Sean and Brando as my boss over there. But at the end of the day, when it comes to trading, I am my own boss. I do whatever I want, make my own decisions, and it's all up to me. It's no one else being blamed on that side.
Yes, sir. Okay, let's see what the market is doing at the moment. If you're holding onto that lucid short, you're printing, because it's going one way. 1089 now is the low of day. Yeah, it's retracing back up to 11. You're gonna have like these momentary periods of retracement. That's to be expected. It's just not gonna go one way. But this is a company that I think investors may have lost trust in, at least for the medium term. And that's just the way I see it. I mean, your ability to produce cars is your bread and butter in the EV game. That's been the problem with the EV sector, just to get the amount of cars to be able to scale it. And that's what makes Tesla the beast that it is. It's able to scale a very hard to scale technology. I was reading probably like they have to extract like tons and tons and tons of earth to get like 1 kilogram of cobalt, 1 kilogram of lithium. Like, it's a tedious process. You have to have access to lots of land.
Are there like big pools of lithium?
No, so it's actually like lithium and cobalt distributed. There are in Africa.
Bro, look at this, pools of lithium. What do you mean?
That's not how most of it is extracted. You're looking at one very small example. So there's like cobalt mines in Africa that random people will go into and dig it by hand. But like American companies don't want to buy from them, so they end up selling to China. The American companies only want to buy from like industrialized plants with like standards and stuff for obvious reasons because of EGS. But what was I going to say? Yeah, so essentially what my understanding is they go into an area rich with like irons or rich with like dirt and sediment, and they filter it. They take out like large pools of it, all right? But that requires a lot of earth extraction. If the chat knows more about this, I'd love them to chime in, but that's been my understanding of how most of this stuff comes out. So being vertically integrated, Tesla and BYD always stand out to me in that regard because they're able to secure that source, whereas other companies got to rely on other companies. Anyway, that's it. What are you reading over there?
Yeah, I'm just trying to see the Tesla thing. You know, it's like if you pull up Nikola Tesla, who's the company's named after, it says Tesla, TESS-LA. But if you go to Tesla Inc., it shows you Tesla, which is the actual name, or it also says Tesla, T-E-Z-LA, English pronunciation, respelling. So,
so we're both right.
No,
we're not right. Okay.
I'm right.
Okay, so you know the word buoy, you can also say it boy. So British people will say
you
boy.
can't.
Yes, it's not a question.
It's
yeah.
buoy.
Yeah, no. So there's buoy, and that's like the thing that floats on the water, and the British people call it boy.
Boy.
And British write the Z with an S. For example, realized, right? In British spelling is R-E-A-L-I-S-E-D. We write it Z-E-D, right? And so that S and Z are interchangeable. I remember that yesterday, and I forgot to like tell you about it. Anyway.
We're taking some profits over here on Amazon at the low of day as the market's pulling back to 3,800. So here's Amazon giving us profits around $87. Part of me wants to flip back into the long at 87. Not sure if we'll get that opportunity too. Might also be a stupid idea to flip long over here. You know, I have my short. Maybe I just hold on to my short. We'll see what happens. People in the chat saying, that's correct, I'm British. Okay. What? Why are you laughing? Just because I did the accent?
No,
because like,
they're like trying to basically, yes, he's right. Okay.
He's correct, mate. I'm British, and he's in crumpets, yeah?
Tea and crumpets with the queen. All right, guys, let's get some trading here.
With the king now.
Oh, good
It's
call.
with the king now.
I slipped up there for a second. Okay, let's go back to HSTO, see what's going on with that. Yeah, that one's not doing anything. Meta falling off high of days. I think Meta's high of day. Why did I switch my Meta chart over here? Oh, because people kept writing F in the chat. I thought they were talking about Ford, but 104.90 is a high on Meta, now pulling back into 103.50s area. I was looking possibly for a bounce back in the market, a nice little curl back on the ES to take along on Meta since it's been relatively strong. Disproportionately strong, I would say. So maybe anything above that 104 area, if it reclaims it, I'll take another long on that. But it looks like it's heading to the south side now, Bradley.
F in the chat means stream went down. Yeah, that's a Twitch thing that
it is. Okay.
Is that what was happening? People said F in the chat?
Actually, he just wrote F in the chat means the stream went down. Oh, yeah, people were lighting up with F earlier. They were trying to blame the TikTok video.
Oh, it took down the server.
Yeah.
See, I told you, man. I told you not to have it up there. Now they have access to our ISP connection, and now now every order I throw out there, it's not gonna get filled because I'm gonna get front run. And thank you, thank you, Sharif, for absolutely killing our liquidity over here that already doesn't exist on the market.
That's funny.
So shout out to you on that one, Mr. TikTok.
What's live right now, man? I mean, nothing is moving. What do you have on your screen?
Yeah, looking at scanners for that exactly.
Yeah.
So guys, if you guys are not subscribed to scanners such as Trade Ideas, you're gonna be asking the questions that Sharif just asked, such as what is exactly moving? I'm bored, nothing's going on, I'm falling asleep over here. But look, we can actually use scanners to find some moves. Apparently Roku is pulling back to some prior resistance. We can pull up Roku over here real quick. Actually, just clicking on that will pull up Roku. Beautiful software. So pulling up to some sort of a resistance over here. Yeah, look at that level right there, near 48.30. So 48 currently showing us that it wants to maybe reject on Roku. We also got AMC, which had earnings report. Sadly, getting destroyed on AMC. So down goes along with it is APE, down 19% today. Roblox is apparently moving down a little bit. Roblox near $32. Trade Desk, which is the company who's helping Netflix with their ad-supported tier. When Disney comes out and says we're going to slow down on the spending on advertisements and commercials, the company who's helping Netflix most likely should take a hit off that. So they did take a hit. They're down 3.6% off it. So many beautiful trade opportunities today at 9:30 that I just wasn't here to capitalize on. So I'm tilted off of that already. It's a good thing on me to still continue winning on the day, even after being on tilt. Let's quickly go talk about Roku. I should have just flipped long on Amazon. Hey, let me just do that right now. Let me jump out of Amazon, flip long over here, bang. And then
I wish I could do that with that decisiveness. Good for you. Usually when I'm stuck in a position, I'm like, I'm going to ride it through, even though I know I should flip it. Like,
just flip it, baby.
Yeah.
Flip it, cause you know I used to be a line cook. I used to flip burgers all the time, so it's really easy for me to just flip it right here, flip it, whip it, flip it. The Pyrex motion, for those of you know. All right, I'll stop cooking over here like I'm hardened. But yeah, we got Roku over here pulling back to that 48.30 resistance area almost. We'll see if it does reject and pull back to the south side.
yes, guys. Now I'm looking at Rivian the past few minutes here, and it has made a move very similar to Lucid. It's down 11 and almost 1/4% on the day now. I don't really see any news catalyst to justify this move, so I gotta assume it's a sympathy play, probably with Lucid. Down with Lucid. Let's see what the thing is saying here. Electric stocks. Nothing specific to this particular company. Yeah, nothing definitely from this morning either. So yeah, you got to assume it's a sympathy play, but what a sympathy drop, 11+%. I'm wondering if I am too long gone for this one. Let's bring in this chart and have a look at a farther time frame on Rivian so we can kind of glean any levels that we may encounter. Let's see here. Okay, so today's low, looks like we are at day's low, which is 28.29. Yeah, 28.29 is today's low, and we are at that now. Last time we were at these levels was back on July 6th. Yes, July 6th, and now we had an aggressive move up that day. I wonder what day that was. From 26 all the way up to 30.50. So that's the last level that we have intersecting the level that we are at now. Let's see if we can glean anything here. Yeah, maybe possibly a move back down to 26. Kind of hard to tell because of this period of consolidation. It looks like this area may act as an area of support. We'll have to see. But Rivian, excuse me, continuing to make its way down. I'd like at least a momentary retracement back up, maybe into the 28.50s or something to initiate a short. I hate to get into a short, while there's been 6 or 7 red candles in a row, only interrupted by 1 or 2 green candles in the past 20 minutes. So yeah, it's continuing to head down, Bradley.
Yeah, Rivian also should be weighing down on Amazon for the most part because they're still invested in them. They do own most of their shares on their portfolio over there. So Rivian continuing to be a bear of pain on big companies over here for Ford, for Amazon. Yeah. Thankfully, Ford said, screw you guys, we're dumping our portfolio. We're not holding any of this. This is nonsense. This company sucks. We're out.
Have you seen these cars in real life?
They look pretty cool.
What did you think about them?
They look pretty cool.
Yeah, man. They got detachable Bluetooth speakers.
Oh man, it's sick. They got barbecues and everything. It's sick.
It's I don't want to say a man's car, but a car that I could really
car or something.
I could really enjoy that car growing up.
It's amazing. There's no hate for me about how the car looks, but their performance is where the hate comes in. Guys, part of me just wants to punch in long on AMC over here, to be honest, so I'm going long. I'm giving it the risk of the low a day at $5. If $5 breaks, I take my loss, walk away with it. But part of me just wants to go long. It's triggered SSR. It's been consolidating here at the lows for the most part all day. Let's quickly scroll down at the $5. Look at that, 2,000 lots at the $5, chilling, waiting, not really doing anything, not breaking to the downside, nor does it want to go too far to the upside. But if there is a pop that wants to come into the market and AMC pops with it, that's going to be a beautiful long all the way back to VWAP that I'm going to be laughing straight to the bank with the ha 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 ha. We also want to talk about quickly, oh no, DHI did go a little bit lower, so it looks like that short would have been monster for me to hold on to, but whatever, profit is profit, no complaints on that side. But I want to talk about AMC and Zoom. AMC and Zoom apparently partnering to give you virtual movie experience. That sounds like the metaverse to me. So they're teaming up to give you a virtual movie experience where you basically sit at home and watch a movie. Oh wait, doesn't Netflix already do that? Doesn't Disney Plus? No, but like Zoom and VR, like, you know how much work they're going to have to do with VR for Zoom to be able to do that?
Hold on. Don't they already have that for like the sports games where you can like have courtside seats and be like at an NBA game and look left and right?
Metaverse has that. Yeah.
Okay. Metaverse has that.
Yeah.
Is that a difficult technology to copy?
Not necessarily,
you know what I mean?
but for Zoom to incorporate something like that without even having a headset to bring in the software and the testing, you're basically going to have to use the Microsoft or Meta headset and do testing off of that. So Zoom over here wants to partner with AMC to bring into you what a lot of companies already have in store. So I don't really see that being that too bullish over there. But Netflix wants to now host sports on their platform.
Huh.
So Netflix kind of wanted to do what Amazon's doing with football and One Championship, which is a different MMA organization. So Netflix over there apparently bid for tennis and they pulled out their bid, but they also did it for a bunch of other sports too, basically trying to take advantage. Holy moly, this market's pulling back, and Amazon has some size on the bids right now at $87. We got about almost 979 calculator time, because I can't do math. 979 plus 790 equals that many lots. Do add two more 1700 times 87 equals 14. Let's say $15 million is on Amazon at this $87 area. So because of that, I'm going to add to my long over here. Whoa, I don't want to go 5,000 shares long. Are you crazy? That would have been an absolute monster if I keystroked into that. Let's take this long over here on Amazon at 87. Yo, what are you wobbling about? What stock?
I'm gonna spend the money on this one, baby, because I took that Rivian short and it printed heavy. I took a lot of size on this one here. So look at the amount of outs we've got on Rivian here. Excellent little trade. I got short at that 28.25, 28 no lower than that, 28.24. Scalped all the way down into that 28.10 area, 28.11. So that was a nice little trade with some good size on Rivian. Now it's bouncing back up, but we're already out of this one. We're flat on it. What's going on with Tesla?
Yeah, Tesla apparently broke 185 and popped right back up. So I was hearing a lot of wows coming in from the back corner over there. Thank you for pointing out the stock, guys. Looks like Tesla is now trying to climb back up above 185, which means the market should most likely bounce from that previously drawn trend line, which means Amazon should bounce off of 87 over here for myself. So looking for that long to come into play. Amazon could easily break that 87 and then burn those stops and then pop back up. So I'm not throwing my stop out on the break of 87. I'm going to keep watching the tape. Also a mental time stop, maybe 10 seconds to see if it's going to hold below 87. If it holds below 87, but in those 10 seconds, if it goes below 87.85 or 87.80, I'm not going to hold it. If it takes 10 seconds to go that far out of the money already, then I'm jumping out of that trade. But when 10 seconds, if it's able to break that 87, burn those stops and then pull back above 87 and hold 87 on the bids, whereas the S&P 500 is just holding on that trend line that I was talking about earlier. Let me show you this chart one more time. Bang, bang. So that trend line right there, if it keeps on bouncing off of that, then there's a good chance for me to win on that Amazon long. So we're just going to hold that trade a little bit longer. Now we're only 3 pennies out of money on Amazon after adding on to it closer to 87. Would love to take more size closer and closer to 87.
Yes, guys, I am done for the day, but taking over my spot will be Ian. He'll be trading a whole bunch of stocks. There's a lot going right now. Brad was just telling you about Tesla. There's a whole bunch moving. Rivian, Lucid, you name it. So I'll be back tomorrow, guys. And yeah, take care.
Awesome, Sharif. Thank you for coming on today. Always a great time having you on and a wonderful trading opportunity showing up for us to talk about. Sharif will be on, like you mentioned, guys, tomorrow, 11 o'clock around here at the Midday Movers. So make sure you come check out your boy Sharif for more fun trading opportunities. Currently, you know who's going to jump on. It's going to be your snake oil hair product salesman coming on very soon. We're going to have a lot of fun with the Ian. So stay tuned while he logs in. Looks like the market is trying to bounce off of that trend line. So we're waiting for it to help us out on our Amazon long over here. AMC not really moving at all. We're flat on that position. It's exactly at 506, 507. So just patiently waiting for AMC to start bouncing to the north side for us to take advantage of it. What are we looking at on the scanner side? Trade Desk keeps on popping up on the scanner. So let's go check out TTD once again to see if it's at a new low a day. Well, looks like it. That's Tesla still. Looks like it did make a new low a day around 41.23. We did break the previous low around 41.75, and now might have an extended move to the downside all the way to $40. Looks like AMC is getting ready to move up to the north side because we're a penny in the money now, and same with Amazon. Amazon getting ready to go back up north because S&P 500 futures just now re-entered that 3,800 area to the north side. If Amazon is able to rip for us to the north side, we're going to have a lot of profits rolling in because we added to our size. This is now the most size we've had on the Amazon long than we've had all day. More size than the shorts too. That's because, we're just gambling.
What's going on, guys? Just give me a moment while I'm still logging in. Today's been interesting. This morning started off kind of frustrating a little bit, but kept my head up, kept grinding along, and then here we are. I'm in a decent position here on Tesla, off this 185. I had it a couple times as my layout loads here. So just give me a hot second. It looks like I got filled there. Actually, I had an order to get more out. Okay, sick. Yeah. So essentially going long off this 185 now. There was size there, so the first couple trades had a front run. Let me actually make this a little bit more detailed so we could see it here on the 1 minute. So essentially there was size there at 185. There was about, I want to say like 1,200, 1,300 lots. So first two trades actually had good front runs, covered into the 40s, added to that one, covered into the 40s again. Stopped out eventually when it broke, but once the level got reclaimed, it got reclaimed super quickly. Go for
Amazon, guys, real quick. Amazon pulling back to that 87, but looks like it's getting really front run in front of that level of size. And we're not even testing 87 yet. The lower day is 87.02. Let's see if we actually break this 87 area on Amazon while we're watching the market go up slightly. Now lower day is 87.01. Yet to still test that size on 87. Keep in mind the stock is on SSR day 2 from yesterday. Is that true, actually? Do you see
Which
Amazon
one?
as SSR on your platform?
Let me quickly check. No, I do not see it.
Okay, so it's not on SSR, sorry. My one says SSR for some reason. It's been a little buggy, but looks like the size on 87 is actually going higher. Oh, now they took off a little bit off that book over there. But the point is, the S&P 500 is going north side, and Amazon's planning to hold that 87, at least for a quick little scalp. Will pay us. So I'm going to add to this trade again over here and see if this trade works out for myself.
Yeah, anyways, guys, so yeah, I'm in this Tesla trade now. I added back to it as soon as that 185 got reclaimed. And then there was like kind of reserving at 185 on the bid. So to me, that was a true tell just to add back right away. Less size, obviously, after taking the L, and that's something I've been really working on, especially today, taking a couple Ls, having to size down quite a bit. But now, in a decent position here, got out some in the 80s, so that was good, in my transition over to the show computer here. I really want to hold this for a bigger move, especially if the market, I'm watching the market here, bouncing off of the 3,800 area. It looks like today's another range day, guys. We didn't really get any sort of real catalyst movement off of the midterms yesterday. So we're at the bottom of this range again, 37.95. The top end of this range looks like it's right around that 200 EMA area, 38.15, 38.20 area, right? So, I want to hold this for a bigger move, hopefully here. And then let's see if we can get a reversion, maybe back up to like 187. That's where there was a lot of action here. And then like 188 and onwards. I think VWAP is a tall ask. That would be probably around like 189 by the time it gets there. But you never know, right? You never know. Maybe we nailed the bottom on this one. Obviously Tesla's been getting beat down today. There was that catalyst that, Elon had sold a whole ton of shares. But there's usually a little bit of a bounce, and there was that action earlier in the morning. I know Greg had that short in the morning. He absolutely killed it. And then look, who knew that the trade was actually the long, right? But right off that 195 area, super interesting. I won't scroll all the way back, but 195 was that area of interest or that level of resistance yesterday. So that's obviously a key level to look for moving forward on Tesla.
Yeah, I'm just watching Amazon here, absolutely flat on that position, waiting for it to pop and take the market with it to the north side. Looks like Luca was able to actually scalp the crap out of the Amazon long, so let's go, Luca. Congratulations for yourself on that trade. Now we're actually moving up a little bit. We're in the money now. Our average is 87.13. Does it say up there? Yeah, for me it says 87.125, so most likely rounded it up for you guys. And AMC also a penny in the money, so some profits getting ready to roll into our profits. What the hell is coin doing, guys? Yeah, coin getting absolutely beat up today because cryptocurrencies are getting beat up. Yesterday, the FTX news coming out, disturbing the cryptocurrency market, them not having liquidity to provide their traders with, so Binance coming in and rescuing them. And we still have to wait to see if that deal actually goes through, I think, because of antitrust laws. And Binance needs to do their due diligence on FTX. And if their due diligence fails, then that deal falls through, and FTX is the next Luna where it goes to zero at that point, right? So we just got to be careful at the end of the day on that one. And rest in peace to my Solana coins, all of them. Every single coin that I staked recently is almost worth zero now. So yay me. Looking at the market, though, we're still at the 3,800 level area, waiting to decide what the market wants to do. It is 12:36 Eastern Standard Time. We're still officially in the lunchtime from 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock, but we'll see. Ooh, 87 coming into play one more time over here on Amazon, and we've yet to really test 87 today. The low of the day is 87.01. And at this time of the day, maybe people are coming back to their desk. They're looking at Amazon being at 87, and they're thinking the same way I am, which is to the long side, or maybe against what I am, which is to the short side, and waiting for 87 to break so they can pile in on the shorts on the break of 87. So multiple trade ideas being layered out over here. I think Sean said he was short Amazon 90 in the morning. Hopefully he's still holding some size over here to 87 for a possible break of 87 to the downside.
I just popped into that Amazon trade. I got stopped out of the Tesla trade, guys. The trade was 185. It came back down there. I was trying to read the tape, seeing if this is a potential ad spot here. It clearly wasn't because there were sellers kind of really pushing it downwards. So 185, that's it. Now Tesla is by far my most positive name on the day for me. And it wasn't looking like that not too long ago, right? So, a couple trades can really change that, but I think I just got to call it on Amazon or on Tesla there. Amazon, I did hop into that as well. Let me do this filter here so we could probably see that size. If I pull that down, there you go, guys. So there's about quick maths here, 1,600 lots on 87 there. So, being midday, I am trying another front run trade. That's one of my favorite setups. But, sizing down again, just because it is midday and, I'm not having the most positive day, right? So on those days, you really have to manage your risk accordingly. And it looks like there are some sellers down here stepping up and, kind of pushing this downwards, right? But like Brad said, 87.01, the low of the day, and now we're really testing that one. Yeah, it does seem like there is an iceberg there at 87.01.
And more along
the bid kept reloading there. Look at this bid kind of stacking up at 87.01 there, right? So you're adding to this position?
I'm adding. If there's an iceberg buyer there, then I'm adding to it because he's leaning on the 87 area. Well, sorry for using a gender over there. Could be a she, could be a robot, could be an alien for all we know. But the idea is there's a buyer there on an iceberg, almost looks like an iceberg, and they keep refreshing their size. And we've seen that. The size
just grew there on 87.
Exactly.
Now.
We've seen that level get tested, and then it keeps growing. Look at that. It just goes to 0 and comes right back to 50 on that NSB book. What is the NSB book again?
That's NASDAQ.
The NASDAQ book. So clearly there's a buyer there. Let's see that happen again. There, goes down to 0, comes back to 55. So they're displaying about 50 lots, and now we're breaking. Now we're breaking. There we go. Now we're breaking. Now we get to wait and see if there's actual follow through on the selling. Looks like there is a little bit of selling coming in, but what did I say? The 10-second rule still applies for me. If we can jump back above 87, that means that will just stop being burnt out. If you're not jumping back above 87 in the next 5 seconds over here, then obviously there's a little bit of a question mark coming into my head. The fact that we're not at 86.80s already on the break of 87 is actually something. There is no follow through on the selling just yet because the S&P 500 is still hanging out only by 37.96. We're not at 37.90s today, which was the low of day. So a lot of reasons for me to still hold on to this trade, even though we are slightly out of the money after adding on to the long. Patiently watching the market. There we go. There's some buying coming in. We slightly got back above 87, but instantly the bid did not hold. The bid did not hold for 87, so sellers instantly stuffed it back under 87. We're going to try again over here to jump back above 87. Let's see. No, there is selling coming in. That's the sad part. There's a clear selling coming in. This could also be part of it because of Rivian. Rivian getting absolutely beat down today with their earnings report, and Amazon, who owns a good chunk of Rivian, is naturally going to go down, kind of like Mobileye and Intel. Every time Mobileye moves around, Intel should move around a certain percentage in relationship with how much they own the stock on their own account. So yeah, selling coming in, but it's also not going too much further to the downside. 86.90 is the low a day. You're telling me only a 10-cent follow through on the break of 86? I don't know about that one.
I'm thinking about Meta here. I did stop out of that Amazon trade. Like I said, guys, front-running size. Once the size breaks, I'm out. I don't know where this is really going to go to. I was thinking, like, are we getting back into this here? And I zoomed out, and, obviously, we say it all the time, when in doubt, zoom out. This is low a day, guys, right? So am I really going to try picking a bottom on a day where I'm not having the most successful day? I'm going to say no. I'm looking at Meta here just because it's coming back to this VWAP area, this 103 area. And then I'm just going to zoom out here as well. Meta's obviously been super, super strong today. I'm actually really liking this. Let me just hop in on this Meta trade before I talk about it and it runs away from me kind of thing. But yeah, essentially I'm really liking this Meta long now, closer to VWAP. It's been holding VWAP all day. So we're getting that test once again here. When the market's at the bottom of the range, Meta has clearly been strong. Ignore my shorts here, these stupid shorts. Me just trying to short the top of the strongest stock in the market. And here now finally starting to get long, right? But essentially, I want to risk down to probably this low here below VWAP, like a 102.60 area, 102.50 area.
Yeah, buddy,
that's
get
where
up
we're going to get out. What are you looking at here?
It's still Amazon.
Still Amazon, yeah. So the Amazon trade is still kind of deciding what it wants to do. Let me actually just get my stop in here before I forget about this one. There we go. But yeah, essentially now just looking for this VWAP bounce on Meta here and see if it could push back up to this 104 area. It seems to be working for now. There's some decent buyers here on Meta. Flipping back to Amazon. It is kind of deciding what it wants to do in this 90 area, right? So I have the filter on here so we could clearly see some size. I believe my tick filter is, okay, so it's just greater than 1. So there's some size there at 93, some size there at 94. But regardless, it's really trying to decide what it wants to do around this 90 area. If it breaks down that 89, which it looks like it's about to do now, it looks like there are some sellers below 87. It doesn't really want to quite get above.
Yeah, I had my stop at the lower day over there at 86.90, which I'm okay with. Basically giving it 10 cents of wiggle room past that even dollar break setup, and usually that's what I do. I don't do the stop at size just in case it was just stop hunting, and if this goes back through 87 after stop hunting over there all the way down to 87s. I'm going to lose it, but we'll see what happens. We're still profitable on the day. We did give back a little bit on the Amazon shorts here. Was it the short? Yeah. No, it was a long on the Amazon long here, but we're still profitable on the day. We're actually in a SPY long at the moment, which is working for us. We're 5 cents in the money. So part of me just wants to jump right back into this long over here on Amazon. and give it the low a day again. You know, we haven't actually lost on Amazon all day. This is our first loss on Amazon today on the long side. Our previous long was a winner. Our previous short was a winner. And now we're just kind of battling to see if we want to give back our whole day over here on Amazon, or can we revenge trade a little bit back from Amazon. Part of me wants to punch long, but I'm looking at the time of sales, and we're not really seeing greens and yellows come in. Greens and yellows are good for the long side according to how I have it configured on my time of sales, and blues and reds are bad. You know what I'm going to do? This is what I'm going to do. We're going to go long on the break of 87 because I think 87 will now have somewhat of a seller iceberg action coming in. We'll have to wait and see if it does play out that way. I'm going to throw out an order. Come on, it broke without even me throwing the order out. So good thing that I didn't have my order out then. What's that?
You can still put it there. You know, I don't mind that idea.
Nah, the size wasn't there. Like when the size was there, about 90 lots, that trade idea looked a little bit better. But they burned through those 90 lots. They pulled back below 87. So I'm not really looking forward to it. But look at those buying coming in. What's the P gateway? Phil X. P is the ARCA gateway. So ARCA gateway just now had 5 different 2,000 share buys punch in. That's it. I'm not waiting anymore.
There was some size there on Meta. On the bid, there was 100 lots at like 07. There was like 300 lots at 103 flat. I was thinking of bidding there. There you see it. I see it on my side screen there. Let me put the filter back on. There you guys see it. 108, 107 lots at 103.05. So let me actually add to this one here. I don't mind the ad in front of here. I will. I'm thinking if it breaks down 103, I stop out a little bit and try to hold a smaller piece for an extended move here. But let's just see if this size actually gets truly tested. And then there you guys see it. I guess you can't see it there, but let me scroll down. There you go. At 103, there was size. There was like 900 lots at 103. Obviously, not much. It's done 73 million volume on the day. So this size is not necessarily going to matter too much. But that being said, it could matter on the strongest name in the stock market today, right? So, Pratt has been talking about going long, off of these like potential bounces here in the stock market at the bottom of this range. I think it's time for me to just kind of smarten up and go long on the strongest stock of the day. What are you guys looking at today, guys? My apologies. I just got the chat up here, so let's take a quick look. DWAC. Is that pizza? I was like, something smells like very, very, very delicious. DWAC. Let's take a quick look at DWAC. This one hasn't really done too much. Obviously, it had that crazy day the other day when it gapped up like large, and then here, let me just set up this stop here real quick. Where it gapped up large, and then it kind of just faded the entire move. I guess off rumors that Trump is potentially running for president again. I think until he actually makes that announcement, we're not really going to see some sort of huge move in DWAC. That being said, I would love for it to kind of pop off again. Watching back to that video of Pratt and
you
Sean
guys are
killing
in delusion thinking it's going to do that again.
No, I won't do something like that again.
Yeah.
Actually, I was asking Luca the other day. I was like, what actually made it do that? Like, why? How did it possibly run up from like $40 all the way to $170?
Just
how's
the
that even
idea
possible?
when I believe that was exactly when Trump got banned from Twitter, and he said, okay, I'm going to start my own social media app. So then it blew up. He was still the president back then, I believe. Or something along those words, and things just went crazy. There was no real reason behind it, but it just went a little wild, and we got to take advantage of it. I don't think he'll ever do something like that again. I'll just be honest. The market is now going up, so that puts our SPY longs in the money, 30 cents. So let's go, SPY. Get up there, baby. Launch yourself to the north side. We have been absolutely destroying these SPY longs all day today. We did have one initial loss, but then ever since then, we've just been destroying the SPY longs. Once again, in the money on those bad boys. Amazon, we got back into it, but we're slightly slightly out of the money at the moment. No complaints. We're just waiting for Amazon to go back to the north side over here. Maybe 88 does come back into play, giving us $1 per share. And then we flip back into the short side one more time. I see people in the chat have talked about Mary Jane and marijuana and weed stocks in general. Let's go check out some weed stocks. Tilray on NASDAQ. He said, of course. Oluka? Yeah, of course. Down 3.5% today on Tilray. I think someone was asking me, Brad, do you own any weed stocks in my own account? No. I might be a gambler. I might put my money in sports betting, but I'm not that big of a degen, right? I'm not that big of a gambler who's gonna buy weed stocks over here. I've seen the whole story play out multiple times in front of my eyes, and I'm not willing to do that.
I wanted to talk about just really quickly, like risk management. This is why you stop out. I got to change the color of my red arrows, but it's right there at 185. Look at where Tesla is now. It quickly went down to like all the way to 183. So clearly, the front runner, the bounce trade at 185 was great until it wasn't, right? And now here we are down at 183. But if you don't respect your stop, if you kind of let your emotions kind of take over and be like, oh, well, let me just hold this a little bit longer, now you're losing $1 per share. On that trade, right? And obviously, the thesis surrounding the trade was 185 bounce, right? So, that didn't work. It seems like 184 is kind of holding up here, but like I said, guys, I'm not going to get back into this one. I think I'm just going to take what I got here from Tesla on the day and call it a positive name. It wasn't looking too positive for me earlier on in the day. I'll quickly zoom out and show you my trades on it. Basically, I was trying these bounces. And they were working until they weren't. And then eventually, getting stopped out and whatnot, and then some good trades around 185. So, that's why you got to keep your head up and just kind of keep in it. That being said, though, my worst name on the day, and I want to talk about this, and I know you guys have been, interested in it all day, is Disney. Disney. I got a tooth to pick with Mickey Mouse, I gotta say, because this morning I was short. I was short pre-market. I was like, this is going to test 90. This is going down. Terrible earnings, whatever. And I was short. I got wicked out here. As being a New York stock, it wasn't open right away, which was unfortunate. And then look at this move to the downside, right? So once you miss that move to the downside, it happened so quickly. So me wanting to get short in pre-market was the right play. But that being said, it happened so quickly you couldn't really get short afterwards unless you kind of chased it down. Obviously, you could have taken a 90 break, but that happened so quickly. So if you weren't ready for that, you weren't going to get that trade. Eventually, it started making these little bounces around 88.50, and this was a pure tape read. This one worked really well for me. That was my best trade on Disney, and then I was like, okay, now we're starting to gear up a bit and make some money here on Disney, and that is LFT to everything, right? So, once I do something like that, I was down on the name, I was positive and back down again. I think I'm just going to leave that one alone. But here, terrible day for Disney. Down 12%. Mickey Mouse, you gotta get your stuff together because clearly we're doing something wrong over there at Walt Disney. Microsoft, please. Let's take a quick look at Microsoft. I haven't looked at this one at all. Obviously, one of the big tech names. Let's see if it's getting the same sort of move that the rest of the industry is kind of getting today. And not really. It's down 1%, so relatively strong on the day, I want to say. This is the definition of an inside day, guys. Look at this range between 226 and literally 228.50. $2.50 range on a $300 or $225 stock. That's not going to mean much to me. Only 11 million volume on the day, right? So, on these sorts of days, things like Microsoft, like when it's doing this low volume, it really isn't in play, guys. Obviously, you could play like high a day break, low a day break, sure. But there's obviously other things in the market that are moving much more, doing much more volume, perhaps have a catalyst that you could be taking similar setups on, right? Like just look at the daily as well. We're clearly chopping around. These are all the recycled prices. We're touching all the same prices again. So, no real key levels to kind of come and play until we break out of this range. So, no day trades per se on Tesla today. Upstart, let's take a quick look at Upstart. I did take one trade on it earlier. And it is a positive name for me as well. So, not all negativity across the market for me today. But Upstart obviously had a big down move, gap down with their earnings report coming out. with Upstart, it's been kind of having these bounces after earnings, and that's the thing. Like every earnings has been kind of negative for Upstart, but there always is like this sort of SSR bounce play in the books for Upstart, and that's exactly what happened here today. Obviously, when it gapped down, it was like down like 26%, 20%. So, huge move to the downside. But then obviously it did catch a bid around this 14 area. At that point, I was looking more at the 15 area to see if that could hold. And once that didn't hold, I just kind of like tuned off of it. I was like focused more on Disney. But, clearly the bounce was in. Then it got this weird liquidity halt. And I brought it up. I was like, is it really halting here? But it did. And then, a play that I like to do is I like to see if we hold that halt price. So that's what I was like longing off of here. I'll zoom in so you guys can see it a bit better. I was longing off of that halt price there and seeing if we can, get the push up. And I did scalp out half there for a win and then eventually stopped out break even. But clearly, the long has been in on Upstart. So if you got long any time in the morning, I think that's been the right play. It hasn't really broken down 200 EMA. It's been holding that all day. It hasn't really been below VWAP. Obviously, it's SSR in the day, so it's going to be hard to kind of slam that one short. And I think it's also paid for shorts as well. So, keep that in mind. But that being said, obviously negative earnings from Upstart and, it continues to kind of get hurt. Just looking at the daily, it's breaking down new 52-week lows.
How is that stock paid short? It's been like on the market for so long.
I don't know. I tried shorting it earlier and then it rejected. So
that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Where is it doing today? It's actually up on the day in like
intraday. Yeah,
open.
Intraday it's up on the day.
Off the open, it's actually up, and I've seen this trend so many times where this nonsense stocks with negative earnings come out, they rip up off the open and just keep on going higher. Looks like Amazon's going a little bit lower now. We're at 86.80 on Amazon. There's a little bit of a bid on Amazon, not too much of a bid, not as much of a bid as it was at 86.80. Sorry, at $87. We'll see where we're going over here with super chats. We're going to talk about a couple super chats that came in. Wednesday super chats, the open, Cyberspeed, $20. Let's go. Glad to see you back. That was for Neil, I'm guessing. Yeah, love to see Neil back, obviously. Prayers to his daughter who was sick yesterday. Hopefully she is doing better. Sells, strangles on inverse ETFs. Money, money, money. I love it. Inverse ETFs have been... That's where most of the liquidity ends up going into as a day trader. You notice that these stocks are always doing hundreds of million shares. For example, right now, I'm looking over to my other screen, and on that I see TQQQ, that I think I said one more Q than I needed to, is doing 125 million shares, and the SQs are doing 71 million shares today. Then you have your semiconductor ETF, for the long side, which is doing 70 million shares today, sadly down about 0.5% for those guys. So I'm glad to see that you guys are having fun with that one. $4.99 super chat coming in. Sell strangles on inverse. Okay, this is kind of the same thing over here. Money, money, money. I am the top trader on this channel. I sell time. I am the market maker, AMC Gamma Squeeze. Okay, Adrian. Adrian's feeling himself right now, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to Adrian over there. Hopefully you're having a great day. I love seeing that. Please talk about Affirm. Yeah, we can go into Affirm a little bit. Shout out, thank you for that super chat. Obviously missed out your trade probably on it because it's a little bit past 9:22. So we apologize for not being able to talk about that stock at that time. But I will pull up Affirm in a second once I go through these. For the record, I bought 2,000 shares of AMC at $5.45, 200 of DWAC at $27.62, still holding, waiting for the next pop for each. And I'm out. Honestly, Sean and Neil, you guys are great and best trading show, period. Thank you for those kind words. Yeah, without Sean, Neil, and Brendo, the show would pretty much be useless at this point. And they started everything, right? So shout outs to those OGs for even allowing traders such as myself and Ian and Luca and Sharif to come on this wonderful platform. Bratishka coming in with a possible just a message. Not sure if this is a membership renewal or not. Market follows crypto. Today is my call. What do you think? Usually they do. You know, I think Luca was mentioning this to us yesterday too. Market follows crypto. If the crypto is down, just short every pop on the market. That would have paid you yesterday. That would have paid you today too. Just shorting any pop on the market. That 87.25 level still has me getting nightmares for how poorly I traded it. Even Ian was making fun of me. He's like, it's literally the middle of the range, dude. But no, it was not in the middle of the range. It was a good level, and I just traded it poorly.
Which one was that?
The 38.25 on the S&P 500 futures.
Yeah. Well, it was in the middle of I guess the general range because yesterday we went to 38.60.
Yeah.
Right. So who would have known that today the top end of the range was going to be 38.20?
Half of 38.60, 38.30. So it makes sense.
Yeah, I guess maybe there was some
50%.
Yeah. Maybe there was some rhyme to your or some what was that? What's that saying?
Rhyme to your reason or something?
I don't know, but
this is what I was talking about when I was talking about that 38.25 level. So if you draw the line for the pre-market action, you see how many times we bounced off of 38.25 to the north side, and then later on we did break it, and then 38.25 we rejected it off the opening hours. So that's why I was looking for that short attempt. Obviously, traded it so poorly that it's still tilting me right now. Even though we're in the money today and we're still making money on our AMC long, which is 2 pennies in the money. Take 1,000 shares of AMC, 2 pennies, you're already 20 bucks in the money over there. And SPYs, which was 25 to 30 cents in the money, is now only 15 cents in the money. Sadly, though, Amazon wants to continue going to the downside, so we'll walk away from Amazon over there before we turn that into a loser. Coming back to Super Chats, Tesla is moving against the market. Tesla did have that selling catalyst that Elon Musk. I even was talking to Spencer about this yesterday in our group chat. Spencer came in and said, $4 billion worth of Tesla sold. I said, yeah, that's because Elon needed to sell about $3.7 billion worth more of Tesla. Looks like he decided to finally do so for that Twitter acquisition, so that finally going through. Going to buy Sean Mickey Mouse ears cap, says Playmaker. That's hilarious. Playmaker, we love you for all the trolls and all the gifts and just being a fun member in the chat to hang out with. So thank you for that, Playmaker. MULN in Vegas, short squeeze. Ooh, okay. I guess you see it in MULN over there, or they're talking about it in Vegas currently. We recently were watching. We're not watching, but we were sharing videos about the F1 Vegas inauguration. They were doing a bunch of crazy things, driving cars around or drifting cars around the circle and whatnot, trying to have fun with the whole. I'm going long on Amazon again. Screw this. I'm going long on Amazon again, jumping right back into it because SPY longs are now 60 cents in the money. Let me quickly finish these couple last super chats over here. Then we can send it to Ian. CNBC reports BTC bulls are flooding Wendy's dumps. Not sure what that means over there. Wendy's going down like the food company Wendy's. But CNBC reports BTC bull coins are flooding to the north side. I'm not sure exactly what that means over here, what you're trying to say. I'm not really understanding the sentence, to be honest. But thank you for the $1.99 super chat there, Haste Records. We appreciate that. Carvana, yeah, we've seen Carvana be a little bad. Thank you for the $2 super chat over there, Stonk Journal. Appreciate your love and support. Much respect for everybody at Trader TV Live. Feels like I work with all you guys. Keep up the good work. Let's go, baby. That's the whole point of having a community here. Grow, learn, and share ideas and trades with each other. Trader TV Live, the #1 spot to be every single day for trading. Trader TV can change the work by teaching people how to make money from home. That's the goal, man. Like I said, entertain, educate, inform. What does the business do besides stream? We are actually a trade floor. So the business is a trade floor. We hire traders, train them, and the people who fail out to actually, hit that milestones for the trade, prop trade, they sadly get dropped out of the floor, and then we look for more people. What is going on? The market just turned around all of a sudden. The SPYs were 60 cents in the money, and now I'm 40 cents out of the money. So that's not a good sign. That's going to be me jumping out of Amazon once again and waiting patiently for the market to actually bounce. Looks like the NASDAQ is going a little bit lower. The SPYs are going a little bit lower. And thankfully, though, AMC not going down.
Yeah, I'm trying to manage this meta position, and 103 was kind of holding up, and it was reserving there on the bid. Eventually broke. I stopped out some of my shares, and then I added back after. I didn't add down here just because it looked kind of scary. I won't lie, and it was close to my stop. But now, once it caught back up to this 103 area, I added again. and then I scalped out on this push up to 103.20, and it looks like
And now I'm in the money again.
Yeah, now it looks like we're bouncing off of these lows again. So clearly the
This
market doesn't
is a
really know what
lot.
it wants to do here. That being said, I'm thinking about adding more to this meta position again, just because it hasn't really tested the lows when the market was testing lows. Okay, yeah. So let me add here again in the 80s, and then I'm going to try and hold for essentially a move to reclaim VWAP properly, right? So it tests above VWAP there, all the way to 103.20. And then it didn't, it rejected it, right? So, gladly I took out some profits there. Now my average is a little bit better on the name. 102.96 is my average, right? So still risking down to this 102, 50 area. If that breaks down, I'm gonna have to reassess on this trade. It looks like there is some buying down here. Someone wants to talk about AMD. Let me quickly bring that up because we haven't really talked about it all today. I haven't really traded it all today. AMD is quite interesting because it's been really stuck in this range, like 64, 65 on the daily is a real problem for AMD. It quickly, it briefly broke out above it, this 64 area, and then it just kind of flushed back down, right? So, we're still stuck in this range on AMD. The bottom end of this range, I want to say, is 56. You got to be patient and wait for that one. It looks like now I'm going to get stopped out of Meta. Wow. Yeah, essentially the 56 is the bottom end of this range, and then now 64 is the top end, and it keeps widening this range, right? It was stuck at 60, and then that kind of broke out. So, obviously once these levels break out, they become recycled and reused. Don't try to play off them too much, guys. Like obviously that 60 level, sure, it's like psychological level, nice round hole number, but it's now in the middle of the range, right? So just kind of keep that in mind if you are playing, AMD or trading AMD. AMC, is Prad long AMC? Okay, I'll leave him to talk about that one. I've been talking about Meta quite a bit. A couple people mentioning the election. Yeah, it's like we haven't really gotten the results yet, from the election.
When did they come in?
Well, okay, it's kind of crazy, but some states were still counting their votes this morning. They just started counting this morning.
Wasn't it supposed to be announced yesterday night?
It was supposed to be announced yesterday.
Imagine we were in the office waiting for this trade to happen. We were here all
right?
night.
I remember we were talking about that too. It was like we might open the office and trade it and whatnot. We would have been waiting all night, and nothing would have happened. That would have been like the worst night ever, essentially. So I guess good thing we didn't wait, right? But that would have been funny. Sean's laughing, but.
You'll be sitting here doing absolutely nothing all night.
I've been reading up on it, and so California, they have like 50% of the votes are mail-in votes, right? So, we're probably not going to get those results for maybe like 1 week, 2 weeks. Who knows, right? So it's going to be a while. What I'm kind of fearing is that, we'll be trading one day, and then the results will kind of come in, and then there will be an unexpected move in the market, right? So, who knows? Who knows?
That's not fun.
That's not fun, exactly, right? But hopefully it comes out after.
Hopefully it's in our direction.
Hopefully, it comes out, and the market rips up and we're all long.
Yeah.
On the positive side of a news catalyst for once. Actually, that's not true. You guys see me catch a couple Meta, trades. Maybe I'm long Meta now. That would be crazy if it did it again today. But now that I mentioned it, it's probably not going to do that.
All you need is Zucky to come out and say something nice, eh? AMC moving to the north side. What did I tell you? If you lean on that $5 area, it's been showing you that there's clear buying happening at this $5.05 for AMC, right? And not enough selling to keep pushing it to the downside. The stock is also on SSR by going down more 10% on the day. So the risk to reward is beautiful. You're risking a couple pennies for a possible move up to the north side. Already in a 3:1 risk to reward trade coming into play for myself here on AMC. You could have, I don't know how much size you could have taken. Let's actually go see what the relative volume is today on AMC. Relative volume of 1.23 at this current time, which is not bad. Anytime it's over 1, which is good. If it's over 2, that means it's really in play. So 1.23 is not bad. 16.5 million shares traded on AMC today. Part of me wants to actually take profits over here, so let me do that right now. Let's get rid of 20% of our size over here on that 3-cent pop. I'm more than happy with that 3-cent pop. SPYs and Amazon have been just flirting with my money at the moment. You know, we're going out of the money, we're going in the money, we're going out of the money, we're going in the money. So patiently waiting to see what they want to do. Amazon this is going to be my last attempt on the long. I'm giving it to the low a day. If 86.50 breaks, we're out of that trade. No longer going to be worried with that one.
There's some side.
Just a question for Sean. Is Amazon's news only the fact that Rivian had an earnings report? Oh, I thought Rivian was already out. No, okay, that's my fault. Lucid, okay, that's my fault, sorry. 52-week lows, yeah.
Yeah, Lucid's been super weak. That one, I quickly looked at the chart earlier, and it's just been kind of going straight down. Let's take a quick look at this chart.
That's your favorite company, right?
Yeah, Lucid, look at this. So 1250, 12, you know, once that broke down, there was really no looking back for this one. It's been super weak. I think our boy Max has been holding this short all day. I think he's still in it, kind of just trailing your stop. That's the thing, like when you get in a good trade, you know, just try to hold as long as possible. And then, you know, trailer your stop and whatnot. Obviously, it doesn't always work that way. But yeah, there was some size on Meta. They're in the 60s. So I quickly added back again. Here we are, right back to the 90s again. I really want to manage this trade accordingly. So let me try to offer out here, just at my break even and see if I can just kind of get that and average my position. You know, my average price a little bit better. Of course, now that I've offered, it probably won't hit me, but that's okay. Still, it hasn't really broken my stop yet of this 102.50 area. But the market is really, you know, it's really kind of bouncing around here and rejecting this 3,800 area. It can't really quite get above it. And then it pushes right back down, but it's still holding these lows. So, you know, for now, Meta still seems to be, you know, the one for me to be long in. I want to welcome a new member here, Ryan Replosive. Welcome to the Trader TV Live family, Ryan. You know, thank you for joining. Guys, if you haven't done it already, please subscribe to the channel. Please, you know, smash that like button. We're at 2.5K likes today. We'd like to see that upwards towards 3, right? You know, before the closing show, obviously, when the closing show comes on, there's going to be a different like counter and whatnot. So, you know, don't sleep on that one. But guys, it's been an exciting day so far. But if you guys haven't already, hit that like button, hit subscribe. We always thank you for your support, guys.
We lied to you about an exciting day.
It's been exciting. Depends on what side you've been on. You know, some days, you know, even on inside days, you could still take advantage.
Yeah,
right?
there were
take advantage of the range. And then there were trades, right? Obviously,
Yeah.
the Tesla short, the Disney short in the morning. Sometimes they just happen that quickly, right? Sometimes they just happen that quickly, and if you miss them, you miss them, and then you're kind of caught chasing the bag the rest of the day. But you know, you gotta pick your spots, right? Some people thrive on inside days.
I want to ask Neil this question, then you. So Neil, I read a quote that you're not a trader until you thought about quitting at least 5 times in your career. How many times have you thought about quitting? Never?
I see it a different way.
Okay.
I think you're not until you've been through
Right. So Neil's saying, you know, Neil looks at it a different way. Neil thinks about it as, you know, you're not a real trader until you've dug yourself in a little bit of a hole, gotten into some sort of a slump, and then dug yourself out of that slump, which means, you know, you've faced multiple market environments and variables. You know how to get out of a troubled period of trading. You know how to fix it, and you know how to fix that problem and rectify those issues and get back to where you were. So I do like that one. So never, but always striving to get better is Neil's answer. Ian, what's? There was a point when you were trading that you thought, okay. Ian, how many times have you thought in your prop firm career so far?
In my prop firm career, actually none.
Awesome.
But I get what you're trying to say, right? Obviously, you're gonna have bad days. You're gonna have negative days. You're gonna have drawdowns, right? And I think that's what Neil was kind of talking about too. Like you're gonna have these drawdown periods, and then that really determines, you know, you as a trader, right? If you're able to get out of that drawdown and just keep taking good trades and, you know, keep managing risk properly instead of like kind of spiraling downwards, then, you know, that's potentially, you know, your chance to kind of make it as a trader. But for me, I haven't realistically, like, actually thought of quitting, you know, thankfully. But, you know, obviously you're going to have hard days, right? But on those days, maybe you take a step back, maybe take a break, You know, like I think Sean had a video recently, a little short, and then he was talking about dealing with stress as a trader, right? So obviously stress is a huge factor for us as traders, right? And that's something I've been trying to work on too the past couple of months, just trying to get better at dealing with stress. So you know, taking regular breaks, taking walks and whatnot. When you get into, you know, periods of drawdowns, you know, a couple losing days in a row, step back, right? Maybe what you're doing really isn't working right now. You're just kind of spinning in circles, right? It's obviously you don't want to miss days, right? You want to be there for every opportunity, but that's the beauty of the stock market, guys. It doesn't close. It literally closes like, what, 8 days a year, 9 days a year, right? So there's always opportunities. You know, you might miss one, but you might catch the next one next time, guys. But you know, something I always tell some of the traders here is never quit. Never quit. I'll tell you guys, never quit. Never think about quitting, just because you know, you never know. You never know what it can be. You know, you look at the guys right to our right and how long they've been trading for. You know, Arun as well have been trading for like 18 years, and look at the stage that they're at, right? So that's all I gotta say.
Yeah, the point is never quit, even though if it does come into your head. Someone in the chat jokingly said, I've thought about it 7 times today alone. So yeah, the fact that you thought about it, but at least you know you're here, you're laughing about it, you're laughing off the hopefully not too much of a bad day, but you're laughing off a bad day. You're looking for where your mistakes were. You're looking to fix those mistakes coming back tomorrow and slap the market again. So that's all it takes, man. Get back up. It's how many times you get back up, not how many times you fall down, right? So shout out to everybody out there who's able to keep their chin up and their head high. And another quote that I read, which is it's a longevity game, right? It's how long can you stay and how many cycles can you see, and then eventually that one trade will just hit a home run on it, and you'll see yourself just killing it. But don't think of it in a home run mentality, though. Never think of it in a home run mentality. Always think about just getting consistently profitable, adding wins slowly every single day. If you can constantly add profits every single day, that's gonna naturally get you out of the slump. And then if you continue that process that got you out of the slump, naturally you're gonna keep going up from there to the north side. So it's a roller coaster ride, guys. Just have fun with it. Try not to lose your whole account, because that's when things go bad. That's when you don't have the ticket to go to the park anymore. The theme park is now closed for you because you don't have an account. So always be ready to be able to trade the next trade and play the next hand in terms of the gambling perspective. Let's come back to the market over here, which is currently doing absolutely nothing. We keep bouncing off of 3790. We are under 3800 though for the S&P 500 futures. We're at 10,945 on the NASDAQ futures, which dipped as low as 10,920. But looks like the longs are trying to fight. They're trying to fight to not let the market go too far to the downside. I personally, like I mentioned earlier on in the day, would have loved the market to be closer to 3,900 going into CPI. That looks like it's not going to play out that way. So now I'm going to have to remap my levels for CPI tomorrow in order to see where I might want to short the market.
One more thing I want to touch back to, and it's a great analogy. And I know Greg's going to like this one. It's a golf analogy. But you can relate trading to golf like quite a bit.
So you're saying no matter how hard you try, you're going to be garbage at it?
No. But there's like the funny video going around on Instagram that I saw. It's like you can be, you could be practicing so much at golf. And then every day, you hit bad shots, whatever. You're not that great, and then you hit one great shot, and you feel great about yourself again, right? So it's sometimes like that with trading, right? You might have a couple bad days in a row, a couple weeks in a row that maybe you're not meeting your expectations and whatnot, and then you hit one huge trade, and then you're right back on the horse again, right? And you feel great about yourself, right? So that's why never quit. Where find Bookmap? I know a couple of people use Bookmap
Just
here.
Google it.
Yeah, you can just Google that one. It is a subscription service that you have to pay for, though, guys. So kind of keep that in mind. Tesla
ain't cheap,
180. I was looking at Tesla too, because it was coming down as 182. And then look at. I always find it funny looking at my charts afterwards, because here I was longing off 185. And it was a good trade. It was a good trade, and it was working for a bit, right? And obviously stopped out at break even and managed risk accordingly. It was a winner for me. But now look at it, it's 182, right? So, clearly I was wrong trying to go long at 185, but it is what it is. I didn't really see it flash down, and so the low of day is 182.05. I missed if there was any significant sort of size there, but clearly it's starting to bounce a little bit. I'm long Meta. I'm content with being long in this name just because it's one of the stronger stocks on the day, right? So let me actually scalp out a little bit there as we're kind of testing towards this VWAP area. But if the market does turn around here, I don't want to be too over leveraged on the long side just in case it doesn't, right? But then if it does, I want to be. I'm confident that I'm going to be long in one of the stronger names on the day, and maybe we test back up to this 104 area, right? So I'm scalping it out, trying to manage the position, of course, but in case we do, pop up above VWAP and test higher, I do want to make sure that I'm holding like a core piece of this position. But now, it's nicely in the money, 15 cents or so, and then you're kind of bouncing around this VWAP area. They're rejecting again, right? So clearly the market still doesn't want to know what it wants to do. I see some people talking about crypto and whatnot. Did you do like a little crypto talk? So we already done that, but yeah, it's getting hammered, guys. It's absolutely getting hammered. But who knows? Maybe these are the more money fills.
Well, I mean, people have been saying that since, 40K, 50K? Hey, this is the money fill. No, this is the money fill. Okay, no, this is the dip. No, this is the dip of the dippity dip. No, this is the final dip.
This is one of those ones
where... And then FTX comes out and says, no, I'll show you the real dip. So
this is one of those ones where the dip keeps dipping, eh? Yeah. But Solana, I hate that coin. I'm deep in Solana too, guys. So I'm right there with you.
Right now.
I actually just started staking Ethereum and Solana. Yeah, nice one on that one. Yeah. Might as well do something for me if it's not really,
Yeah, but 4% of zero is zero, my friend. If this coin is going to zero, I'm collecting nothing.
No, it stakes the amount of coins.
Yeah, but if the coin goes to zero, I'm getting staked to zero at the end of the day.
Yeah, but are we really going to zero?
You never know. With the rate that everything is going, how far are we from zero at this point? Dogecoin, which was at 20 cents, is now back to 8 cents. So now I'm upset. Well, everything's just absolutely getting destroyed around the board. But hey, no real reason to upset because I'm not actually balls deep into Solana over there. We got most of my coins are Coinbase, or sorry, what do I say? Bitcoin and Ethereum. All the other coins, I basically own nothing of those coins, so I'm not too worried about Solana, Doge, and Shiba and Mana going to zero. That's fine. It's just a little gamble that I have going on. That money that I have in those coins are something that I will not be needing to pay my bills. Well, hopefully I will not be needing to pay my bills. That's the idea that I want to talk about, which is only be putting money to risk, which you're okay with losing, right? If you got bills to pay and you can't afford to buy Bitcoin or Ethereum or whatever, just don't do it right now. Make sure you're doing it in the right way over there on that side. Brad, have faith in Dogecoin. I mean, I don't have faith in anything, man. Trust me. I just don't have faith in anything. I want the market to go to zero. So how can I have faith on that? I'm here sitting talking about the CPI coming to 9%. And if it does come out 9%, I look like an absolute time traveler.
That would be absolutely outrageous.
That's not happening. If it comes out 9%, I think I retire completely from doing anything because I don't think I'll ever top that.
If it comes out that extreme, I think we're going to have a field day here in the market. Some people are, I'm laughing at some of these comments in the chat. Someone said, I've mentally let go everything in my crypto account. Or I mentally said goodbye to all my crypto. Yeah, I guess that's one way to look at it. But, be ready, right? Or what if, it does come to a certain price and, you do see buyers kind of step up. You want to be ready to kind of buy with that, right? I see some people going off on Tesla. Tesla did break 182. I'll show that quickly in a second, but I want to talk about one question in the chat here. Someone said, is Disney going to dump if CPI comes in bad tomorrow? I mean, the easy answer is yes, because I feel like everything's just going to dump, right? So Disney obviously is going to be SSR day 2 tomorrow, so it won't be as easy to short. But that being said, if CPI comes in, I want to say like expect it at 7.9. If it comes in at like 8.1, 8.2, anything like that, expect an extreme sell-off, I would say. It clearly, obviously, inflation is trending down, but it's still at extreme high levels, right, that the Fed does not want to see it at. That being said, if it comes in at like 7.7, 7.6, you best believe there could be a rocket ship involved in this market. But yeah, Disney getting beat up, so expect that one to be relatively weak tomorrow again. Tesla is NQ. There we go. There we go. Yeah, it has broken this 182, so it continues to crack lower, guys. Like I said, I didn't see the size there. I wasn't watching. I wasn't paying attention. Maybe if you guys saw some size there, call it in the chat. But clearly, that size did not matter at all because there was no trade there at all. It was a little bit of a front run that first time. And that's the thing, with these front run trades, is sometimes they work. Well, they work the best the first time, I would say, when, if it quickly comes down there and then the size flashes and then it quickly pushes back up, right? That's probably the best chance you have at a good front run trade. But then after, when it comes down to test it the second time, the third time, you got to think that level is going to get exhausted and it's going to end up breaking, right? But here, Tesla continues to get hurt. 181.50 now, the low 181.45. I saw someone saying, let's wait for 180 on Tesla. You might not have to wait that long. Clearly that's coming. I wouldn't be surprised if we get there at all, by the end of the day.
Yeah, market's still pulling back to the south side over here. Looks like we're about to go test the low a day around 37. 37.85. So we're finally actually not managing to trade around 3,800 for the S&P 500 futures and going a little bit more to the south side. UVXY about to double top off the open number of 10.13, 10.17, 10.18. 1017 Brick Squad. For those of you know, if you don't, no worries. But 1017 Brick Squad over here coming in for UVXY. We'll have to wait and see if the double top pulls back to the south side for UVXY, which means the market doesn't go too far to the downside and actually bow. Exactly. The market holds up at these lows over here and pulls back to the north side.
I was just quickly looking at Tesla there. It seemed like there was like 300 lots at 181. Not that much. Probably going to break. Let's actually bring it up here because it's coming into play here. This filter so we could probably see it a little bit clearer. That's the thing. With Tesla is this is look at this. I put the filter on and there's no size on the book, right? So it's almost as if you're just trading with pure algo. So you got to keep that in mind. But that being said, when you do see size pop up, 66. Lots there. The size on at 181, 300 lots, it means a little bit more when there's usually nothing on the book, right? So there you go. There's a size. It's kind of stacked up there, about 500 lots now at 181. There is some buyers here, though. There are some buyers here, but it looks like it is probably going to break. There it goes. So that meant nothing. I think I'm just going to be patient and wait for this 180 level. If I don't have the short now, it's probably a little bit late to get the short just in terms of R&R here. But 180 is coming up. I want to talk about Oxy because they had earnings. I believe it was this morning or last night. It hasn't really done much, but it is down 5% on the day. Only 12 mil volume. This is like that Berkshire. Oil energy stock that Warren Buffett keeps buying up. Eventually, it's just going to become a buyout, and then we're going to be trading it. But that's going to be a sick buyout, I think. Oxy.
Not going to be a buyout.
You don't think he just buys 100% of the company? I mean, he's getting there.
Nah.
He's getting there. Well, he has like half of it now or something like that. That's quite crazy.
He doesn't buy up full companies. He just invests.
I wanted to look up XOM as well, just because XOM has been hitting these all-time highs. It looks like it is pulling back here. I think the all-time high was like 114.70 area around there. So, it is pulling back now. But I think that if potentially if the Republicans do end up winning these midterms, you can definitely see energy stocks making a rally and breaking these all-time highs. So I'm going to be having these energy stocks on watch. That's for sure. Someone's saying Meta. I saw I did get one fill there on the offer above 103, 103.20 area. We're coming back down, guys. The market continues to push down. I think I have to just respect the position now. I've been managing it as best I could. My price is 102.73, which is decent, right? Which is decent. But the thing is that it's testing lower and lower. It hasn't really been able to reclaim VWAP. And with the market just keep pushing low, pushing lower and lower, I don't necessarily think I want to, continue to hop in along here. Tesla is coming down to 180, so this 180 is really coming to play very, very quickly now. So gonna wait and see if there's any size there. It looks like it tested it very, very closely. 180.07 was the low here, so we missed that one there. But let's see, guys. Let's see if there's any sort of size there and any sort of potential, bounce in play here, or if it's just going to continue to break lower. Time will tell. It looks like it's going to come up very, very quickly.
This is why I think it's not going to work out the way that you were talking about, Oxy. Because if you're, like, everyone knows oil is like the thing of the past now, right? Like, we're trying to go into what the more were lithium and electrical and so on. If I was Berkshire Hathaway or if I was Papa Buffett, I would buy Coca-Cola instead of Oxy.
Yeah, but he can't. Well, I
Yeah,
guess he
he
could
can.
afford it. I was about to say he can afford it.
He can what? He can. What's that?
Yeah.
He's doing both. Yeah.
Well, that's why I caught my tongue. I was like, wait a second.
So 20% of Oxy is only worth 4.2% in his portfolio, and 9% of Coca-Cola is worth 7.3% of his portfolio. So like if I'm really Warren Buffett, like, you know how many other companies he's invested in that he could easily buy out and just make it his own Twitter pet project? So accordingly to that, I don't know if that was something that will go through like that. But I'm not a time traveler. I don't know the future. I don't know what's gonna happen. I just don't know what I don't know. But what I do know right now are these longs are not working. Amazon, SPY, absolutely beating me up. But thankfully AMC, baby, still bringing in the profits. The best long right now is AMC apparently. So let's take some profits on this one before AMC pulls back to the south side because the market really pushing down. Now, imagine I had the 38.25 short on the futures. I would have been smoking it currently. But what can you do? Sometimes you just trade it poorly and you miss out the trade overall. But this market's absolutely going to the downside right now, baby.
Guys, I'm long
CPI
Tesla
9
here.
coming in.
I'm long Tesla here. It seems like it's working briefly here.
The 180?
Yeah, 180 bounce there. So I had that, quickly gonna scalp it out, re-put my stop there. And then, let's see. So there we go. So quickly scalp out half there. That was a decent trade. Scalped it out for what did I get there? What was that? 30 cents there. So not too bad, but here we are testing right back 180 again. There's some decent size there. There's about 2,000 lots, and it looks like it just broke. So, quickly stop onto that one. It was good until it wasn't, and then that size just got completely taken. Like, that was like 2,000 lots, completely wiped out. So clearly, that I should have scalped out all of it there. But, Tesla is just getting beat down, man. Tesla just continues to get beat down.
Yeah, I'm looking at the S&P 500 chart here to see what yesterday's low was. We're now actually well past yesterday's low. Looks like we're pulling into that 73.80 area on the S&P 500 futures, and we actually broke that 73.80. What's up? Oh, your Amazon shorts? Yeah, I was talking about that. You had the 90 Amazon short, right? 88.50, pretty good short over there on that one. Looks like now we're at 86.30 on Amazon. I had the 88 short and I got out at 87, so I'm a little upset at myself for that. Monster move coming into the market now finally to the downside. Looks like we finally broke that inside day range and now are getting ready to really elevate, delevate? I don't know, just push the downside.
Yeah, push to the downside. Clearly, if you're a short, guys, neither of us are right now. Keep holding. I got stopped out of that meta trade. I'll show you guys that one. It ticked 102.50 there, stopped me out. It looks like the level is kind of getting reclaimed now. But with the market just like making new lows, like I don't really know what to say. Like I don't want to keep trying longs here and just keep getting run over.
$5 ruggies?
What?
Ruggies? We're getting rugged. $5
Oh,
ruggies.
okay. Yeah, I had to think about that one quickly there, but it does look like Meta is maybe Meta long here is the play here. Let me try one more
Meta
time.
long?
Yeah, maybe.
Bro, what's wrong with you right now? Why are you trying to catch the bottom on all these stocks?
Yeah, I don't know.
Just chill,
I don't
just
know.
chill.
You know, the front run trade there on Tesla worked briefly, but now I don't know. Maybe the bottom.
I
Catching
do
bottoms.
see what you're saying, though. I see what you're saying. You know, it bounced previously off of this area. We consolidated for like, what, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35 minutes over here with the market pulling back to 37.80. Maybe I do like the idea. I do like the idea. I just don't want us to get beat up already over here. Look, some of these stocks are really pulling back down. Meta is a stock that if you want to go long, it's got to be Meta. The stock is up 6% on the day. That layoff catalyst taking it right above the $100 area. And now we're waiting to see if Meta pulls back to the 100 period EMA maybe. And 101 is a better area to go long. Lots of questions, lots of theories over here. But the only thing that will help you make that decision is going to be actually looking at the time of sales, looking at where the buyers are coming in and where the sellers are coming in. Are we at an important demand zone in the market at the moment, or at least for the stock that you're looking at? And is there a support there? Is there resistance there? So looking at all these variables to help you form a thesis to make that trade. Something that stands out for me on the NASDAQ market is also pushing the downside, man. Both these markets are pushing to the downside. So I just want to be careful with the longs right now.
Yeah, I think you're right on that one. So I think I'm just going to be hands off for now. I'm still watching Tesla here break down below 180. There was size there on the offer. When it tested back up to 180, there was maybe 200 lots there. Trying to get more short on that one. But yeah, it seems like the sell-off now is kind of getting a little bit relentless. We're down 1.5% on the day.
This is a 9% CPI sell-off, I'm telling you.
What?
This is a 9% CPI number.
Okay, I don't know if
the sell-off is gearing up for that. I'm telling you right now.
If we see if it comes out 9% tomorrow, we're gonna see 3,500 in the ES.
Amazon 86.
Amazon 86 coming up here. Let's quickly jump to that. If there was size there, did you see size there?
600. It's the 1,000 lots.
1,000 lots on the bid here, but I think I'm done trying to play these front run trades, trying to catch these bottoms here. I'm just gonna kind of be an observer now and watch here. I did take the L on Amazon earlier. At 87. I don't mind trying to take these trades. And you have a clear out because if it breaks 86 or, if you're risking off 87, if it ticks out, then it's a clean out for you. But, on a day like today. Yeah, Amazon probably 85. Are you looking at some key levels?
Yeah. I think Amazon could easily go down to, well, this is split adjusted, I think, right? This is split adjusted, pretty sure. So if you pull back over here, this is October 9 to 2019 levels. So we're pulling all the way down to October 2019 levels on the Amazon stock. So look at these bottom of the range over here is 84, 85, and the top of this range is 90. Basically what the stock is doing today. We're between 90 and 85. I mean, $1 more to the downside would be 85. So I think if you want to go long on Amazon, just wait for 85 to come into play. That would be a way better spot in my opinion.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I was trying to do with Tesla too, waiting for that big key level to come into play. And, it worked briefly. I don't hate that trade at all, right? I ended up taking 30 cents on the trade. I'll make it a little bit more detail here so we could see it. And let me actually just get this bad wick was at 1321. Let's go here.
Chart crashes.
What? Yeah, chart didn't crash there, so lucky on that one. But quick 180 front run scalp for 30 cents. Usually that's gonna be a great trade, right? But that being said, maybe I should have taken out more of it because it ended up breaking that 180 level. Man, this market's really getting beat down now. I want to see let's actually expand this out 30 minutes. Let's do this. Let's see if we can see some levels here on the ES and just try to gauge where potentially this market is going to stop bleeding. Probably towards this 3750 area, just judging off of this consolidation. But we are kind of bouncing here off of this 3770 area. Looks like that held, what is this? That held on Monday. So I guess overnight. This is where we kind of held as support. So there could be a make it or break it area here for the ES around 37.70.
Yeah, this is the market right now, breaking that support areas and really tumbling to the downside goes the market. Jack and Jill going straight down the hill, baby, and not looking good. Let's go take a look at the like count as we only have 20 minutes left on the midday show here. We're at 2.5K likes with 4.3K, a few still watching, so let's get that number a little bit more elevated. Maybe we hit 3K today. I'm doubting you guys, honestly. I don't know if we hit 3K today, but if we do hit that 3K, maybe I talk in another language that's in India. You know, maybe Telugu today. I don't know. So you're going to have to wait and find out. Hit that 3K numbers. Smash that like button. Smash the subscribe button. Ring the notification bells. Hit the join button if you want to be part of the Trader TV Live family. You get a nice little pop-up box with Brando telling you exactly what that entails. And last but not least, we have the YouTube merchandise store that you can go and buy the hoodies that people are wearing on the show here sometimes, even the hats and so on. Looks like the Amazon did break 86 just now and is now getting ready to go a little bit more to the downside. Let's see if we see some buying coming in. This looks better than 87 where I was trying to go long, if you guys remember, because it would break 87 and it would not even hold 87 on the bids. But this is actually holding 87 on the bids. But if I'm looking at the market's not screaming go long anytime soon. The market's still pushing this outside. UVXY is at a new high a day at the moment, so they're still ripping absolutely to the north side for UVXY. Brad, you're my favorite customer support tech for sure. What? That's racist.
Some people talking about coin here. We haven't really talked about coin too much on my segment of the show, but you know, getting beat down, obviously all this negativity surrounding crypto here today and yesterday as well. But coin has made quite a move. Let me actually consolidate my chart a little bit here. But yesterday it was testing like what, 57 for coin, and here we are down at 45. So you know,
last week 70.
Last week 70, right? So within a 7-day, a 5-day trading period, let's say, we're down almost $30 per share on coin. So coin getting hammered. It is going to be SSR, guys. So you're not going to be able to slam that bid and get short. You're going to have to wait patiently on the offer. No trades for me on coin today. I was trying to short yesterday and kind of just got run over a bit, but that's okay. But yeah, coin getting beat down. I'm just looking at this daily here. I think it was around this 45 area. Yeah. So I think it's around this 45 area. Let's call it 40, you know, accounting for this wick here back in May. But that's going to be your 52-week lows here on coin, close to this 40 area. It seems like a test that is imminent, and you know, if it breaks down there, like look out below. Obviously, you know, it's going to keep heading further south.
Well,
that'll probably be the all-time lows. That'll probably be the all-time lows.
That volume candle is almost as big as that volume candle all the way back there.
Yeah, exactly, right? So we had a big volume candles back there. I wonder if that was like a CPI day or something, or a
What
Fed
day was
day.
that?
May 12th.
May 12th. I think
May
that was just the
11th?
earnings day.
Yeah, potentially, but you know, clearly some huge volume there, and you know, now we're getting that same sort of ramp up in volume to the south side as well. Yeah, so that was an earnings day. When was Coin's most recent earnings, or has it had it yet?
Yeah, recently was November 3rd.
Right. So last week on earnings for that one, that was I think that was no that wasn't that volume spike there, but yeah, obviously Coin continues to get beat down.
That's the FTX volume spike, obviously.
Yeah, yesterday.
Yeah, FTX, man. Sam Bankman fried. Freed is now for sure fried, sadly. That is just a sad thing to see. A lot of people were so bullish about the whole space. Looks like Amazon longs in, man. I'm going long. Not 500 shares. Are you crazy? Okay, yeah, I'm going long over here. Giving it the lower day risk. Amazon lower day 85.93. I'm going to give it to the lower day. The NASDAQ and the S&P 500 both just now created its first green candle on the 5-minute chart. Let's see if this market can actually move up to the north side, allowing us to bank on this Amazon long for myself. AMC, though, did not pull down at all when the market was going down. So maybe now that the market pulls up, maybe AMC actually pulls up to the VWAP area that I was planning for it to do so as my profit target. So let's also wait for that bad boy to see what it wants to do. All my scanners are pretty much dead for the long side. They're all all leaning more to the short side. And one that stands out to me right now is going to be Etsy, which had its earnings report not too long ago. If I remember correctly, they actually did good on their earnings report, but today down 5% on Etsy, rejecting the 50-period EMA on the daily chart, pulling back to $95. Looks like Etsy is stuck in a range between 90 and 103.
So we are long Tesla now, back on this breakout through of 180. And it seems like it is kind of working here with the market kind of catching a bounce. 180.05 is my stop, or is my price rather. And it seems like there are some buying there, although that bid just got taken out very, very quickly. So just going to be patient with this one. It's not that much size on this trade, so it's not going to break or make my day per se. But I did want to kind of participate in a bounce potentially on a long, if Tesla's going to really, really start to move back up here. I don't really see it going all the way down to down 10% of the day. Although we've seen crazier things as it pushes back down below 180 once again. Let me actually take this off here just so it looks a little bit better. But there we go. Essentially, guys, my thesis around this trade is that I'm thinking there was probably some shorts getting stuck, below 180. I saw, sellers kind of stepping up, trying to push it downwards. And then now maybe if 180 begins to, kind of get reclaimed, maybe some shorts from earlier in the day are going to start to cover, right? So there is some buying here above 180, and the market is trying to make some sort of bounce here around 37.70. I think those would be the kind of like the last straw long bounce play per se, for me here on the day, but we'll kind of see where this goes. I'll try to be patient with this one and see if I can hold it out for a bigger winner up to this 181 area.
Yeah, only 15 minutes left here and 2.6K likes now. So it looks like we went up about 100 likes more. But guys, come on, smash that like button, get it up to 3K. And also keep in mind the closing show, which starts in 15 minutes. It's a brand new like counter. So the thing starts all over again. It's a fresh new like counter. Make sure you're hitting the like on that show too, to help support the algorithm for Trader TV Live and boost it to as many new traders and new audience as we can. Quickly looking at the scanners to see what we can find. Ooh, AMD's at $60. So let's go pull up AMD real quick. See how this chart looks. Looks like 60 is the low a day for AMD. And if the market bounces around these areas, long on AMD around 60, which is a nice, even significant dollar number, also has me, excited. So I'm going to actually build into that long right now. Add a tiny long at AMD at 60, and we'll see if the market can bounce for us off this area. We're in the Amazon long too, but Amazon getting ready to most likely stop us out soon. And AMC not really doing anything at all. Here goes AMD breaking that 60. That's fine. We're watching the market. We're watching it. This could also be just stops being hunted. Down 6% on the day already. And the $60 number or 60 price has been a barrier to the north side. So now we're waiting to see if it will be a support to the south side.
So I did just get stopped out there on Tesla as it broke down once again, guys. So, clearly not really my day per se. I don't want to give back my entire day on Tesla, so I think I'm just going to be done now trading that one. I want to look at Meta and see how one of the stronger names on the day has been holding up. It seems like it's still holding up this 102 area. Good thing I didn't go long off of that 102.50. Off that level, thank you, Pref, for talking me out of that one. But maybe this 102 holds up, but I think I'm done trying to pick bottoms, guys. I've been getting run over on these front runs. Some have worked, some haven't, and I've been basically flat here on my time on the show in the afternoon. So that being said, I think it's probably time for me to kind of just call it. If you're in a short, guys, I think it's best if you try to hold on to that one. That was my thesis, trying to get short here on Meta in the morning. I was trying to get short off this 104 area. Eventually, it just kind of broke out and flashed back down. So you do get that sort of wick high above that 104 area. But that short there was really good. And, obviously trying to play the bounce, and it was working for a bit. And now it just continues to kind of flash down on that one. Let's take a quick look at Amazon again. See how this one's doing. It really is trying to figure itself out around this 86 area. Can't really do too much with it. Obviously that size has already been taken out on that one. What else have I traded today? I traded Roblox as well. We can quickly talk about that. Roblox is one of those other names that have just been getting beaten down today. They had their earnings is down 18%. I did try a couple front runs here around this 33 area to no avail. And the same sort of thing like as that upstart thesis, that SSR bounce kind of play. But it just wasn't really working too well here on Roblox. That one continues to get beat down. I believe this one is, no, this one's not 52-week low, is it? 52-week low on Roblox is around that $20 area. So we still got a ways to go for that. But obviously a day like today doesn't help the cause. And, back down we go here for Roblox.
The longs are coming in, baby. I'm telling you, they're coming in right now. AMD is getting above 60. Amazon's getting ready to pay us some profits. Market did make a red candle for the new 5-minute on the S&P 500 and on the NASDAQ. They made a newer low also, but they're trying to go back up right now. Slight retracement to the north side on the market. So part of me has me believed that the longs are actually getting ready to pile in on the market over here. We'll just have to wait and see. It's just a gut feeling kind of thing, right? So no real variable that's telling me that on the market. So being very careful, not taking too much size, applying proper risk management techniques over here on my trades to make sure we don't get blown out on these trades. Amazon already has been a little painful for the long side, so we don't want to fight that trade more. But thankfully AMD, where we're long at 60.04, already 10 cents in the money. So looking for the market to rebound to the north side a little bit so we can take some profits on that one. Short the rips below 200 or pay the piper. Yeah, I guess so. I guess that's one way to put it. I want to quickly go check out what Netflix is doing because I want to go regret a little bit more. Okay, thankfully not that regrettable because overall though, what did I say in the morning in the work chat? Netflix is going to be a great short off of the Disney
You did
thesis.
say that.
Did I not?
You did say that. Where are your shorts, man?
I was not in the off, dude. It took the bus. The bus got off the highway. And it took 30 minutes to get to York University. It's no more GO buses. No, the Brampton bus. Yeah, the Brampton bus goes straight to York University, the 501 Zoom. So, but like the highway is right next to the university. It literally took, there's so much traffic and construction, 30 minutes for a 10-minute ride. So I'm sitting there like, come on. I woke up so early. I woke up on time. I did everything perfect. And I get screwed over by the Brampton Transit.
You know you live far when your bus has to go on the highway, eh?
Yeah. My bus has to take the 407, bro. 407.
Oh, really? Really?
The bus has to take the 407 and then pull up to York University. And then I take the transit from there again.
some funny...
Why did I even wake up for 6 at that point? I could have waken up at 7 and still been to work late. Like, why did I wake up at 6 then?
Read that comment there in the chat. I won't say it out loud.
Whose comment?
Righty tighty. I won't say it out loud because it's kind of mean.
Have to
but
drop the hand. Yeah, take it easy, bro.
Take it easy. Real quick, guys, before the show comes to an end here, it's been an exciting show. But guys, smash this like button. We're almost there. 2.7K likes. Let's get to 3K likes before the closing show comes on. Obviously it's going to be a different stream when the closing show does come on, guys. It's going to be a different link, so you're going to have to, join that one and hit that like button again. But let's smash this like button for this show, guys. For this episode here, 4.3K people watching the show still. Thank you so much for watching. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. I want to check out the channel as well. I think, are we getting a new merch store? Is that actually coming along, Brad? Eventually. So, this merch that we have on here, it seems like every time I bring this up, it's always changing. But it seems like, this is going to be a limited edition stuff, soon, right? So I think Luca has the hat. A couple of us have the sweater as well. I think Brankles has the nice white sweater here. Guys, get it now if you haven't already, because we don't know how long this is gonna stay on our store for. Obviously, we're gonna have new and cool merch when and if that new merch store does come up. One more thing I want to talk about, guys. If you come over here to the search bar, you could also search up different content as well. Particular subjects like VWAP here, and all the videos come up here. Guys, we stream every day. We stream every day from 8:30 to 4 o'clock. We put out a lot of content as well on the weekends, before and after market as well. Guys, smash that like button. We always thank you for your support.
Apple's a long here, guys. 135 Apple, like, come on. If Apple's not a long at 135, then you can just wrap up all longs on the market today, put them in a nice little gift basket, and throw that in the garbage real quick. So Apple long here at 135, down 3% on the day. Let's see if this 135 level holds. Our AMD longs and our Amazon longs are actually in the money at the moment, and AMC longs have been in the money for God knows how long now. So we're waiting to see if Apple can bounce from 135 for myself over here. We took our first entry lot size at 135, and apparently one of the traders on the floor actually called it out. He said Apple has size at 135. I cannot see the size right now. Oh, I can. Okay, there's about, let me scroll down. Come on, let me scroll. No. Here we go. We'll just use this. So 130 has about almost 2,000 lots on 135. So if you quickly do quick maths, 2,000, add 2 more zeros times 135, $27 million on the bids for Apple at 135. Spin it. That's not that much?
I was just going to say.
Okay, maybe for you, Mr. Rolex, but $27 million is a lot of money.
Yeah, I think I was going to say, I think the glare like quickly got me in the side of the head there from Sean's watch. No, but yeah, that's not that much, relatively speaking. You know, Apple's done 39 million volume, 39 million shares on the day today. What was that?
2,000 lots.
2,000 lots. So, you know, that's not going to be that much, you know, shares-wise. Obviously, guys, $29 million is obviously a lot of money. But in terms of the stock market, monetarily speaking, that's not that much. So, you know, expect it, if it comes back down there. I don't hate the front-run trade or the bounce play per se, but don't be surprised if that size breaks.
This is what your boy Sean is rocking today. A beautiful watch. It's pretty. It's nice and heavy. I like heavy watches. This is nice. Sorry? It was a 45 millimeter? Yeah. 45 millimeter. It's a nice watch, my friend. I love it. I love your watch collection. Breitling, this one, and another one, another one. It's a nice collection you got going there, big man. Hey, I see you. I got to spend the money, he's saying. As long as it's not a Ferrari, then I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. Just no Ferrari.
Yeah, the Ferrari's the winter car, eh? I imagine like how expensive a winter tire package would be on a Ferrari. It would probably be like $50K.
Let's get the Pirelli P0s. You're good. They're all around the year, just chilling. You're maxing.
No.
You're not even driving a Ferrari in winter. Come on. If you're driving a Ferrari in winter, then you don't deserve a Ferrari.
Why not? Why not? They're coming out with the new Ferrari SUV.
In Toronto?
They're coming out with the new Ferrari SUV. That's literally the sole purpose. Yeah, there's a Ferrari.
Ferrari truck.
SUV.
Yeah,
they're
SUV,
trying to join
like
the crossover, whatever. Like, I don't know. I was looking at it. It looks interesting, but
it's all about the Benz truck, bro.
My thing is like if you're gonna buy a Ferrari or like a Lamborghini, why not just get the sports car, man?
Yeah,
like, what, you're gonna boot around the SUV?
Yeah.
Of course, if you had that kind of money.
Nah, it's a broke man Ferrari.
What, the SUV?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's expensive than more expensive than a lot.
Yeah, 100%. It's probably more expensive than a Corolla, but the point is that's a broke man's Ferrari.
Tesla's so old. Okay, sorry.
If you own a Ferrari, that's a Ferrari SUV. The people who own like a Ferrari LaFerrari are looking at you like you're a broke boy.
Maybe. Well, LaFerrari's a little bit different though. LaFerrari, come on.
Yeah.
Like there's like 10 of those in the world.
Yeah.
People are saying what's happening with Tesla. Tesla is so oversold. Ian is tilted. No, I'm not tilted, guys. Relax. It takes a lot more for me to get tilted, guys. Best believe that one. There is some size there on the bid at 178, but you know, man, how many times have we said this for Tesla today? There's size there on the bid, and then that size just gets totally wiped out. I'm expecting this size to get totally wiped out. I'm done trying to play the longs. I'm up on Tesla on the day. I don't want to give back anything more here on Tesla. Some trades were good, some trades were bad, but you know, Tesla continues to get beat down. Some people are saying it's so oversold, like, man, the dip can keep dipping. I don't know really, obviously, if there is a real true catalyst behind the huge sell-off. Obviously, Elon sold a lot of Tesla shares the past few days or the past week there. But man, that's already kind of known, right? And it's already kind of known that he had to sell some shares in order to pay for Twitter, right? And that deal has been gone through now for a few weeks. So Tesla being down 7-8% today, obviously there's something else in the works here. The market is down 1.7%. Tesla really, really weak today, and this continues to crack lower. This is 52-week lows for sure, guys, here on Tesla. And I think if it continues to crack lower like this, I think the shorts are going to be in play for a while.
Couple questions before we wrap up the show here, Ian. Let's say you hit a 50 million lottery today. What's your car you'd go to, your dream car that you would buy?
My dream car, I would probably get maybe a McLaren, like
McLaren?
P1, I think.
Yo, stop looking at my P1, bro.
Oh, is that what that was?
That's
okay.
the P1.
No, I didn't see that. Or a Ferrari. I think I'm just a fan of like the 488s. Man, come on. There's nothing like a red Ferrari.
We can't
BMW i8. My aunt actually has a BMW i8. It's okay. It's okay.
You've been in it before? I've never been in that one before.
It's okay. Bugatti is kind of like outrageous though, right? Mercedes AMG 1. Okay, there's only a few of those in the world. And that's like a $3 million car, right? So I don't know if you want to be spending that much money on a car. Aventador SVJ, guys, these are all amazing cars. Aston Martin, if you have an Aston Martin, if you like Aston Martins, like that, you have a key taste. You have a fine taste.
Yeah,
it's like if you like fine
taste.
wines, right? But yeah, Aston Martin's always good.
That's like a Brando's car. I could see Brando driving. No, he says he's nodding his head no to Aston Martin. Okay. Well, Brando's more Rolls Royce then. Yeah, Brando? We got 2.7. We got 2.7K likes here, guys, for the show. Thank you for each and every single one of you who helped us get to 2.7K. 300 away from 3K. We didn't achieve that today, but that's fine. We'll try again tomorrow. Hope you guys had a great day on the show today. I for sure did. Thank you for Sharif. Thank you for Ian for jumping on. And real quick, look at the Amazon long and look at the AMD long. Looks like they're working out. Amazon now moving up to the north side. 32 cents in the money on Amazon, 14 cents in the money on AMD, and Apple still near 135, but getting ready to go to the north side, hopefully, because the markets are going up. I will be back here tomorrow with Sharif at 11 o'clock, and then Ian will be back on Friday, 12:30. So come catch us again, and make sure to hit the like button on the closing show, guys. See you tomorrow. Adios.
Hey guys, 2 o'clock. Welcome back. A couple hours left on a pretty adventurous day once again as we get into the final 2 hours here back to the downside for the overall market. It's been a roller coaster of a day. As we saw yesterday, we started initially higher. We test the lows, go back up, and then down again. But here we are, back to the downside. 1.6 currently for the S&P 500 to the downside. A few notable names still on this board, including Disney.